the type of workforce we are employing, the type of workforce that you are interacting with, the type of workforce that you are basically inducting and orienting from time to time, more or less the basic behaviors, or you can say the personality traits, more or less remain same, whether it's a lower management, middle management, or top management. So, in fact, the today's topic that we are going to discuss and bring forth to the attention of everybody is a very, very important. I will say it's not a sort of a workshop, but it's basically a sort of upbringing for all of us to understand the nuances of POSH Act. Although theoretically everybody is aware what POSH is all about, but once it comes to practice, things are totally different. We have seen a lot of cases. We are also privy to a lot of case studies also, wherein the sort of right from formation of ICC till registering of complaint till passing an award, things they were quite sort of diagrammatically opposite in many cases, because there is less, you can say, coherence in the thought process of all the ICC members, and also the understanding of the modalities of this law. So in order to understand the nuances of the POSH Act and also how to basically prevent sexual harassment at workplace, PhD Chamber of Commerce Industry has curated this very important program with the theme building a safe and inclusive workplace. And although we talk of DEI agenda, which is quite sort of a jazzy word in corporate word, the diversity, equity, and inclusion. But I think until unless we basically treat the root of the problem, the root cause in terms of giving equal opportunity to women workforce, even also respecting women workforce, giving them sort of equal parity in terms of decision making, I think we'll be way behind. So it again covers both sexes. It's all about basically letting out the discrimination among the workforce, and only basically rewarding the best, rather than doing any favoritism or anything. So in order to understand the modalities of this law, this whole day conference or this workshop will basically cover the entire aspects in terms of understanding the domestic inquiry, also how the punishment has to be awarded, the composition of ICC, the roles and responsibilities of ICC, how to conduct an inquiry, and also in terms of we'll be having some case studies which are very, very pertinent, and also some of the strategies for implementing the policies of the POSH Act. So without any further ado, I'll request Mr. Ashish Vik, the chair of HRIR committee at PhD CCI, to kindly start the proceedings with his welcome address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Jitendra. Members on the dais, friends, media, a very, very warm welcome to you all. As Dr. Jitendra has mentioned, PhD Chamber has been taking up this particular issue since the past several years. Before I really get down to giving my views, एक तो मैं हिंदी और इंग्लिश में बोलूंगा if it's comfortable with all. PhD Chamber, अगर आपको पता हो, we are a 118-year-old chamber, and we are one of the apex chambers in the country. 1.5 lakh direct indirect members हैं हमारे. We are covering almost 18 states, 18 to 20 states. We have our offices in different states. We have our regional directors in different states. We are basically, you can say, a catalyst between the industry and the government. हम लोग different issues, जो key issues हैं, उनको लेके चलते हैं, industry का सुझाव लेते हैं, अपनी recommendations गवर्नमेंट को लेते हैं, और मुझे बड़ी खुशी होती है ये कहते हुए कि हमारी काफी recommendations गवर्नमेंट कंसिडर करती हैं. हमारा जो स्ट्रॉन्ग पॉइंट है वो MSMEs से होते हुए स्मॉल, माइक्रो, मीडियम, लार्ज इंडस्ट्रीज को कवर करता है. जो हमारे एक्सपर्ट कमिटीज हैं, उसमें हमारे बड़े वरिष्ठ सदस्य हैं जो चेयर करते हैं. We are very robust in having seminars, organizing events, not only in Delhi, NCR, but like I said, nationwide. तो ये तो एक छोटी सी ब्रीफ मैंने आपको बताई अपने चेंबर के बारे में. अगर मैं आज के इस बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट टॉपिक के बारे में कुछ कहूं, आप सबको मालूम है कि हमारा वो देश है जिसने हमेशा नारियों का सम्मान किया है. हमारा वो देश है, अगर हम पुराण में देखें, जो हमारे भगवान हैं ब्रह्मा विष्णु महेश, उनके जो कॉन्सॉर्ट्स हैं वो आप सब जानते हैं, सरस्वती, लक्ष्मी और पार्वती जी. हम अगर श्री राम की बात करें तो सीता आती है, हम अगर श्री कृष्ण की बात करें तो राधा आती है. वो मकाम हमारे देश ने हमेशा दिया है. छोटा एग्जाम्पल, वैष्णो देवी, the whole nation goes there. That is what shows the respect we have. But perhaps down the ages, कहीं पर हम अपनी कल्चर और वैल्यू को भूल गए हैं या भूल रहे हैं. अब इसको एड्रेस करने के लिए हमें परफोर्स एक्ट्स बनाने पड़ते, जिसकी आज हम चर्चा भी करेंगे. हम सुप्रीम कोर्ट को लाना पड़ता है हमें बीच में कि आप आइए और जरा ये मानसिकता ठीक करिए लोगों की. बड़ी अजीब सी बात लगती है भाई. पूरे वर्ल्ड में हर कल्चर अलग है, हर मुल्क अलग है. हमारा मुल्क अलग है, हमारी कल्चर अलग थी. विडंबना है कि आज हम लोग यहाँ बैठ के इस पे चर्चा करेंगे. द होल डे वी विल बी टॉकिंग अबाउट हाउ टू मेक द वुमन सेफ, जिनको हमने एक अलग ही दर्जा दिया. सो दैट इज my start to what I have to say. We all know कि किसी भी मुल्क की तरक्की बिना वुमन वर्कफोर्स की हो ही नहीं सकती. अगर हम कहें कि सिर्फ आदमी ही करें, ऑल्दो हम सब आदमी हैं, बट हम अगर ये कहें कि हमारे साथ ही होगा, ऐसा गलत मानना है और ऐसी धारणा भी गलत. The respect to women is very important, and I feel it has to start from your own house. It's not only the laws that you make, and वो डंडा लेके अगर आप कोशिश करें कि अब एक मानसिकता ठीक हो, वो शायद ठीक है, वो भी जरूरी है, but it has to be going serially, going parallelly, both the things. In fact, I was just talking yesterday. You know, a family wanted to give a gift to the son. वो आजकल वो नई घड़ियां आ गई है ना, तो घड़ी गिफ्ट करनी थी, क्या कहते हैं उसको, स्मार्ट वॉच. तो वो ये कहा गया सब स्मार्ट वॉच तो लाना है, लेकिन इसमें ब्लूटूथ मत देना. मतलब इतना भी फेथ नहीं है कि ब्लूटूथ मत देना, क्योंकि ब्लूटूथ दे दोगे तो फिर वो कहीं एक्सेस हो जाएगा, वो टेलीफोन पे और यूट्यूब पे और इधर और उधर. You see, it comes from there, and then we try to say कि ऑफिस में ठीक हो जाए. तो I mean, we have to address everything together. It's not only in the workplace, it's also in the home. That is important. have faith in children, develop faith in them, and we have to try and bring back our own values and our culture. आपको मालूम है प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने नारी शक्ति के बारे में बोला है. अब उन्होंने भी नारी शक्ति के बारे में अगर कहा है तो उसके पीछे भी कुछ वजह है. हमें सबको ये चीज हम हमारे चेंबर के थ्रू भी ये चीज काफी स्ट्रांगली टेकअप करते हैं. अब देखिए ना, हमारी जो फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर हैं इतनी एबल केपेबल, पूरे देश को चला रही हैं. अब वही हम कहेंगे जी सीतारमन जी तो अपने घर में ही रह जाएं. I mean, I don't think it makes any sense. There's so much of potential in the ladies. But yes, like I said, their honor, their dignity has to be protected. In fact, when you talk about honor and dignity, again go back to our mythology. The two main epics, Ramayana and Mahabharata, what were they centered around? Sita ji and Draupadi, to get back their honor and dignity. So, I mean, मुझे डॉक्टर साहब ने बोला, डॉक्टर जितेंद्र ने, कि सर आप इंडस्ट्री पर्सपेक्टिव दीजिएगा. मैंने कहा इसमें इंडस्ट्री पर्सपेक्टिव मैं क्या दूं? इसमें क्या इंडस्ट्री का मतलब? इसमें ठीक है आप लीगल, आप लोग सब एक्सपर्ट्स हैं, आप लोग सब लीगल हमें अपनी एक्सपर्टीज बताएंगे, बट मैं जहां तक कंसर्न हूं, मुझे लगता है इसमें मैं क्या इंडस्ट्री का पर्सपेक्टिव दूं कि मेरे को तो भाई मानसिकता ही गलत लग रही है. तो हमें तो वो चीज ठीक करनी जरूरी है. खैर एनीवे, मुझे एक छोटी सी स्क्रिप्ट दी गई है तो मैं कुछ पॉइंट आपके साथ शेयर करता हूं. आप सबको मालूम है 2013 एक्ट है, व्यू पॉइंट्स, और अभी अभी मुझे बताया जा रहा था कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी उसके ऊपर अपनी टिप्पणी दी है, that why it is important. We are all hearing about gender equality. These terms which are coming up, which is actually, like I'm saying again and again, it's not Indian terms. It's not our values. It's not something which we have been hearing. I mean, in our nation, a wife holds a very important status in a house, because she's not only a wife, she has been a daughter, she is a bahu, and she is the one who binds the family together. अब ये important है ना हम लोगों के लिए. हम सोच ही नहीं सकते कि उनका हम निरादर करें, अपनी वाइफ को हम शो डाउन करें, but then probably masses में ये नहीं हो रहा है. और इसीलिए हम लोग सोचते हैं कि हमारा चेंबर दूसरी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस के साथ मिलके सेंसिटाइज करे, लोगों को जाए, वर्कर्स को देखे. आई ऑल्सो रिप्रेजेंट द कंस्ट्रक्शन फ्रेटर्निटी. वहां इस चीज को समझाएं. अब फिर वहां पर अगर हम बात करेंगे तो वो ये था जी, बड़ी चैलेंजेस आते हैं कि लेडीज आके रिपोर्ट नहीं करती हैं कि जी वो सोशल स्टिग्मा हो जाता है, उनको डर हो जाता है. कुछ ही लेडीज हैं जो रेसलर्स जैसे हैं, जो बेचारे हैं इस वक्त जंतर मंतर पे, पर नहीं कुछ हो रहा है, बट डर हो जाता है, सोशल स्टिग्मा हो जाता है, अवेयरनेस नहीं है. अब ये चीजें हमें एड्रेस करके उन तक रीच करना है. वी हैव टू गो टू देम रादर देन एक्सपेक्ट देम टू कम हियर. While we are talking about workplace, I think another topic which we should be discussing somewhere, somehow, is the domestic area, which is very important, which we do see it happens, and that should also be plugged, that should also be addressed. कहने को बहुत कुछ है, वो है ना जी एक वो लाइन, कहने को बहुत कुछ है लेकिन किससे कहें हम. तो मैं लास्ट में सिर्फ 2 लाइन बोलूंगा. वो किसी ने कहा है कि और हर बाजी जीत ले अगर वो ठान ले, और हर बाजी वो जीत ले अगर वो ठान ले, दुनिया क्या उसे रोकेगी अगर वो हौसलों से उड़ान ले. So thank you so much. I think most welcome to this very important uh, event of ours. And please do not hesitate to give in your suggestions to us. They will be compiled and taken on to the appropriate levels. And we look forward to having you all over with us in our endeavor to definitely bring back our culture and values. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Vic, for your address. And as rightly said by him, it's not about the workshop. It's not about sensitizing only this house. Will be coming with a post-event report. We'll definitely look for your recommendations also. And the report, the white paper will be given to NCW, to different state government departments, and to the Ministry of Women and Child Development. Thank you very much. Now with this, I'd like to invite Mr. GP Madan, Managing Partner, Madan Law Offices, and also a posh expert. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Jatinder. First disclaimer, I am not a posh expert. I am still a student of law. Mr. Ashish Vig, Ms. Leher Sethi, Mr. Ravi Birbal, Dr. Jatinder, and dear participants, some of whom are members of various ICs and some of whom are actually post traders also. I can witness some of the post trainers sitting in front of me. A very warm welcome to all of you to this training workshop on, the title says Prevention of Sexual Harassment at Workplace, isn't so? Prevention of Sexual Harassment POSH Act.
Yeah.
No, sir, the title which is there.
Okay.
But actually the name is not prevention, it is prevention, prohibition and redressal. It covers all three. And there cannot be any better time to conduct this training workshop, particularly after this 12th May judgment of Honorable Supreme Court, where Supreme Court has raised its concerns on the effectiveness and implementation of this particular legislation even after 10 years of its implementation. Sir, I'll start with from a couple of issues you raised. You said that importance and women at workplace. I recall that during some years after promulgation of Companies Act 2013 and after introduction of listing regulations, LODR 2015, first of all, it was made mandatory that all the listed companies and other public limited companies beyond a particular size shall have one woman director. Later on, it was provided that all these companies shall have one woman independent director. And it is not that the legislators have come out with this particular concept from the blue. Actually, there has been a complete research and study behind all this. And one of the global surveys says that women at workplace make better work relationship, they make better culture. Even the report has gone to the extent that all these companies where there are women on the board, those companies have performed better in financial terms also. And one of the reports says that even the possibility of bankruptcy, if you have one woman board director, the possibility of bankruptcy goes down by 20%. So jokingly, I say appoint 5 women directors. There will not be any chance of any bankruptcy in the companies, and now insolvency and bankruptcy is also the in thing. Sir, you also refer to that smart watch, that Bluetooth should not be there. Only on 12th of this month, Delhi High Court has given an advisory to Delhi State Legal Advisory Legal Services Authority to conduct certain education programs for the students, that if any content is shared without the permission or authority of the person concerned, then there are stringent provisions for punishment for that, and the education with respect to this should be provided amongst all the students. Yeah. On 12th of this month only, sir.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Coming to, because I being a lawyer, I'll try to confine to the legal four corners of the law with respect to this law. As all of us know that the genesis of this law is 1992 Bhamri Devi rape case in Rajasthan. That was gang rape. by the village goons who are some of the pradhans and village politicians also. And in that particular case, in the year 1997, Supreme Court laid down Vishaka guidelines to be followed by the companies. And it was expected that after these Vishaka guidelines, Government of India will come out with a particular legislation to have this prevention and prohibition and redressal of this harassment at workplace. However, it took 13 long years for the government to come out with a bill. And the year 2010, the Government of India came out with a bill. However, the bill remained a bill unless we had December 2012 Nirbhaya Kand. और निर्भया कांड के बाद ये हुआ, आई एम आल्सो टेकिंग लिबर्टी टू स्पीक इन हिंदी सर. आफ्टर निर्भया कांड सरकार एकदम जागी, अरे क्या हुआ, वी नीड टू कम आउट विद सम लेजिस्लेशन. तो निर्भया कांड वाज नथिंग टू डू विद द वर्कप्लेस हैरेसमेंट, बट वो जो 13 साल लगे बिल बनाने में, और 13 साल के बाद जो बिल बना जो 3 साल तक पास नहीं हो पाया, ऑल ऑफ अ सडन इन ए हरी गवर्नमेंट प्लेस दैट बिल बिफोर द पार्लियामेंट, बोथ द हाउसेस ऑफ पार्लियामेंट पास्ड इट. And April 2013, the legislation became a reality. If you ask me personally, one of the very poorly drafted legislation. जल्दी उसके बाद टाइम नहीं था ना डिबेट के लिए. Nobody expected कि इतनी जल्दी लॉ बनाना पड़ेगा हमें. उसके बाद फिर 8 महीने लगे इसे रूल्स बनाने में. And December 2013, if I remember correctly, the rules were in force. I conducted one workshop on POSH in the month of March at Delhi and second workshop at Mumbai. I remember in my Mumbai workshop, there were around 50 participants. 50 में से 43 were females. अच्छा उस समय तो law बिल्कुल नया था, तो I was discussing about the provisions of the law. And the first tea break, 7 female participants from one single organization, they came to me, sir अगर ये law implement करना पड़ जाएगा तो हमारी कंपनी तो बंद हो जाएगी, या हमें छोड़ना पड़ जाएगी, हमें छोड़नी पड़ जाएगी. Well, in our company, the use of the slang words, be it hi honey, hi sexy, hi darling, or petting or hugging, it's very common. And if we stop using this word, there will not be any culture in the organization. And if we continue with this, then you have just told us that there may be inquiry against us if any complaint is filed. So we need to maintain a balance between the two. Now how the balance is to be maintained, that is up to the management and the employees. How the workshops and training sessions are conducted in that particular organization, how the service rules are framed, how this POSH policy is framed, whether it's a women oriented only or a gender bias. It's not a gender bias. I mean, it covers both the males and females both. It needs to be decided by the particular company and its management. And while implementing this particular legislation, this is also to be seen that there is no misuse of this law. There are not frivolous complaints under this legislation. Sometimes the complaints are filed to settle personal scores. Even yesterday itself, Supreme Court, 17th May yesterday, Supreme Court has granted a mail to one of the largest parties of the country, one of the leaders of the largest party in the state of Assam. And the allegations have been laid against that leader by a party worker only. But the date of the incident which is given in the complaint and the date of the filing of the complaint, there is a long gap. And in which there are so many personal appearances and the lectures and all that. But at none of the places the issue was raised with respect to the complaint. However, something might have transpired after certain months and then the complaint is filed. So in the eyes of the Supreme Court, there are certain doubts. There are certain gaps. So therefore, the Supreme Court has granted a bail to the respondent. Let's see what will happen later on. But what I'm trying to say that we have to see that law is not misused at all. But on the other hand, we have to see that law should be properly used also. As sir said, that there is a fear among the females that there will be social stigma if we file a complaint. And that is what Supreme Court has said in this 12th May judgment also, that in many of the cases, the females, the complainants are not coming forward because they are having a fear of losing their job even. And some of them, some of the females, the victims, are actually leaving the job rather than filing a complaint. So think of that. It means there is no harmonious atmosphere, there is no harmonious culture in that particular organization. If the female employees have to resort to such an action of leaving the job rather than filing a complaint. The Supreme Court judgment further says that the females have, the employees particularly, they have lost faith in this entire process. Some of the females are not even aware about the provisions of the law, how the complaint is to be filed, how to appear before the IC, and what is the process of the submission, calling the witnesses, who can be witness. Now, after all this, suppose this is happening. We have IC and we have witness and we have inquiry, but Supreme Court says even how to conduct an inquiry. Even the IC, many of the ICs are not aware about how to conduct an inquiry. How to constitute a committee? I think I've used certain words. The Supreme Court judgment has said that ill-prepared IC and improperly constituted IC. And they've used a third term, half-baked inquiry. Now, if there is improperly constituted IC, ill-prepared IC, and there is a half-baked inquiry, can you expect justice from that particular committee? My answer is big no. So first of all, rather than having an orientation program for the employees, there should be orientation program for the members of the board as well as the members of this IC. They should also know how to conduct the inquiry, how to invite the witnesses. One major question which has remained unanswered till date, though provision is there in law, that the identity and the names and addresses of the complainant, the accused, and the witnesses shall not be made public. But what will happen in case a case goes to the court? If a case goes to the court of law, can we hide these names? And if the names are disclosed in the order and the order is reported, is it not non-compliance? It is not contravention of the provisions of this particular legislation? I remember in PSUs, it's very common that against, if IC has passed an order, against that order, writ petitions are preferred. Even actually this 12th May judgment of Honorable Supreme Court is not against a decision of the IC, let me tell you. This is against a judgment passed by Bombay High Court in the year 2012. उसके अगेंस्ट जो अपील फाइल हुई है, रेट पिटीशन जो फाइल हुई है, उसका जजमेंट है ये 12th में 2023 का, after 13 years, sorry 11 years. And that particular order of Bombay High Court was not under POSH because POSH was not there, but that was with respect to and order passed by Goa Educational University, if I remember the name correctly. Goa Educational University passed an order, and against the for regarding this harassment at workplace, against that order, somebody filed a writ petition before Bombay High Court. Bombay High Court passed an order, and against that order, the Honorable Supreme Court passed its judgment of 12th of May. But in this judgment, in addition to the whatever transpired in that matter, in addition, the Supreme Court has actually raised its concern on the implementation of this legislation. Coming to this disclosure of the names, Bombay High Court, again I remember in the year 2021, I should be having a quotation of that, yeah. Bombay High Court laid down certain interim guidelines. And those guidelines were not for the ICs, those guidelines were actually for the courts. So while dealing with the case under prevention of sexual harassment, what guidelines a court should follow? It was said that all these proceedings should be in cabin, neither physically nor virtually. Even the court staff will also not be available at the time of the hearing. The proceedings will not be recorded. And when the final order comes, not in the order, in the application and all the pleadings also, the names of the complainant and names of the respondent shall also not be disclosed. It will be A versus B or B versus C. These orders shall not be reported also. And the final orders also, when the final order shall be consigned to the files or the record room, there also names of the parties will not be there. But I'm not sure whether these guidelines are being followed by other courts or not under this legislation. Even this Supreme Court judgment of 12th May also talks about the name of the appellant or name of the petitioner. However, names of the respondents, I think the two girls, that those names are not there. Though I think I've taken the time more than I wanted, allotted to me.
Very informative.
Thank you, sir. At the end, I'll say that irrespective of the number of legislations or rules, can we stop this harassment? My answer is big no. We have Indian Penal Code 1860, which talks about punishment for murder is death. Phansi de do. Is it acting as a deterrent? Don't we have murders? Don't we have rapes? Don't we have thefts? Don't we have dacoities? Still there. So what is actually to be done? Actually to be done is to change the mindset of the people. Change the mindset of the employees. That's nobody should think of having such an incident. What we need to have fear of law, and we need to have respect for law. And more than that, as I said, we need to change our mindset. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Madan Sahab. You are in fact
A couple of points, if you give me 2 more minutes, I would like to discuss. That is with respect to the reporting. As our legislation says that the number of for formation of IC shall be reported in the annual report of the organization. But I belong to corporate sector. So in the year 2018, Ministry of Corporate Affairs sought a suggestion from us. I was also part of that committee, and we suggested to the ministry, not in the annual business report or annual report, it should be part of the director's report. Because annual report consists of balance sheet, profit and loss account, director's report, management discussion and analysis, and blah blah, all that. But we approached to the government, we suggested to the government it should be part of the director's report, so that this statement should come from the directors. And then ministry came out with, yes, with respect to the constitution, there should be statement that company has complied with the provisions of this particular law with respect to constitution of IC. But that was with respect to constitution of IC only. Later on, we at Institute of Company Secretaries of India, we formulated secretarial standards for board report. Incidentally, I was also part of that board which prepared these standards. In the standards, we have proposed that not only the disclosures with respect to the constitution of the committee, but also the disclosures with respect to the complaints pending at the beginning of the year, complaints received during the year, complaints disposed of during the year, and complaints pending at the end of the year. These 4 disclosures shall also be there in the board report, and this provision is now mandatory. And now if you see the annual reports of all the companies, you will find in all the annual report there is a disclosure with respect to this. And on the basis of that, I tell you, the stock exchanges also conduct their research. And recently it has been found that in the year 2020, if we compare year 1920 and 2021, these 2 financial years, in the year 2021, the number of complaints have come down. The reason of that may be, at most of the time, it was work from home. But work from home may be both sare issues the. If 2 employees of the company, they are having a chat, or they are on their computer systems, and both of them sitting in their bedrooms, whether bedroom will be called a workplace or not. If on the back of the mail, if there are certain obscene pics, what should you do? उस समय तो शुरू में तो इतनी facilities भी नहीं थी कि आप blur कर दो या कुछ कर दो, तो can the complaints be initiated against those incidents or not? So in the year 2021, the number of complaints came down. But in the year 2020, 21, 22, again, the number of complaints has gone up. 22, 23 figures are yet to be out, but all the companies have yet to come out with their annual reports. But the heartening thing is that out of BSE top 100 companies, there are 11 companies in which not even a single complaint has been received during last 3 years. I'm not saying complaint has not been reported, but the culture is like that in those companies and not even a single incident is there. It may be because of the cozy atmosphere. It may be very, very cooperative attitude of everybody, or it may be because of fear. Or it may be a combination of all this. So again, I'll say all we need to do is to inculcate this feeling, or inculcate to have this mindset that such an incident, there should not be any reason of that. So हमें उसे सजा देनी है. सजा देने से पहले हमें ये कल्चर बनाना है कि ऐसा इंसिडेंट हो ही नहीं किसी भी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में, वो ही इस लेजिस्लेशन की विक्ट्री है. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Madan. In fact, you cited that the top 100 companies BSE listed, there were zero reporting as such. In fact, one of the reasons can be that as per the SEBI guidelines, all 1,000 listed companies, top listed companies, they have to file their annual BRSR, that is business responsibility and social reporting. Among 9 principles of BRSR, one of the principles deal with basically the gender diversity and safety at workplace. And as a part of mandate, every member of the ICC and also all employees, they have to undergo the POSH training also. I think that may have some sort of a ripple effect in terms of, sensitizing people more on these issues so that there is less incident or maybe like less reporting as such. Thank you very much. Now we come to, in fact, Midan sir, one question from you, not question, just a suggestion that you must have read the, POSH Act in length and breadth. Any important suggestion, any practical thing that you think can actually be inserted or maybe somewhat altered so that it becomes more employee friendly? Because we are coming with the thought paper post this program also, wherein we'll be sending this report to all state departments and ministries.
Strict implementation of the provisions and stringent provisions for non-compliance, which are not stringent at all at present. At present, what is the penalty which is provided under for non-compliance? It's a fine of 50,000 rupees, which can be imposed for non-compliance of any of the provisions of the Act. But on the other hand, in case of companies, which I just shared with you, that with respect to the disclosures in the board report, if the disclosures are adequate, proper disclosures are not made in the board report, then the penalties as prescribed under Companies Act are applicable, which runs into lakhs, and there is a provision for imprisonment also. But that is with respect to companies and only disclosure with respect to number of cases and constitution of IC. But as far as the happenings are concerned, I think the POSH, as I said, it was passed in a haste. We need to have very, very stringent provisions for non-compliances. That's according to me. That कुछ भी कहें जी, इंडिया में हम डंडे के यार हैं, जब तक डंडा नहीं चले हमें नहीं समझ आती है.
Now with this, we come to our next domain expert, Ms. Leher Sethi. Ms. Sethi is the director at Something Creative. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, Mr. Madan, for that very illustrious, explanation of the entire document that I just reread yesterday. It was very interesting to get your perspective, and it's a pleasure being on the dais with you, with Dr. Jitendra Singh, Mr. Ashish Wig, who's invited me here today. Thank you so much. And of course, Ms. Ravi. So I'm here in the capacity of being an LCC member. I'm the external member for the committee that has been formed by the Delhi government for South Delhi. So I'm here in that, that is why I'm here today. So you spoke about mindset, and so did you, Mr. Wick. So let me just exemplify how our mindset works when it comes to any complaint, whether it is sexual harassment or rape. I'll involve the audience here, and I'm glad to be talking to an informed audience here today. So tell me, which is the most famous rape case in our country? The Nirbhaya case. What else comes to our mind? Maybe the Bhavari Devi case that was just mentioned. Now, we remember the names of the victims. We remember Nirbhaya. Many of you might actually know her as Jyoti. We remember Bhavari Devi. How many of you remember the names of the rapists? Charles Sobraj was in another case, not really. That's a different matter altogether. What I'm trying to tell you is that the victimization of the victim continues for the rest of her life when she decides to come forward and to make an example. This needs to change, and all of us are responsible for it. So, right. So, with that, I'll actually come to a speech that I prepared. So, the topic that I've been asked to address here today is the issues, the challenges, and the compliances in the Sexual Harassment of Women at the Workplace Act, the Prevention, Prohibition, and Redressal Act. So, it's a very simple act. It's like just these 16 pages. And then, it is followed by a set of guidelines, which is another 6 pages. 3 pages are in Hindi, 3 pages are in English. So it's not something which is very complicated. Anybody can read it, anybody can understand it. But like Mr. Madan said, it's a very frivolous, I mean, it's not one of the things that I noticed was that the language that is used in the act can be interpreted in a very loose way, which is why there is a provision wherein it can be misused, and which is why there is also a, there's not so much of strictness that should be there in the act. So, like you rightly pointed out, I think it was made in a hurry. So I'll start with some numbers. There was a study that was conducted by the Indian National Bar Association that found that 37.8% of the participants reported having been sexually harassed at their workplace. Now, the study found that almost 69% of the victims never complain or report sexual harassment, and there's a plethora of reasons for that. There's fear, there's social stigma, and of course, there is also lack in there's not enough confidence in the entire system. The survey had about 6,047 participants. These participants were from Delhi, Mumbai, Bangalore, Pune, Assam, Jalandhar, Kolkata, Ahmedabad, Hyderabad, and Lucknow. So tier 1 and tier 2 cities. 78% were females and 22% were males. So it was found that no matter what industry the people came from, they had experienced some kind of sexual harassment in their life. The workplace, however, was the most sexually aggressive place in their lives, with about 38% people saying that they were harassed at the workplace. Schools and colleges came next, with about 22% people. So between schools, colleges, and the workplace, 50% of the respondents said this is where they faced sexual harassment. A large proportion of the victims said that they were harassed by their immediate manager or a fellow colleague that they were in constant touch with, or senior leaders of the organization. 3 out of every 4 people who were harassed said that they were subjected to inappropriate comments, touching, or physical abuse. So we can see that the problem is pretty widespread. It's not ikka dukka, kabhi kabhi hota hai. It's very, very widespread. A lot of people go through it, but very few people get to the point where they cannot ignore it anymore. And only then do victims come forward, when they feel that, okay, now ignoring it is not working. Why? Because they fear retaliation. So, sabse pehle, if somebody who's your immediate boss, and this I'm saying because I've been working in the gender sensitization space for quite a while now. So the first thing that, it begins with is, let's go out for coffee, let's go out for dinner. And most women will just refuse or make an excuse and think that that's the end of it. But it doesn't end there. It's only when it comes to a point where they're being touched or they're being sent messages or emails, and there's like a lot of inappropriate behavior, that the victim will go and complain. And many people in this survey said that they did not believe that they would be protected by the law if they reported sexual harassment. So that is one of the things that we really need to suggest, protecting the victim. IMBA's report also stated that majority of the people are completely unaware of the Sexual Harassment of Women at Workplace Act that was instituted in 2013. So the fact is that we have a lot of laws in place. No matter what the legislation might be, there is a legislation. However comprehensive it might be, and no matter how much it is on the side of the women, the implementation, it does not seem, is the same. So, like we all know, harassment is not just confined to the workplace. And again, outside also, law is on the side of the woman. So we have this ridiculous and demeaning practice of eve teasing that I think everyone goes through. It is very sad that it is, in fact, I was having this conversation with you, Mr. Wick, the other day, that it's been glorified in our movies. So eve teasing is seen as friendly banter. Mazak kar rahe hain, has rahe hain. But it is not. We normalize it by treating it the way that we do. So in films, we see that the hero follows the heroine. The heroine says, no, na mein bhi haan hai. Na mein haan nahi hai. Na ka matlab na hai. So public places mein, we see that, the hero is following the heroine says no a couple of times, and then eventually, he keeps popping up in different places to embarrass her. She goes somewhere, he's at her workplace, he's in her school, college. It's a very common thing that we see in our movies. And finally, after all this harassment in legal terms, she gives in and she says yes. So what is it that we're actually portraying? What is it? What is the message that we're sending to the people who are watching these movies? At the end, the woman will say yes, but that does not happen in real life. And that is not the way to go about it. So the fact is, and I'm sure sir will agree with me here, that singing lewd songs to a woman in a public space constitutes sexual harassment with a 3-month jail term. So what our heroes do with heroines can actually land you in jail. So do not sing songs to women on the roadside. If they decide to complain against you, you might actually go to jail. And unfortunately, when incidents like this happen, most women do not side with women. People prefer to keep quiet and say, hone do, jane do, why should I get involved? Again, most women do not find support even in the men who are at a liability of taking action. They also do not do anything. So the attitude of the public is that, these are harmless indiscretions. It's not leading to any violence or anything very serious. So why are women, why make a big fuss about it? In fact, if a woman stands up and starts screaming at the man, you'll probably be like, what's wrong with her? Why is she creating a scene? So again, it comes to the mindset problem. We need to change that mindset. We should stand with women who decide to do that. So making sexually colored remarks against a woman is punishable with up to 3 years. Same goes for using sexually inappropriate language in the presence of a woman, which many of us inadvertently end up doing. So it's been a problem in many workplaces, and many a times as a woman objects to this kind of language being used, it is the woman who is seen as being hypersensitive. कि ये तो कुछ ज़्यादा ही sensitive है, ये तो joke लेना नहीं जानती, or as being very prude. She has too much attitude. These are the practical nuances of this act that I'm talking about, because I think sir has already gotten into the legal framework. So most men in India do not seem to realize that their language, or what locker room talk that they do, is offensive and extremely demeaning to women. So that language needs to change. So I think we've already gone through an overview of the POSH Act. I had made a few notes of the key provisions of the Act. So the first one is that the Act includes defining what is sexual harassment. So it includes, as per the Act, it includes physical, verbal, non-verbal conduct, a demand or request for sexual favors, making sexually colored remarks, showing pornography, and any other unwelcome physical, verbal, or non-verbal conduct of a sexual nature. Now, even though it's great that it defines all of this, how a person perceives it, like I, as a woman, could perceive anything as being sexual harassment as per this. So we also need to maybe, give the suggestion that it needs to be further defined into what constitutes sexual harassment.
May I? Actually, it is an inclusive definition. It includes, it's not exhaustive definition. So these are some of the examples which are given in the law. Other anything and everything under the sun can be included here.
Yeah, exactly. The Act also lists 5 circumstances that would constitute sexual harassment. The first one is an implied or explicit promise of preferential treatment in her employment in case she gives certain favors, an implied or explicit threat of detrimental treatment, an implied or explicit threat about the complainant's present or future employment status, that if you do not go along with me, then I will kick you out of my team or get you thrown out of the company. All of this constitutes sexual harassment. Interference with the work or creating an offensive or hostile work environment. The third part is that it mandates employers to provide a safe working environment in the workplace and makes them responsible for ensuring that their employees are safe from both other employees and even non-employees. So even contractual workers or somebody who they're going for a meeting, for example, to somebody who's entering the office, anyone who misbehaves with them, as long as they are in their workplace area, comes under this. Employers are also required to establish, like we all spoke about, the ICC, the Internal Complaints Committee, to receive and investigate complaints of sexual harassment. Now, the ICC must be composed of at least 4 members, including an external member, and it must be headed by a woman. Many companies, as far as I know, are not doing that. Even though the law states clearly that the head of the ICC should be a woman, in many cases, it is not so. It is a man instead. In the case of the wrestlers' protest, against their organization, the association's internal ICC, I believe this is what was reported in some of the media houses, has 4 men and 1 woman. So that is not what the law states. So this also needs to be taken into consideration. So there is again a provision that says that, partner organizations can also lend their senior employees for an association such as this. So there are various provisions within the Act, within the legal framework. However, they are not being followed. The Act also requires the employers to conduct regular awareness and sensitization programs on sexual harassment. And in addition to the POSH Act, like I mentioned, there are also the POSH guidelines, where all of this is specified, that in case you do not have a senior lady employee, then what do you do? And so on and so forth. There is also the matter of making sure that the identity of both parties involved, not just the victim here, even the person against whom the complainant has filed a complaint, is supposed to be kept anonymous. However, we all know that within the organization, rumor mongering starts as soon as someone decides to go and file a complaint. So the ICC itself leaks the names of both the people many a times, because the ICC does not know that it is not supposed to leak out this information. So there needs to be a very strong sensitization as concerned with this particular act. So I'll now come to the issues and the challenges that we face. I have just made a few points, so I'll quickly run you through them. The first one is the lack of expertise of the Internal Complaints Committee itself. So the ICC members, in many cases, have little to no experience in handling sensitive and judicial complaints. They do not know what it is that they're supposed to be doing. They just know they're part of a committee, but what is their role as being part of that committee is unknown to them. The second point is inadequate training for ICC members. So that is the points 1 and 2 are related. It is because they are unaware of what their rules and responsibilities are that they have no experience in handling such issues. So most of the people who are part of these committees do not have a judicial background and are unaware of how they are supposed to deal with a complaint or a complainant when they come forward. So there really needs to be adequate training in that case. Another issue is the lack of awareness and training among employees and employers. So basically what I'm trying to say is that in many organizations, again, I'll come to an example of the Wrestlers Federation because I have been there on the spot and spoken to these women who are protesting. They did not know that there is such a thing as an ICC within their organization. One of the people out there was a member of the ICC, but did not know that she was a member of the ICC. So these are real practical challenges that we face every day. So when you form an ICC, and if you're not informing the members, you're not calling them, you're not sending them messages, or you're not emailing them, how are they supposed to know? And then after that, you're supposed to conduct proper trainings to tell them how to go about doing their job as being a member of the ICC. So it is very important to do that. Then there are serious lapses in the enforcement of the Act, with glaring lacunae in the constitutions of the committees. There's an inadequate number of committees and organizations. And there is also a lot of uncertainty that when something like this happens, and let's say that a complainant wants to go and make a complaint, she does not know who to approach because she's not been told that there's an ICC. She's not been informed that these are the members of the ICC. So ना तो ICC के members को पता होता है और ना लोगों को पता होता है कि ICC में है कौन. So basically, the ICC, even though it is existent, it is non-existent. And I'm not talking about the big corporates of the country. I'm talking about the smaller organizations, the mid-level organizations. Women facing sexual harassment at the workplace are reluctant to report such misconduct due to a lack of confidence in the process and in its outcome. A hostile, insensitive and unresponsive working environment towards women employees hampers the success of this act. And in many cases, the complainant faces a lot of pressure to withdraw her complaint. And I have personally seen this as somebody who's working in that area. Compromise कर लो, छोड़ दो, कितनी देर तक लड़ोगी, तुम्हारी और harassment होगी, तुम्हें ही बुला के सवाल करे जाएंगे. These are all very practical things, very real things that are told to women. And I think to every woman who decides to stand up for herself. So like I said earlier, how does it begin? You first get an invitation to dinner, which you deny. Then you get an invitation to coffee. And then I'm giving you an example of a case. So this woman was called into the office of her employer, and he had deliberately turned on a porn site and paused it. She ignored it. She went in, she was a little shaken, but she decided to ignore it, even though she was a little panicked. And that is what most women in that case will do. Then the physical advances followed, a slight touch on the hand, so you're not sure, maybe galti se lag gaya ho, or a pat on the back, maybe he's genuinely encouraging me. Things like that. So a woman does not even know, many a time she's not even sure that ye sexual harassment hai, yeah, maybe this is just a friendly gesture. And when it finally reached a point where he was touching her inappropriately, trying to touch her every time that she entered his office, that she finally decided, I cannot ignore it and I have to go and file a case. I have to approach the Internal Complaints Committee. So when she did, what happened? She was isolated. the people that she used to hang out with every day in the cafeteria, in the various public spaces within the office space, started ignoring her, started avoiding her, because they did not want to be seen as being close to her. Which is why women only report sexual harassment when it comes to a point that they cannot ignore it anymore. And even then, what happens? Many people say, isko kuch nahi mila hoga, iski performance achhi nahi hogi, or some other reason. She probably wants some kind of a favor from the boss, which is why she is complaining. And a lot of people fall into that trap. We have a tendency not to believe a woman because women do not normally come forward. Also, the support of the family in this case is very important, because before going and filing a case, she most of the times will confide in her husband, if she has one, or her boyfriend, or somebody in the family. If the family does not stand by the woman and says, chhod do, naukri chhod do, usko avoid kar do, in that case also, the woman, even though she feels very strongly that she should complain, does not complain. And we've seen this many a times. So, eventually this woman whose example I am giving you, she had a long, lonely and humiliating battle to fight. And eventually within 6 months, she left her job because she could not handle the further victimization that came her way due to her filing a complaint. Also, there is a lot of office gossip that goes around. Again, it brings us back to the whole process of how this is done. It is very important to hide the identities of the parties involved, which is not done. So rumor mongering, it might have been something like what I just mentioned, somebody watching porn and pausing it, but then, the rumors will make it into something else, and eventually the woman cannot take it anymore. And the woman also faces a long-term, social stigma in the form of even, to the point wherein when she goes to another organization looking for a job, she's told that we do not want to hire a troublemaker. Women like this are branded troublemakers, whereas it should be the other way around. Men should be the troublemakers, the men who have been used to behaving this way. So the Act also lacks clear guidelines on maintaining confidentiality. Like I said, it does not give exact guidelines that this is how you can maintain confidentiality. And it often leads to compromising the identities of the parties involved. Then there's inadequate dissemination of information. The National Legal Services Authority and state legal services have been asked to develop modules and to conduct gender sensitization programs in schools, universities, and other institutions for better dissemination of the Act. And these booklets are available online in case you want to download them. Then there are lapses in enforcement. And then there are also false reports of sexual harassment. Now, not a lot of people know this, but I'm sure Sir will, I would request Sir to go further into this, but there are clear guidelines as to what can be the punishment in case somebody makes a malicious complaint. So under the False Complaints Act, under the POSH Act, there is up to 2 years in prison and a fine of 1 lakh. So if you see, that's quite a lot. And therefore, filing a false complaint with the ICC under the POSH Act can actually result in legal repercussions for the person who's a complainant. But this is not public knowledge. Again, somebody only who reads the Act in detail will understand that this is also a provision that has been made. The Act's provisions in the punishment for sexual harassment are also criticized for being extremely lenient. So I was quite surprised when I first read this Act to see that there is a whole section called, what is it called? I'll just tell you. Conciliation. Conciliation. So even before you go to the point wherein, the committee takes action or looks into the complaint, usse pehle Before that, you have conciliation, which is what we are told everywhere. Husband मार रहा है, समझौता कर लो. सास बुरी है, समझौता कर लो. कोई support नहीं करता, समझौता कर लो. So यहाँ पे भी, even before we actually get to the point where we go to the ICC, there is a clause that says conciliation, which puts the pressure again on the woman who's been aggrieved. So the lines in the clause, sorry, I think I've exceeded my time limit. Okay, so I'm just winding up. So the lines that are there in the clause say before initiating an inquiry under relevant section and at the request of the aggrieved woman, take steps to settle the matter between her and the respondent through conciliation. This needs to go. Sir, another suggestion that you can please give, or it needs to be better drafted, because this line, in my opinion, it dilutes the entire act. Thank you. And the last point is that the complainant can only be an aggrieved woman. This needs to change as well. It needs to add aggrieved men, because it's not like men are never subjected to sexual harassment. There are cases where men have also faced sexual harassment. So in Europe and in America, the provisions I'd also take men into account. And I think if we're talking about gender inclusion and gender diversity, then we need to include men in the complaint as well. So I think that's what I wanted to say in a nutshell. So thank you so much. And Sir has already mentioned the consequences for not complying with the POSH Act. Besides the legal repercussions, there are also the damage to reputation, I think, and brand image, which are also very, very important. So I think every organization should verify, they should relook at themselves and see whether they are complying with all the requirements under the POSH Act. And regular training and awareness programs are a need of the hour. Because if you're not doing that, then your internal complaints committee is just for show and there's no real use of it. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, man. In fact, in very simple and plain, talk without using any jargons, you have made this law very, very explicit and I think more understandable. Thank you very much. With this, now I'd like to invite Ms. Ravi Birbal. Ms. Ravi Birbal is the legal luminary. Everybody knows about her. She's expert. She is one of the domain experts that I have, because she has been here in many of the earlier events also. And whenever I listen to her, there are a lot of learnings that we take from her deliberations. So I now invite Ms. Ravi Birbal, Advocate, Supreme Court of India, for her address, please. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for inviting me to your spectacular event. Everyone's spoken so well. So I would start by saying that if men start talking about sexual harassment cases even more, the problem is going to resolve faster. If men can teach the other inappropriate men how to think, the problem would resolve faster. I truly believe that this has to be a cohesive exercise of both the men and the women. Now let's look at the history as to how the act was promulgated and how things came up. It was in the year 1997 when the celebrated judgment of Vishakha was passed by Honorable Supreme Court. However, Vishakha laid down guidelines for having inquiry committee, giving a report, etc. But there were no penal consequences. There was no punishment for not following Vishakha's judgment. And therefore, in the year 2013, the Parliament promulgated the Prevention of Sexual Harassment, etc., Act 2013. Not following the provisions of POSH Act has got some very serious complications and penalties. Monetary 50,000 is one part of it. But if you do not have an ICC, if you do not follow the guidelines, if you do not follow the regulations under POSH Act, your registration and your license to practice your business can get cancelled forever. So there are penal consequences for not following the law as laid down under the POSH Act. Now, POSH Act says that for every complaint of sexual harassment, there has to be an ICC, Internal Complaint Committee, in every organization which has got 10 or more employees. At least 50% of this POSH committee, mandatory ICC committee, has to be women. Within 3 months' time, a woman has to mandatorily make a complaint. And if she makes it beyond 3 months, she can give an application for condonation, but that will be subject to whether ICC considers or not. There cannot be an infinite delay in making such an application. ICC has to conduct an inquiry into the complaint in compliance with, you can note down the word, ori altrum partum, that is principles of natural justice. There has to be a full-fledged inquiry where both parties have the opportunity of leading their evidences, documentary, verbal, hearsay, cross-examination, etc. And upon that, a report is given by the ICC. After a report is given, the report is submitted to the disciplinary committee of the organization, which again issues a show cause notice to the accused employee. Depending upon response to the show cause notice, if the disciplinary committee so wants, depending upon the report of the ICC, it can impose penalties such as dismissal, removal, termination, compulsory retirement, stagnation, lowering of increment, or anything else, right? Apart from this, even a monetary compensation can be awarded to the woman depending upon her status, the loss of goodwill, reputation is being caused to her, mental trauma, whatever the misconduct was, physical, verbal, etc. One more important aspect is that during the pendency of the inquiry, to maintain a harmonious, holistic atmosphere, the male employee can be transferred to another location. Women can be granted something like a garden leave. You understand the concept of garden leave, or a work from home concept, or she can be given, a better place to work. Other assistance also has to be provided to her as laid down in the act. Then, apart from this, if a woman chooses to take criminal action against the man, apart from the proceedings under the act, even there, the company, as per the act, has to mandatorily support her. So wherever there is no ICC because they are less than 10 employees or because of non-compliances, you also have the provision of having a local complaint committee at the district level. So every district in the country is mandatorily supposed to have a local complaint committee also. Now, this was about the legal provisions under the POSH Act, which have been discussed by other speakers as well. Let us see what the courts have said. Honorable Supreme Court way back in 90s, in the case of April Export, said that in cases of sexual harassment, no leniency is to be shown. There has to be the most stringent penalty of all. Madras High Court recently has said that if there are personal feuds, misunderstandings, or a senior telling a junior how to work, that would not come within the ambit of POSH Act. Rajasthan High Court has said that if a male is working at another place, the female is at another place, the incident occurs after the working hours, that would be covered by POSH Act. So post-pandemic and during pandemic, we have seen instances of exchange of unethical WhatsApp. By virtue of Rajasthan High Court's judgment, that would be definitely covered under the POSH Act as well. Delhi High Court has again said that if there are personal feuds, misunderstandings, or the senior telling something to a junior, that would not come within the ambit of POSH Act. Calcutta High Court very recently in a very interesting case said that if it's a complaint regarding same gender, that would also come within the ambit of POSH Act. That was the case of a doctor. Bombay High Court in a very recent dictum has said that, name of the parties, report, every detail regarding POSH has to be kept absolutely confidential. In another case, Delhi High Court has said that if it was a case of consensual relationship, that would not come under POSH Act. But if it's a consensual relationship where they say that you're giving a preferential treatment to a woman, or you're promising a promotion or anything, that would come under POSH Act. So this is what Honorable Supreme Court and High Courts have discussed in various cases. There have been laws, there have been development of laws ever since Vishakha and then the POSH Act. Then again, in POSH Act, there is a section 13 and 14, which talks about malicious complaints. That if a woman makes a malicious complaint, there can be prosecution proceedings for as well. It's exactly section 14. However, very interestingly, courts have said that not being able to prove a case would not mean it is malicious. If a woman has not been able to prove that what she alleged against the man, that would not make it malicious. There has to be cogent, foolproof evidence that it was actually a malicious complaint. Then it's Supreme Court in various dictas of Bharat Forge, etc., have said that inquiry has to be conducted in compliance of full principles of natural justice. And Kerala, in the judgment of Kerala Solvent and Dharmadhikari, the Honorable Supreme Court has very clearly said that if a decision has been taken by the management that yes, this misconduct was conducted, and yes, the crime has occurred, the woman has suffered, then in that case, the courts would be very slow to interfere. The exact words are, no misplaced sympathy or generosity has to be shown by the courts in the decision taken by the administration. In a very interesting case by Honorable Supreme Court before the POSH Act, there was a case where the woman suffered and the man was transferred to another place. He was also penalized. So Supreme Court held that transferring a man to another place and giving a woman a punishment as well does not lead to double jeopardy. It's not double punishment. Transferring him to another place is to maintain the holistic, harmonious atmosphere of the organization, and punishment is realizing the realities of the situation for penalizing the person. Now, this was all about the legal provisions. My suggestions with respect to amendments in the Act and to further, achieve the objective of the Act would be threefold. One is that the preamble of the Act talks about discrimination, but the Act does not refer to discrimination. So I think not just sexual harassment, but even cases of discrimination should be covered. Second, because there can be discrimination also, there can be a very, an agnostic atmosphere against the woman. Such cases should also be covered. Second, I feel, that this provision of the woman making a complaint within 3 months, that should go, because sometimes a man is in a superior position or the woman is in an inferior position. She may be conscious, she's too junior. She does not feel like making a complaint at that point of time, but 5 years later, she may feel that now the incident still hurts me and I want to take it up. I want to speak up about it. So I think this 3 months thing must go. Third, I think, to actually achieve the execution and implementation of the provisions of POSH Act, there should be, like Leherji is saying, and like Sharma ma'am is there, that there should be inspectors appointed in every remote areas who should visit monthly, bi-monthly, quarterly to every home, to every construction site, to every factory, every shop establishment, have a register of women, of children, take their thumb impression, their signatures, and see that there are no cases of sexual harassment happening. I know this may lead to false complaint, but the grassroots problems we are all aware of. They would be controlled to a large extent. Deterrents would be created. If there are inspectors appointed in remote areas, they doing visit, men would themselves be scared of committing the misconduct. A great deterrent would be created. Apart from these 3 suggestions, yes, I do feel there has to be very strict penalties under the Act, which is there. If your registration and license to practice gets cancelled, it's a very strict penalty, but there should be very strict penalties imposed by the disciplinary committees also. So I think basic takeaway from what I said would be that appointing inspectors in remote areas, let them visit every home, especially, the problem of child abuse in remote areas is so prevalent. Let them take signatures of women over there. Let them ask the children over there. There can be CCTV recording of such inspections, which can be kept confidential. At the end, I would want to say that it's not just about a safety for women and children. Foreign companies also want to invest in a country which follows ethics. if our remote areas would be improved, if people would be happy, if companies would be compliant. I tell companies that if there is a case of sexual harassment, report in your annual report. Let the foreign investors show that you are so ethical, that you are so fair in reporting, because we all know the problem is not restricted to India. It's world over. And if you're fairly reporting about it, you're being bona fide in your conduct. So I think if India has to attract foreign investments, it has to take care of the grassroots problems with respect to women and children and have as ethical atmosphere as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In fact, in the interest of time, I think we can take 2 to 3 questions. Our domain experts are here. And since they are day in, day out with all these such cases, if you have any important suggestion or important any of the query, you can pose your question to any of the experts here. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for your insightful session from legal gender diversity, and we got a lot of insights from you also, madam. Two suggestions from this discussion. The first suggestion will be, see, this law is applicable when people come to the workplace, and a lot of unlearning needs to be done. Hence, it is very important to have policies, procedures, and education in place in schools. For example,
recording all these.
So am I audible now? Okay. So as I was mentioning that when people come to the workplace, unlearning becomes very difficult. So 3 levels. First is schools. As you know, schools have become vulnerable for this. Sexting has become very common. Sharing porn images as well as your own without clothes pictures going viral. So that is where main education is required. Second, I was talking to one of the deans of the colleges and he said, we don't want to have posh here. You know why? बच्चे आते ही इसलिए है. अगर प्यार, मोहब्बत, छेड़खानी अगर कॉलेज में नहीं करेंगे तो कहाँ करेंगे? हम पढ़ाएंगे कम और कंप्लेंट्स ज्यादा हैंडल करेंगे मैडम. So if this is the attitude we are living in, then it is very difficult. कॉलेज जाएंगे तो प्यार तो होगा, छेड़ेंगे जरूर. And the same people come to the workplace. One company hired 25 people from the campus. And next day they started calling each other Janu and sweetheart because they were already in relationships. Consensual relationship is fine, as madam mentioned very nicely. However, second day इनका breakup हो जाता है. Breakup होते ही sexual harassment की case आ जाती है. How are we going to deal with it? So my suggestion will be school, colleges, so that workplace will automatically become more safe. That is one. Second suggestion from my side will be, as Leher Sethi madam mentioned very well, that we are in the world of equality, then let's be very equal. Here, it's very important for us, instead of agreeing woman, we should make it agree man. Instead of that, let's make it agree person. So that all the genders, all the sex, LGBTQ community is also included in this. Irrespective of your sex, harassment of even animal is not acceptable.
That's right. Very well.
Let's make it agree
Yes.
person. So that is my second suggestion. Thank you so much.
Thank
for
you
this.
very much. Thank you. Very, very important suggestions. Yes, sir.
I would just like to understand your thought, Ms. Ravi Weaver, on the point that you said that the 3 months period should be waived off and it can be 5 years. Don't you think if you go that road and there's no particular defined period, it would also open a plethora of cases which would definitely, I think 95% of them would not be substantiated with any kind of a evidence and proof, and it would just lead to not only the inquiry, that's okay, that's a process and procedure, but it would also, at one point of time when a complaint is filed, it also harms the reputation of the accused per se. Even if it is kept confidential, as you all mentioned, it gets leaked by the internal committee, XYZ things. But then what's your thought on the statement that the period should be waived off? I understand sometimes the person is under the supervision of a person. When that person is not under that supervision, then 3 months additional time period is there. And there are judgments also that you can't go beyond the period of 6 months. But then I just wanted to understand your thought on the same.
See, thank you for your question. It's very interesting and very pertinent. I have very thoughtfully said so because I think if it's a case which is made after a couple of years, it would be because of two reasons. One, it was actually genuine and the woman was feeling it all these years, but she was not having the guts to speak up. She would not make a complaint against a random person after many years, just like that. Or two, it's a fake case. It's because of some political mandate or anything, because she has been misbriefed and, there are certain hidden agendas behind it. So there, as the act already says, and there has to be training with respect to it, that malicious complaint, of course, have to be dealt with seriously against the woman also. So I think if a woman is coming after several years, and if it's a genuine case, even if the accused is facing a defamation, let it be, because he is an accused. It's a genuine case. If it's a fake case, of course, woman is going to face it. She has to be trained for that as well. But then, like Supreme Court has said in various cases, that it need not, you're saying that there could be lack of proof, etc. How disciplinary inquiries are to be dealt with is that on the basis of this principle called as preponderance of probability. Strict rules of civil law, Evidence Act are not applicable. You do not have to prove something beyond a legitimate, doubt. So in a genuine case, I mean, if the woman is feeling all these years, it must be dealt with. If it's a fake case, she's coming with some hidden agendas, even that has to be dealt with. But at least the doors should not be closed because of this 3 months period, is what I feel. Even if the cases are increasing, let them increase. If the problem is there, it's there. Let's call spade a spade.
The same follow-up question.
Can I
Same
just
for-
add to that,
Yeah, please.
what Ravi just said? So I'm sure you're all aware of the Me Too movement, right? It began in the West and then it also came to India. If you see how it's gone in the West, apropos how it's gone in India, you'll be very surprised to see that there's hardly been any sort of change towards the person, the perpetrator in India, because the women have not taken the legal course. Like they've not actually done cases or they've not gone to the police. Very few people have, very few women have. And even in that case, it's made no difference to the man. However, in the West, we have the example of Jeffrey Epstein, in case you're aware of the case, wherein these women were sexually harassed as children when they were below the age of 18. Between 14 to 16 years, most of the complainants, and they came forward when they were 30. When they were in their 30s, when they had become mothers, they'd gotten married, they had children of their own. So there are many cases that are genuine, where women take a long time to come forward because they need support and backup, and they wait for that. So, if your husband, if the husband of the woman, or the family of the woman has been supportive, or the woman sees that there are other women who have come forward to name the perpetrator, then that gives them confidence to also come forward. So, with one woman complaining, action might not be taken, but when there are 30, 35, 40 women complaining, usually the courts wake up and do take some action. So I totally agree with what Ravi
There
said.
is one more thing that I have to add, because your question is very imperative. Supposing there's a man who at a very senior position today, he'll say, आज तो मैं कुछ भी कर लूं, 3 महीने तक तो मैं रहूंगा, अभी तो कुछ होगा नहीं, 3 महीने के बाद तो complaint time bar हो गई. But if there is a sword hanging on his head forever, then there would be a better deterrent created. Then he would know that, okay, tomorrow I may not be in the position. The political waters may change and there could be action against me with them. So therefore, even if the complaints are rising, at least the genuine complaints would be dealt with. But I agree with you, coming from your question, there can be a rider added from your question, that if a complaint is made after 3 months, or let's say after 1 year, if not 5 years, like what I said, then there has to be a thorough investigation on the maliciousness of the complaint also. There can be a rider added to it.
Absolutely.
Like a middle
I
part.
think the rider should be that I totally understand that when a person is under the supervision or under the guidance of any other person who's the perpetrator, I think when that person either leaves the organization or is in a different organization, from that time period, the limitation period should
Very well.
start.
Well,
Because at that point of time, that person is free of any encumbrance from any person of that kind of a pressure.
absolutely.
One second, a follow-up question as to, in fact, two questions. One is, have you ever, I have not come to the knowledge that, is there any kind of, the act does say that a license can be cancelled,
Yes.
but have you actually
Very
seen
well
any,
said.
any of the,
Very well said.
any of the labor law officer actually implementing? And on the implementation part, I think that's a very, very big lag.
Yeah.
Because I've never seen any case where the, license of any organization would have been cancelled and they went to any kind of court.
2 points for that. When I said, first point is that the penalties must be very different. I meant this only, that cancel the licenses. Second, while I have not seen under Posh Act getting cancelled because, the implementations have just started. But if there are violations of Factories Act, Contract Labor Regulation and Abolition Act 1970, Employees Provident Fund Miscellaneous Provisions Act 1952, Employees State Insurance Act 1948, there I have seen, licenses being cancelled, but then the matter goes to criminal court. And when you pay a fine of something like 1,000, 1,500, 2,000, you plead guilty, everything gets settled. But what happens there is the CMD or the CEO is made a party. And once the CMD CEO of New Zealand is dragged into a litigation, compliances themselves happen. You're right, practically under Posh Act, licenses are not seen getting cancelled. I have seen them getting cancelled under other acts, but then compliances start happening. And yes, under Posh Act also we must emphasize, and like Supreme Court also said 6 days back, Honorable Justice Bopana and Honorable Justice Hema Kohli in their celebrated judgment that ICC must be there. I think the step of cancellation of licenses must start. The inspectors must start visiting various factories, establishments, looking at whether there is compliances or not, but they should not indulge in Inspector Raj for that purpose.
For this, even the license registration has to be defined. Which license will be cancelled? Which registration will be cancelled?
License to practice, like your shop and
Yes,
establishment.
will it be Factories Act? Will it be Shop and Establishment Act? In case of a company, will it be a certificate of incorporation? What shall be cancelled? That's not defined. That has to be clarified first. That is why the authority will exercise their jurisdiction. If there is no clarity, nobody can exercise the jurisdiction.
Absolutely, so absolutely.
Well said, very well said.
Thank you very much. In fact, we have 2 more technical sessions. I'm sure that a lot of such discussions and
So,
interaction.
I have one suggestion for members of IC here. The suggestion is with respect to the constitution of IC and the meetings of IC. First of all, the outside members should be selected only on the basis of merits. And proper sitting fee or compensation should be paid to the outside member. Secondly, with respect to the frequency of the meetings of IC, according to me, the meeting should be convened immediately within, say, 15 days of receipt of the complaint. Or even if there is no complaint, at least one meeting of IC should be there in a quarter. Because their mandate is not to listen to the complaints, but to create awareness also. So even for that purpose, the meeting of IC should be there at least once in a quarter. And that only members of IC can ensure that.
So one question, please. My question is directed to GP Madan sir and Ravi ma'am. Section 3 says, lists out 5 instances like interference with her work or humiliating treatment. So can that be in isolation? Will that amount to, will that constitute an offense under this act, or that has to be in addition to act or behavior of sexual harassment?
Certain question also cannot be answered in isolation unless the facts are there. Because I being a lawyer, certainly I'll always believe on facts. And secondly, because the time constraint, I think question can be raised. There were 2 sessions where these things are going to be discussed in
Exactly.
detail.
So we have in fact 2 technical sessions. We'll be dealing with all the details. I'm sure that.
It's not, I can answer that, but because of time constraints.
Great. In fact, also we have the speakers during tea break also, probably we can interact with them one-to-one. So thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Lair ma'am. Thank you, Raviji. Thank you, Madan sir. Big sir, for sparing your valuable time and also be a part of this inaugural session. We have 2 very, very important technical sessions. I'm sure that probably we may have become wiser, somewhere close to 20-25%, but by the end of the workshop, we'll be 100% wiser and totally, knowledgeable in terms of this Posh Act. So I'll request Vic Saab to kindly felicitate our guests with a small memento from PhD Chambers sir, as a mark of small token of gratitude.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. He's out, right? Now.
Yeah. He was a criminal, terrorist criminal kind of a person.
Right. I hadn't gotten around to watching that document.
Acha, acha, acha.
He had the same put name.
Thank you, sir.
हमारे घर की है
अरे
और क्या
privilege and a pleasure. Thank you.
on the time riding on
You know, giving me some insights on what is cyber laws are like.
Yeah, sure.
So ladies and gentlemen, we break for tea for 15 minutes. Kindly be on time immediately by, I think, 12 noon. Thank you very much.
I'll assist you with that. Definitely, sure.
I think it's very important that we need to mount some sort of pressure on the government to form some kind of a policy to protect people from getting
Sold and stocked and all this, especially true. हाँ.
committing
वैसे
suicide.
यार ये तो बात बिल्कुल ठीक है, आपने बड़ा पिन पॉइंटेड बात बोली। इंसान डरता ही रहता है कि मैं ऐसा करूंगा तो ऐसा हो जाएगा, ऐसा करूंगा तो ऐसा हो जाएगा। पब्लिकली डिफेमेशन है, while defamation is there, but why to go for it? It has to be something faster.
No, and it's there are threats, for example.
Yeah.
There's no process to even address threats online. अगर आपको कोई online धमकी दे रहा है rape की, gang murder की, आप कुछ नहीं कर सकते.
I'll give you my number. I'll assist you with it. Okay. I'll add you on LinkedIn and Facebook also.
Thank you.
Hi. Yes, that's my sister. Brother, really my brother also. Nilesh is doing very well. हम भी आपकी बैठ से बात कर रहे हैं नहीं भी आता है My question is it comes from the sexual harassment email के ऊपर किया है 100% में आएगा because as verbal abuse definitely आएगा कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता हाँ yes in fact I did a case जहाँ पे बोला गया था ladies को even that came under sexual harassment. What 20 ladies complained against one man का कुछ हुआ because he was rejected. You can make a complaint and ask for a change of it and वैसे वो 3 years के लिए होती है but if you are not happy you can definitely ask for change. And what condonation हाँ yeah she can take a leave as well see normally it is with salary but अगर company को लगता है that she is going to misuse it they can make it without salary but normally तो करते हैं as a matter of practice procedure and laws it is with Thank you, ma'am. There isn't any criticism at the allegation. Normally, जैसे हमने पुरानी frame करते हैं, we say the allegation is very explicit, very blind, etc. But even if it is not there, legal people are not drafted. So pragmatic property has to be taken. The purpose of the act is to be agreed. No, this is not sexual harassment. This is not sexual harassment at all. My question is that section 3 goes. Yeah, this is not sexual harassment at all. Not giving good work is not. But I said the discrimination to cover karo, but no, not to this extent. उसमें Madras High Court का judgment है for the huge misunderstanding that is not sexual harassment. Actually, section 3 further in sexual isolation. Hi. I was looking at you only. That's wrong. She was also a lawyer. A very celebrating lawyer. We all come together. You also come in the picture. तो हम लोग वर्चुअल मतलब एनिमल ना ये मेरे भी दिमाग में कई बार आता है
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May I request everyone to kindly settle down, please.
You can say for the question answer round.
Yes, sir.
That's fair.
Meenakshi, she is for secretary, national mission. Member secretary. Member secretary. Member secretary. Allow our speakers to.
मेरे को थोड़ी सी चाय दे दो। See my. I'm here for the question answer. If I request you, should be. If I request you, then put it. If I request, right finger. हाँ तो मेरी तरफ ध्यान रखो मैं कॉल हूँ right finger just got guidelines हाँ ठीक है अगर गाड़ी बोल देना 11 मार्च हाँ बोल देना मैंने देखते रहे बोल दिया हाँ बोल देना तुम देखते रहे
So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And we are now starting our first technical session, wherein the theme is sexual harassment of women at workplace, domestic inquiry and awarding of punishment.
Hello,
Siddharth, mic please.
hello.
So we are lucky to have our distinguished speakers for this very particular technical session. We have Ms. Meenakshi Negi, Member Secretary from National Commission for Women. Let's welcome all our guests with a big round of applause. We have Professor Namita Rajput, Professor from Delhi University. We have Mr. Kanishk Agarwal, Founder, Pretext Corp. We have Ms. Kaveri Birbal, Advocate, High Court of Delhi. I've also requested Ms. Ravi Birbal to be here with us to answer some of the queries because since she is a legal luminary in this space. And without any further ado, we'll start this session. I'll request all the speakers to kindly limit their talk to maximum 15 minutes and let's give more time for Q&A session. So first of all, I will start this proceedings. I'll request first Ms. Meenakshi Negi ji, Member Secretary, National Commission for Women, for her address, please. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Actually, I am here by default. The chairperson of the National Commission for Women, Ms. Rekha Sharma, she was supposed to be here, and she would have actually loved to be here. But because of some unforeseen event that happened, she couldn't be here. So I convey her apologies to the organizers.
Otherwise, she would have been here at the inaugural and you would have had the pleasure of listening to her. She's been in the sector she's been chairperson of the National Commission for Women for a long time, more than 6 years now, and has a deep understanding of these issues. Whereas I, by contrast, am a bureaucrat by profession and I have joined NCW only last month. So there's very little I can speak to a luminous audience like this and the people here. But I would just convey a few points which in the course of my career as a career bureaucrat, there are so many times that these issues come forward, right? And as a person who has worked mainly in very male-dominated departments, I was always the chairperson of the Sexual Harassment Committee, the day I joined the service. Since then, I've been chairperson of Sexual Harassment Committees wherever I have been, because we don't have so many ladies in the service. So that's where I come from. And first of all, I'd like to thank the PhD Chamber of Commerce for organizing this, because awareness creation about POSH is one of the most important steps, frankly, to implement the act in its letter and spirit. That is one. Secondly, there's, POSH is an act not very old. 2013 it was passed, and the guidelines where the Supreme Court came even later, 2017. But in the whole scenario of gender equality, gender where NCW steps in, we talk of gender equality all the time, and there are several things which we do to ensure gender equality, one of which is POSH, of course. So why do we need gender equality? Why should there be? Not having gender equality is actually, in my opinion, it's a tragedy. It's a tragedy. It's so tragic for society as a whole, for the country, for the global population, actually. And why do I say it is a tragedy? Because now, if you look at the history, you look at the oldest written text that is available to mankind today is the Rig Veda. So from obviously when those texts were being written and all through history up to the modern times, we have men and women in equal. In fact, women are supposed to be a larger proportion of the population. But by having only the male voices being heard through the ages, right, from ancient civilizations to the recent times, if not exactly recent times, but more or less recent times, we have lost half of humanity's knowledge. Imagine what a tragedy it is that we have lost. We know what Socrates thought. We know what Aryabhatta was, a great mathematician. But was his sister a greater mathematician? We wouldn't know. There's no way of knowing. We've lost that knowledge forever. And every time a woman in some tribal area, remote areas, dies or passes on, we lose a little bit of that knowledge. So that is the most important thing, why we need to bring gender equality, why we need to bring women's knowledge into the mainstream. Because imagine having one Veda Vyasa and several Vidushi Vyasanis maybe. Imagine how richer the civilization would have been, how richer our knowledge systems would have been, what the world would have been, had we not been so unequal, had the society not been so unequal. So recently there are so many things, and how women have struggled to bring about women into the mainstream and their thinking into the mainstream. It's been a long, hard struggle, really. And NCW, in its the mandate of NCW is to bring in women into the mainstream. POSH is one of the things, and creation of awareness about gender. So POSH, as you know, is prevention of sexual harassment in the workplace. Now, the Supreme Court itself has given several directions and several judgments where they have interpreted the act in a wider way than, people have challenged it in the Supreme Court. And I think that was the Lele versus Supreme Court, Union of India in the Supreme Court in 2018. When it was said that the POSH Act actually infringed right to equality and freedom of speech and expression. But the Supreme Court struck it down. It said nothing doing. It doesn't do any such thing. Then you have the case of Avinash Mishra and Union of India in 2016, I think, where it was said, where the High Court of Delhi said that POSH is not only limited to the within the four walls of the workplace, it is equally applicable to any other event organized by the employer outside the four walls also. Similarly, Supreme Court held in Lepcha, I think Lepcha versus Government of Sikkim, that case, where again, the Supreme Court held the same thing. It said, no, it is not limited to the workplace. It is very much applicable to any events organized outside the workplace by the employer and employee, and you know that 10 people and above is what is considered as where the POSH Act is applicable. These things I don't need to tell you here. There is a very important panel sitting here. Panelists will be talking to you about this. My limited take is that gender equality as a whole needs to be brought into needs to be promoted, because we need to bring women's voices into the mainstream. It's extremely important. As I said, otherwise the tragedy will continue. So I can do no better than to, again, thanking the PhD Chamber of Commerce and everybody present here and in the audience as well as on the stage. I can do no better than to conclude by citing a famous poet, you might have heard of him, Majaz, where he says, you've heard, must have read him. He says, "Tere mathe ka ye aanchal बहुत ही खूब है लेकिन, तेरे माथे का ये आंचल बहुत ही खूब है लेकिन, तो इस आंचल से एक परचम बना लेती तो अच्छा था, हिजाब फितना परवर अब उठा लेती तो अच्छा था." Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. In fact, your this quote actually encompasses the entire, you can say, the letter and spirit of this act. Thank you very much for your deliberations. Now I would like to invite Professor Namita Rajput, Professor, Delhi University. Over to you, ma'am.
My greetings and salutations to the people on the dais and off the dais. I'm Professor Dr. Namita Rajput. I'm a professor in Department of Commerce, Sri Aurobindo College, University of Delhi, having about 3 decades experience. Now, this passion of spreading the gender sensitization, it actually came after the COVID, like we listened about so many domestic violence, sexual abuse, and even the online abuses were on the upsurge. So I started taking the trainings and got myself empaneled in Ministry of Women and Child Development as a POSH and a POXO trainer. So I would like to give you some important insights about the higher education institutes, and also about what are the guidelines and the precautions one should take in case of the domestic inquiry, because that is primarily the most important process of POSH, that what special considerations should be kept in mind, so that we are following the natural justice, the principle of natural justice. The previous panel has already talked about it. So you can see on the screen that there are 3 types of institutions. The first is your school. Since we have the students as well as the teachers, so the students who are under 18, the POXO applies, and the faculty which is above 18, the POSH applies. So in school, we have the compliances of both the acts. And there are a few types of colleges which are affiliated with the AICTE and some with UGC. So like in Delhi University, we have a UGC guideline. So we have Regulation 15 and Regulation 16, which is an offshoot of the Vishakha guidelines, followed by the institutions which are not affiliated with both AICTE and UGC, the POSH Act applies. So this is a very important thing to understand, that in case we do not have the internal rules, the POSH Act applies. And the Regulation 15, 16, they are similar offshoots of the Vishakha guidelines, and we have a special Saksham portal for the University of Delhi also and the other central universities. That's a portal for the sexual harassment on the UGC, and there's a free handbook available on the UGC website. And I happen to be the expert member of the Saksham portal also. So starting with this backdrop, so we have institutions which are not related with the UGC and AICTE. They are IITs, IIMs, NIFT, AIMS. Some are not affiliated with both. So POSH Act applies in case you do not have any anti-sexual harassment committee. So now starting with some few salient features, because there are few members who have joined right now. So we should know that it's a civil law and only the victim has to be a woman. And let me tell you, it is not an anti-men law as the interpretation is done. Right? So it is a woman-centric law. The aggrieved has to be a woman, but it is not an anti-man law. Since time immemorial, we have seen the sexual harassment and abuse and domestic violence, owing to which there is a special need for the special laws, and that is why this POSH Act has been initiated. And the whole process is time bound. Otherwise, the inquiries would be pending, especially if you talk about the rectipism and the bureaucratic issues in India and also the political pressures in India. So that is why everything is time bound, so that we are able to have the results in a very time bound manner. So we have the other recourses also if the aggrieved woman is not, she's not having the courage to go to her the HR and the workplace internal complaints committee. She has the other recourses also. She can put the complaint online, which is available on a she-box on the Ministry of Women and Child Development. And also side by side, a police complaint can also be filed. Since we are talking about the gender sensitization, so we should understand this, that the women, has to be tackled in a very respectful manner. Gone are the days when you used to talk about the women in the way you used to be, right? So now everyone, so that is why these kind of awareness workshops and important, the discussions are in the light, they have seen the light of the day because of all this. So the mannerism in which we have to talk, the sensitization we have to follow, like it should not matter, like on the right hand side, Ravi Birbal ji is sitting, and on my again right hand side, Jitendra ji is sitting. So it should not affect me whether the person is a male or a female. That's what is called as gender neutrality. So to achieve that gender neutrality is the most important thing which we all strive for, and it is perhaps the most difficult thing to achieve, because we always have some kind of biases in our mind, like she's a woman and he's a man. So, we have a stereotype outlook towards everything. So starting with the who can file a complaint, it's the woman who can file a complaint. So the relationship between the woman and the workplace has to be a work relationship. That's most important. And even the the people who are working in your houses can also file a complaint, because that also comes under the POSH, right? So the sexual harassment talking about, because I'm running very quickly because I want to give you more insights about the higher education institutes also, that how we are different with the POSH Act, right? So sexual harassment is, anyways, we call it as a very unwelcome sexually determined behavior, which is, because of the physical contact, any advances, demand for sexual favors, sexually colored remarks, showing pornography, and any other unwelcome physical, verbal, non-verbal conduct of any sexual nature. And women has got a special power to understand whether the conduct was bad or good, whether the touch was bad or good. So we can contemplate, we can comprehend, as per the circumstances which are happening, that why these advances are coming up from a male, right? So the sexual harassment, as we have already discussed, there is one more, wing added to it, one more, this vertical, that is the cyber aspects. So we have seen many cases in which the women is in a very uncomfortable position because she sees a particular backdrop of a model with less clothes. So that also amounts to sexual harassment. So we do a lot of case studies when we take these kind of workshops, and it's an hours and hours that we, talk to the students about, to spread the awareness about the POSH Act and the Saksham guidelines, what we follow in the colleges, right? So basically, when you talk about a sexual harassment, the impact is important, not the intention. Like somebody calls you that you're looking very hot today, your nail polish is very good, with the intention of, passing on some sexual, it has some sexual overtone. So it comes under the sexual harassment. So we need to be very particular about the workplace communication, how we conduct ourselves, how we talk to the women, because they are very important pillars. So women, workplace, and the overall communication has to be done in a very respectful manner. So working women, women visiting the workplace, and the student, we call it as women, right? So when you talk about the higher education institutes, like we are on with the process of admissions and people are visiting the colleges. So even if the student is not enrolled in your college and is just a visitor, and some untoward incidents happens with that, some say a person misbehaves with that girl, so still it is a case of a sexual harassment. So it is not important to be on the rolls of the college. Even a visitor who's visiting your college, and if he faces incidents of this, can be under the SH, that is the sexual harassment. So these workplaces is not bound to your, the parking space, your building or whatever. If you're visiting, any kind of a meeting with your colleague and in the Uber or the Olas, but it has to be a working relationship, irrespective of your off working hours or on working hours is not material, because you are going for an official visit with a colleague and this happens in the taxi or in Uber, whatever you're going. So it comes under the sexual harassment. So this working relationship is very important. If there is no working relationship, then a sexual harassment complaint under the POSH cannot be filed, right? So we now talk about the prohibition, prevention, and the redressal part. And I'm going to quickly go through it. So when you talk about the prohibition and the prevention, there are some mandatory duties for the employer, like you must have an anti-sexual harassment policy, which is a zero tolerance, and you have to exhibit that particular policy on the website. When you open a website of any higher education institute, being an educationist, I will be talking, giving you more insights about the college. So that button should be very much visible. Like if you open the, the website of a college, the anti-sexual harassment policy should be visible. Only then it makes a difference. Because when you talk about a POSH or say a regulation 15, if it is your college is under University Grant Commission, then it is gender neutral. It is not limited to the girls. It is a student, and a student can be a male, it can be a female, and it can be a trans, right? So all three people can file a complaint against the sexual harassment in regulation 15 of the this UGC Act, right? So there is a gender neutrality, what we were talking about, that this is a huge gap, that it should be the person who's aggrieved. So here in colleges, the aggrieved can be any student, right? But if a faculty faces a problem, then it has to be a female, right? So the same act applies, because I told you that the provisions of the regulation 15 and the POSH are almost the same. So there are few responsibilities of the employer. The number one, I already explained that it has to be visible on the website of the college, followed by the name and the contact person in case the sexual harassment happens, that who is the contact person, and also the emergency numbers must be exhibited on the website. Otherwise, the students will face a lot of problem. And now our UGC chairman has come out with the new guidelines for the student redressal, student grievance portal also. So I think there should be a cross-linking of these two aspects together, because either the student has some issues relating to the administrative and the procedural issues of the college, or about the sexual harassment. So there has to be a cross-linking of the buttons of the sexual harassment, that is the anti-sexual harassment policy of the college, also about the student grievance portal. So there has to be a close link between the two. Then you have to, there is also a compliance of submitting the annual report, that how many sexual harassment cases have happened, what was the, the recourse taken by the college, how timely the complaint was addressed. And also this kind of annual compliance is important. So it is a very good thing for a college if no incidence of sexual harassment has taken place. But yes, we are all humans. We are, sometimes we can be a prey to anything. So the mistakes can happen also, and sometimes there is a problem of settling the personal score, the malicious complaints, which has already been addressed. So the another most important responsibility of the higher education institutes and for the schools and the colleges is that you must have the awareness sessions in which the participations of all the stakeholders should be there. Like the parents should be called, the students are already there, the teaching staff, the non-teaching staff, because when you talk about the composition of the IC committee in the colleges, it is little different. The presiding officer has to be a woman, followed by 2 people from the college. One of them has to be women. 50% has to be the women composition board. Then you have to have people from the non-teaching staff, 2 persons from non-teaching staff, and 3 students participation. So that's how, and you can also take 1 person from any non-government organization, but that NGO must be working for the women rights, right? So the composition for the colleges is little different and has to be taken into consideration, because we should have the knowledge, because either our either our students, either our children or anybody else is a part of the schools or of the colleges. So this is not working. The next slide. Anyways, so we are now talking about the redressal committees. The internal complaint committee was the earlier name when the act was passed. Now it is called as the IC, that is the internal committee. And similarly, we had a local complaints committee, and now it is the LC, that is the local committee, after the amendment in 2016. So as I've already told you, the composition of the IC, here you can see the presiding officer as a woman, 2 members from the employees, 1 member from NGO, a social worker, and they should be familiar with the issues of the sexual harassment. Like I am talking about my own self, I'm a professor by profession, but spreading the gender sensitization is my passion. So it is not at all important for also you to be a posh enabler if you get a training. So it is not mandatory to be an advocate, but you can be an advocate and an ally of the people who are facing this sexual harassment by taking certain trainings, and get yourself empaneled in the Ministry of Women and Child Development. You will get a welcome mail, and that welcome mail is enough to become the posh enabler. So I think we all should join hands in this regard to reduce the sexual harassment to a substantial extent. So you can see on the screens that there is an online complaint that is a shebox.nic.in. So if the people who are not having the courage to go to the employer and talk about the sexual harassment she's going through, so she can just file an online complaint. And let me tell you, the redressal part is very, very fast, and we are having, very happy to have the person from the Ministry of Women and Child Development, so she can always advocate my statement that how good it is and how quickly your complaints are registered. So now coming on to the process, first of all, if you face any problem, you go and narrate the incidents. The narration of the incidents is very important. So the timeline and everything, I'm not discussing that 3 months, but even you are not getting the courage to come out with your complaints in 3 months, the IC can still consider your case if you have the valid reasons of not coming, or you were going through some mental trauma. So that can also be done. It is all depending upon the internal complaint committee, right? So after getting the complaint, the first thing is that the reconciliation part, as was especially addressed by our previous panel, that the conciliation is the process where they want to stop the inquiry. So I think if the women is actually going through, we should not be going in for reconciliation or conciliation process. We should always file a complaint to give an example to the others to stop them from the harassment work what they're doing. Because you should join hands. In fact, in the particular act of POSH, your friends, your family, your peer, anyone can help you in getting your complaint made and getting it forward to the HR or to your organization management for that matter. So that timeline I'm skipping because it's well known in the act. So now specifically I would be talking on the domestic inquiry. So can somebody help me switching on the PPT, the next PPT? The next one. So as we have already, talked about, and a good backdrop has already been discussed about the POSH Act. Now coming on to a very important part of what are the guidelines and the principle of the domestic inquiry. Now, when the complaint comes to the organization, so what specific things have to be taken into consideration so that the laws of the natural justice, they are not defeated. So they are all covered under the law, that is the full-time temporary employees, contractual workers, daily wages, probationers, interns, trainees, housekeeping workers, security workers, representative of the client, vendors, and the volunteers. So they all are covered by the POSH Act. So this is the filing process of the complaint, and probably I'll request Jitendra sir, once my talk is over, I have specially made these two PPTs for this particular session. So you can, all these things can be shared to you, so there's no worry. So now coming on to domestic inquiry guidelines and the precautions. The first point is that domestic inquiry is a supplement to the law, not the supplant. So this is the most important statement. So under the Prevention of the Sexual Harassment Act 2013, domestic inquiry procedure under the POSH is important to all the parties involved to understand. The parties involved in the process are complainant, the respondent, and the IC. So when you talk about the complaint, three people are involved. One, the person who's the aggrieved person who's facing the harassment. Number two, the employer where you're working, and number third is your internal complaint committee, and we now call it as IC after the amendment. So IC is actually responsible for conducting and investigating and providing the redressal to the complaint. So the onus of getting a natural justice, if it is a malicious complaint, then also, and if it's a genuine complaint also, then also the role of the the domestic inquiry and the process involved is very, very important. So the investigation has to be done in such a manner so that you are able to give justice for the respondent to defend themselves against any false complaint if there is any, and the investigation goes with all the care, just, and also in an impartial manner. Now, what is a domestic inquiry? Domestic inquiry is mainly used to refer to an inquiry into the charges of any kind of indiscipline or misconduct. So typically, if you are moving into a direction which is not acceptable in the working environment, then definitely you should be ready for facing this kind of a scenario, that a complaint will be filed against you and proper investigation will be conducted. So the inquiry has to be typically conducted by a committee that includes both men and women. So, and is headed by a senior member of the organization. So there is a lot of debate that if you do not have any female employee, what to do. So you can always take a member from your sister organization, from the related organization, from the ministry, from anything, because there is a lot of ambiguity about this thing, that if you do not have a senior woman in your organization, who can be the president. So after doing a lot of debates, discussions, training, so this was the outcome of that you can always take the women, senior women, who's a social activist or anybody from your sister organization or anybody, but it should be properly recorded in your records that we have taken this as a president or the presiding officer of the local complaints committee or our internal complaints committee. So the committee is actually responsible for gathering the evidences interviewing the witnesses and the accused. So how important it is. So, I have taken a lot of care in collating and assimilating the information here so that what possible things can be there for the domestic inquiry you can see here. The next is it should be done in a very timely and a very confidential manner. We have seen number of cases as Ravi Birbal ji sitting will endorse my and she will be ally of my statement that there are so many people because men well-being is also very, very important. We cannot be always talking about female, female, female. We have to talk about gender neutrality. We have to talk about the men well-being also. So in order to attain that gender neutrality, the conduct of the internal complaints committee has to be very good. It has to be unbiased. It has to be orderly. It has to be time bound. It has to be just, and you have to follow the principle of natural justice. So moving forward with this, when the inquiry is taking place and people have refused to take back the complaint and the process is in order and it is moving forward. So the internal committee must see that the remedial measures are taken. Like if somebody is threatening me or somebody is harassing me and I'm actually seeing that person in my vicinity in front of my eyes every day, I will be terrorized. So this remedial measures by the domestic inquiry must be taken immediately. It could be giving a special leave to the woman who's facing the sexual harassment for 3 months, a special leave. She could be transferred to some other organization, sister organization, any branch, or for that matter, the respondent can also be asked not to come or enter the premises till the inquiry is complete. So these things have to be kept in mind. So the next is your domestic inquiry and the natural justice are very closely related to each other. And let me tell you, it is the most difficult thing to prove also. So the formal investigation conducted by the employer to determine the veracity of an allegation of an employee. So let me give you here the principle of natural justice include important fundamental principles. That is the rule against the biasness, the right to have a fair hearing from the respondent, because he also must be having his own point of view. We should not, say these things that unless and until his guilt is proved, he is innocent. So that part always should be kept in mind when the domestic inquiry is happening, that he is not yet proved guilty, right? So the rule of thumb, biasness requires the decision makers to be very impartial from any actual or perceived biasness or any kind of prejudice. So I am just going to give you one case here where the confidentiality, natural justice was not followed. This is the particular case of Swaroop Rajan, Genpak case. Here in 2018, he was a very good performer. He was doing actually very good. He had been awarded, for 3 consecutive years, 4 consecutive years, the best performer award. And once, there was a sexual harassment complaint, and during the process, the confidentiality was not maintained. The complaint was not dealt in an orderly manner, and he committed suicide. So who's responsible for this? So the IC members must take this responsibility of keeping into always mind the principle of natural justice and keeping confidentiality. There are similar cases in Gurugram also. Mr. Agarwal, was a victim of, he was accused, he was not found guilty, but his name was advertised in the boardroom, and he was facing such a bad thing, and he was humiliated publicly. He also committed suicide. So we have to, when you're talking about a gender neutrality or keeping into place the implementation part of the POSH, we should always keep in mind the gender neutrality aspect. Male and female both are important for that matter, right? So we should not be moving into this aspect. So here, domestic inquiry and the principle of natural justice also was not followed in Justice Gagoi case. I have put the small detail of this. And on the similar pretext, we also have the cross-examination in case of Avinash Mishra and the Union of India. He was not allowed to cross-examine, and he was proved guilty. So this was also, this is also not done. So there are some important IC factors which also have to be kept in mind, that the role and responsibility of the domestic inquiry must be given not only to the knowledgeable person, but also to the experienced person who has dealt with the number of cases. So you should not be just, inky pinky ponky, she's the president. We should not be indulging into all these activities. We should take seriousness at the core level of putting the main responsibility of a presiding officer of the IC committee who has got knowledge plus the experience. So the questioning should be done in the presence of both the parties. Like if the IC inquiry is being happening and, the series of evidences, discussions, they are going on. So you should not be taking chances of talking to the witness of the other person alone, that you come and meet me trying to bribe somebody, trying to shut somebody. So let the inquiry be in a very orderly manner, independent manner, secret manner. Confidentiality should be maintained. So I see inquiry not discreet. So it should be transparent for both the parties, be it a complainant and be it a respondent. Both are very important because he's not yet proved guilty. So there is no value of findings without the supporting evidence, as already been discussed. So try and capture the evidences. If you are just have the iota of this thing that you are being a victim of a sexual harassment, start recording. Start, having that feel, that a gut feeling always comes that, this man is trying to have some sexual advances. So try and record every conversation on the WhatsApp or on the emails or, by the conduct. So you should talk to speak out. You should not be keeping the things to your own self. So no means no. If once he has asked you to go for a dinner or a date or a coffee, and if you're not liking the concept, say no. So if the things are done on a very continuous way and not taking care of your no, then you should start recording it, because you are definitely a victim of a sexual harassment and that must be reported. So we have to the scope of inquiry is that we have to verify the complaint. We have to verify the written version of the respondent. We have to draw the questions, assess the evidences, listen to the witnesses, check the material case is missed by the parties or not, and must, after every meeting, it must be signed and date. These are the two important things, that once the meeting is taking place, so you must take the signatures and you must record the minutes that what was discussed in that meeting and the statements of both the respondent as well as of the complainant. So these are the principle. I'll just quickly, because I think my time is very less. You just 2 minutes, so I'm just going to give you the main principles here. You should be, your inquiry, domestic inquiry must be impartial. You should always give prior notice to the people whom you are, like for Mr. X, the complaint has come. So you must give due notice to him that you are one of the, the respondent, and proper notice and everything must be notified to the respondent. So, basically reasonable opportunity and the time must be given to the this respondent also to collect his evidences, to contest from his side, to have the evidences, etc. Then, of course, the confidentiality principle should be always followed, because I have already given you 3 cases in which the confidentiality was not followed and the people lost their lives. So who's responsible for this? So similarly, the proper, the inquiry should be based on the principle of evidences, and whether relevant, admissible, they should be considered. And definitely the employee has a right to be represented by sensitive and the counsel of their own choice. So the cross-examination of the respondent and of the complainant must be allowed. And the evidences, the disciplinary action what the IC committee will take should be strictly on the basis of the evidences what have actually been collected, and always keeping in mind the natural justice part. And of course, the overall IC committee must take the decisions in the orderly manner, time-bound manner, etc. So one more thing, if you have some internal rules, service rules, so that must be followed. Like in the absence of the internal rules, because every organization, they want to have their own policy. So if in the absence of that, then the POSH Act will apply. So there are some guidelines for the inquiry: create a comfortable environment and give every woman a chance to speak up, because if the environment is not comfortable, the woman will never speak. Then followed by, you should adherence to the time bound manner, and the balanced and empathetic communication must be there. And don't let your personal biasness influence the proceedings, because it's a matter of biasness which has influenced number of cases. And I have a collection of 15 cases in which the biasness has actually spoiled the IC inquiries and the reports. So that should not be influencing the reports. And you should maintain even the proceedings, what you have made, the report, what you have made, unless and until it is in the public domain, keep it confidential. So there is a few checklists which must be followed. So you can have a look on this. Acknowledge the sensitivity of the allegation. This is most important because allegation means you are getting into a big issues if you are not able to prove it. So if you are accusing someone, you must be having a substantial evidences, the statement from your friends, peers, and the normal conduct of that person in the office. Only then it can be proved. Otherwise, it is very difficult to prove. And you have to be very consistent with your approach. You cannot be inconsistent, because inconsistencies can influence the overall results. And of course, proper follow-up. And these are the different stages which have already been covered. So the last slide I want to come. So you have to, once the measures against the sexual harassment could be, you can put on hold the perks and any kind of incentives which are given to the respondent on hold, right? You can always give them some kind of warnings. Some written apologies can be taken. Like in future, because my intention was not this, but the impact to that lady was found to be a sexual harassment. So you can also eventually terminate the person. So that was all from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. In fact, you have covered the entire 360-degree overview of the POSH Act, and I don't think anything is left. In fact, so what we'll do, we'll be sharing the QR code for both of these slides. You can scan the code and download both of these presentations for your future reference. Thank you very much, ma'am. Now we come to Mr. Kanishk Agarwal. Mr. Kanishk Agarwal is the founder of K-Tex Corp. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Jitendra. So I would be covering mainly the evidence part, the cross-examination, busting a few myths, and try to make it interesting because लोगों के दिमाग में होता है lawyer बोलते हैं तो boring हो जाता है. So I'll definitely try to make it as interesting as possible. So if I can have the slide, and I'll just give you by the time slide is coming. So I'm a lawyer and the founder of K-Tex Corp, and we also have a venture called Center for POSH, where we do a lot of sensitization on POSH. And that is what my experience as an external member that I would be sharing, and I would love to have an interactive session. And please feel free to ask any kind of a question which you may have in your mind.
Second one.
Finish. नहीं, third one.
इसके नीचे वाली. Actually, second year, पहला folder है.
Can I have the clicker? Ma'am, can I have the clicker?
Yes, slide, please.
Yes. Thank you.
So what are the type of evidences or the witnesses which you may have? As all the main aspects of the, the process, judicial process have duly been covered in the first session as well as by ma'am. So I'll just talk about what are the types of witnesses or the evidences. So first one is the eyewitness. So an eyewitness is a person who is also present at the time of when the sexual harassment act has been committed. So let's take an example. If you are in a cafeteria and one of the persons tries to have a discussion with you and he's just trying to touch you, and one of the pantry person is there, he's also watching all the things which are happening, then there's a heated conversation but there's no one around, and that person who's the perpetrator also thinks that there's no one around but there's a pantry guy. So when a complaint is filed in this case, the pantry person becomes an eyewitness to that case, and the testimony of an eyewitness is very important and taken as utmost importance when conducting an inquiry process. Then circumstantial evidences. There are few evidences which may be having a circumstantial nature. So let's take an example. If you are in DLF Cyber City, there are two employee or colleagues who are just down and they're just having a walk. One of the persons tries to mishandles or try to touch her inappropriately, and then they enter into a heated conversation. There's no other person from the workplace at that point of time, but then there is another person who walks by, who sees the whole the thing which is happening. So now that person being there is circumstantial in nature, so his testimony would also be taken as an eyewitness, but then he's also a circumstantial witness to the whole incident. And, though that testimony would definitely have a good weightage when conducting an inquiry process. Then character witness. So this is, I definitely would like, a lot of time there are situations where he says, she says kind of a situation happens. Now, character witness is a very prime importance, because let's take an example. A complaint has been filed by an ex-person that she went on a trip with another senior, and that senior tries to do some act with her or ask her to have drinks and then try to touch her inappropriately. No video recordings, happened in a closed room, he says, she says, kind of a perfect example. Now, when as an internal committee and as a member also, you should know that character witness is one of the persons. So let's take an example, that person, whoever has been the employee, female employee of that person, who may have went on another trip with that person's testimony would be taken, maybe an ex-employee, maybe a current employee, to judge the character of that person. Has he done it earlier also? Has his conduct been in that manner also earlier also? So that would conduct as a character witness, which defines the character of that person. It may be that that person has done it. It may also come out that that person has always been very respectful, has never done any such of the act. So that kind of a witness would be taken as a character witness, who's defining the character of either the accused or the complainant. Then the documentary evidences, there are various kind of documentary evidences which may fall into the place. So documentary evidence can definitely be one of the most prominent one these days as the WhatsApp chat. It's also the kind of discussion which happen over the WhatsApp chat or any Telegram or any other social media apps which may happen. It may also be one of the things which may be exchanged over the emails or any kind of a conversation which happens. So all these forms as documentary evidences which are very, very important during conducting of an inquiry proceedings. And as an employee also, even if you're not an IC member, collecting evidence is of utmost importance. I would never say that do not file a complaint without any evidence, because then, the whole act purpose would be defeated. But be a little smart and definitely gather some evidence if possible. If it is not just a one-time incident, it's a repeated incident, try to gather some evidence and then file a complaint, because that would always substantiate your complaint and would be able to help you out. Electronic evidence, it can be any kind of video which has been given or sent over your WhatsApp or any kind of an WhatsApp exchanges and these kind of things. Now, hearsay witness. So hearsay witness is also one of the type of witnesses which hears something from someone and gives his testimony. So let's take an example. I heard that Miss XYZ was subject to sexual harassment because ABC did something to her, and I heard this from another person. So I am a hearsay witness. It did not happen in front of me, but I heard it from someone, and that is why I am giving my testimony. In that case, the testimony of that person would not be that relevant. unless and until the person who he heard it from is also given a chance to give testimony, and that person gives testimony confirming whatever the hearsay witness is saying is true and correct. If that person says, I don't want to give my testimony, I cannot, or refuses or refute that, then that witness is just like, it's of no use. So these are type of some of the witnesses or evidences I just wanted to cover. Then the cross examination is a very integral part. As an external member, whenever we conduct inquiries, cross examination of witnesses and the complainant and the respondent is very, very crucial in order to substantiate, especially in the cases where there are no evidences. So first you have to see and cross examine the complainant if there have been any contradiction with the complainant's complaint. So let's example, she said ki on this date this happened, on this date that happened. So you have to reiterate and answer and ask that person again and again, because if a person is genuine and there are no facts which have been concocted by that person will be able to tell those list of events again and again, no matter how many times you ask. So, contradiction with complainant is one of the things which an external member should do. Testimony of witnesses, if there is any hearsay, if there is any eyewitness, if there's any kind of a witness which is there, if there is any recording which is there, that is also very important. Camera recordings. Then corroboration of witness testimony with the testimony of the respondent or the complainant. Now, let's take an example. I took that pantry staff guy example, right? So whatever the complainant said that this happened with me on this date at this point of time. Now, when the pantry person's testimony is being taken, then you have to corroborate whatever the pantry person is saying. Is it aligning with what the complainant has said in her statement? या उन दोनों के बीच में कोई contradiction है? Or if there are, let's take an example, she narrates the whole story, but the pantry person saw a bit of a story, then also it corroborates. There is no contradiction between the two. So you have to corroborate the story of both the witnesses as well as the complainant and respondent. Then emphasize on date, कब हुआ था, कितने बजे हुआ था, कब हुआ था, क्या हुआ था, कोई था, नहीं था, किस तरह से है. So just cross examination is a very tactful art. So as an internal committee, if there are internal committee members, you have to be very, very much, you got to know and understand how to do this. And it's a very tactful manner, but it's a very important tool and mechanism to, separate the false or malicious complaint from the genuine complaint. Because usually, as far as my experience goes, 60-65% complaint falls under not proven bucket, where there's a situation, there are no evidences, and it's a he says kind of a situation. 30% would be definitely the genuine complaint which are able to be proved. I'm not saying that the complaints which are not proved are not genuine, but the true complaint which are proved, and 5% which are malicious also complaints. So emphasize on these things, and then corroboration of the evidences. Now, I would just like, so it's a kind of a case study. Please, I will just play one of the animated videos which we have in our e-learning module. So just watch this video, and then I would like to ask a few questions from you. भैया वीडियो चलाना है वीडियो प्ले का बटन दबा दीजिए नीचे से हाँ हाँ इसमें डाली हुई है anyway sorry I think that's not available but nonetheless so basically it was a situation where the one of the persons was asked to go out on a trip and then certain few sexual harassment incident happened. So the I wanted to ask you what kind of an evidence was there. So conference room CCTV footage, WhatsApp conversation, and the restaurant CCTV footage where the incident happened. Nonetheless, what are the determining factors for internal committee to give the punishment? पूरा inquiry complaint हो गई, everything has been taken. Now, what is the punishment which is to be given? That is also a very important factor. So first is the severity, whether it had a high impact, had a medium impact, or it had a low impact, and the number of incidents. So was it a regular incident which happened, whether it happened only a few times or whether it happened once. So even if it is once and it has a high severity, so let's take an example, quid pro quo. Even if it happens once and has a high severity, the punishment should definitely be very stringent. But let's take an example, if it is one of the incident where the person said, let's take an example, if the person was in the lift and he said something about how has your, sorry, if the person was in a lift and he asked about her clothes that you should not wear, aap mote lagte ho, ya kuch is type ka hai. So now this type of incident, it is also body shaming. It is also sexually colored body remark. It does come under the act, but then the severity is medium or low. You have to determine on the impact of the, the complainant also. So these are the types of punishment: written apology, warning, reprimand, withholding of promotion, withholding of pay, terminating the person, undergoing a counseling session, monetary compensation. One of the things I want to let you know, and I think this is something which is not there, should be there in the act also, that in case a complaint is proved, these are all the punishments which can be awarded to a respondent, which can be given to a respondent. But in case of a malicious complaint, monetary compensation cannot be asked from the female complainant or the complainant per se. So I don't know why that thing was not properly written in that, but that is the case. Some of the latest case laws I would just like to discuss. The main judgment of Delhi High Court in 2017, which actually distinguished that only a mere physical contact would not amount to sexual harassment. कोई भी conduct sexual harassment के act के अंदर आने के लिए it has to be sexual in nature. अगर आपने किसी, so this case I'll just give you in a gist. In this case, one of the professors in a university, not in a university, in a lab research center, उन्होंने गुस्से में आके एक फीमेल एम्प्लॉय को पकड़ा हाथ से एंड बाहर निकाल दिया था कमरे से, लैब से. So she filed a sexual harassment complaint. The court held that conduct might be misbehavior, but that is not sexual harassment per se, because it did not have a sexual intent. So sexual intent होना बहुत जरूरी है for any act to come under sexual harassment act. Kerala High Court said that the documents related to complaint testimony must be provided to the respondent. So whenever you give whenever a case concludes, you are eligible to get the whole set of documents which are being used in the whole process of the inquiry proceedings. Madras High Court said that a case was pending. This is an important one, because a lot of time what happens is inquiry proceeding is pending before the internal committee, and one of the person goes on and tweets about it or goes to the social media to talk about it. Confidentiality gets breached at that point of time. Even a measure can be taken by the internal committee as a punishment to that person who does it. And in this case, the injunction was given that the person should not, during the pendency of the inquiry, nothing should be posted over the internet. Okay, so this is a Punjab and Haryana High Court judgment, very important. Limitation is very important under this act. So 3 + 3 months का आपको सबको पता है कि limitation period होता है for any inquiry to be taken place. So internal committee के पास complainant has 3 months, and internal committee can also provide an additional 3 months. Beyond that 6 months period, as an internal committee, you cannot go beyond. 7th month में 9th month में अगर आ जाता है, as per the current act, you cannot go beyond 6 months limitation period. So you should definitely have this thing in mind. Okay, this was also very important, especially for the institutions and the people who are from the institutes or the government companies. Delhi High Court recently in 2021 said that the internal committee who are conducting the inquiry, they are acting as a judge, and they should also have security of their tenure. So basically, during an inquiry proceedings going on against whoever that inquiry is, that person should not be transferred. And even after that inquiry, because of what her decision or his decision has been, unki security of tenure honi chahiye, because they've been given this kind of a power and they are acting in a justice manner. So that was one of the judgments. Lastly, these last two judgments are contradicting to each other, and very interestingly, so Bombay High Court held that giving humiliating treatment or interfering with or intimidating women at workplace also amounts to sexual harassment. Giving such remark also affect the health or safety of a woman at the workplace. Now, CAT Institute in 2008. Obviously, High Court is paramount to Central Administrative Tribunal, but they said that abusive language may have a demoralizing effect on women in general, but they cannot be termed as sexual harassment at workplace. So this particular thing has been in talks and discussion, and there are actually different views of different high courts in regard to this, whether using abusive language or having a little intimidating environment by a male or any senior person upon the woman, whether that would come under sexual harassment or not. So a lot of facts are to be seen in that manner. So that's more about it from my side, and would love to take any question if you have any.
Great. We'll have questions definitely after. Sure. We have a session with Ms. Kavri Birbal. Thank you very much, Mr. Kanishk. Now we come to Ms. Kavri Birbal, Advocate High Court of Delhi for a deliberation. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. Since we are beyond time, I'll just try to wrap up in 5-10 minutes so that we can proceed to the more interesting part, which is the question answer round. I will be covering issues on malicious and false complaints. Now, the act that we are talking about today gives remedial measures to make sure that workplace is a safe and an inclusive environment for working women. But the provisions of the act are not to be abused or misused. Misusing or abusing the provisions of the act not only undermines its credibility, but also hampers genuine cases of sexual harassment. At the same time, we must bear in mind that in such matters, which are so sensitive in nature, women should not be put to test. They should not be put to an Agni Pariksha, because the facts involved in such cases are highly sensitive and creates an embarrassing atmosphere. Now, determining veracity of a complaint of sexual harassment can be a complex matter, and therefore there are a few general principles which must be borne in mind. These are: it is essential to approach the investigation with care and fairness. Investigation must be carried out by trained professionals. It is very important that these professionals are trained. It cannot be that a layman enters this inquiry, because sexual harassment principles varies from person to person. What may be harassment to me may not be an harassment to another person. Therefore, it is essential that there are trained professionals involved. We must maintain the principle of innocent until proven guilty. We must approach the investigation without bias and without preconceived notions. One must recognize that false complaints are rare, but at the same time, they are possible. We must assess motive and intent of the complainant as well as the accused. Evaluate whether there could be any motive or personal vendetta. And we must respect confidentiality and privacy of the complainant and the accused. Now, coming to the provisions of the Act, I believe we all have this folder which has section 14. I will be dealing with the ingredients for a complaint to qualify as a false or a malicious complaint. Let us see what section 14 says. Where the internal committee or the local committee, as the case may be, arrives at a conclusion that the allegation against the respondent is malicious, or the aggrieved woman or any other person making the complaint has made the complaint knowing it to be false,
or the aggrieved woman or any other person making the complaint has produced any forged or misleading document, it may recommend to the employer or the district officer, as the case may be, to take action against the woman or the person who has made the complaint under subsection 1 or subsection 2 of section 9, as the case may be, in accordance with provisions of the service rules applicable to her or him, or where no such service rules exist, in such manner as may be prescribed. Provided that a mere inability to substantiate a complaint or provide adequate proof need not attract action against the complainant under this section. Provided further that malicious intent on part of the complainant shall be established after an inquiry in accordance with the procedure prescribed before any action is recommended. Where the internal committee or the local committee, as the case may be, arrives at a conclusion that during the inquiry, any witness has given false evidence or produced any forged or misleading document, it may recommend to the employer of the witness or the district officer, as the case may be, to take action in accordance with the provisions of service rules applicable to the said witness, or where no such service rules exist, in such manner as may be prescribed. Now, section 14 prescribes what are the qualifications of a complaint, of a false complaint. Just because I make a complaint and I don't have sufficient evidence or proof doesn't mean that if my complaint gets rejected, it's a false complaint. This is expressly provided in the Act. Then the Act also distinguishes between a false accusation with a malified intent and the complaint that lacks adequate proof. The necessary ingredient of a false or a malicious complaint must be met. The first ingredient is complainant has made the complaint knowing it to be false. Intention is very important here. What a complainant is stating, she must know it is false. Only then it will qualify it to be a false complaint. Then the allegations against the respondent are malicious. Now, if you see, there is a distinguishing factor. For a malicious intent, there has to be a separate inquiry, because intention is a matter of evidence and inquiry is required. So if there is a false complaint, there is no separate inquiry required. But if there is a finding that it is malicious intent, then there has to be a separate inquiry. Now, what are the ingredients of that inquiry? Complainant has to be given notice. Complainant must be given an opportunity to be present her case as to why there was no malicious intent, and principles of natural justice are to be followed. Now, what is the second ingredient of a false and a malicious intent? This is very interesting, because if you read the rules, if there's a case of sexual harassment and the committee comes to a conclusion, yes, there has been harassment, then it must give a recommendation of punishment. But as opposed to this, if it is a case of, say, false case or a malicious intent, and the inquiry committee comes to this conclusion, then it is not mandatory for the committee. It has been left to the wisdom of the committee at its discretion to recommend whether it wishes to give any punishment for making a false complaint or not. Now, coming to what are the modes of actions that can be taken for a false complaint. There are different modes which are provided in Rule 9, which are any action first. Now, any action is of very wide implication. It can be, sorry, actually before any action, it is as per the service rules. But if your service rules are silent, then it can be as per what is provided in Rule 9 of the POSH rules. Firstly, it is any action. Any action is very wide. It can cover any kind of action. Then there are different instances what are included in what is any action. It can be a written apology, it can be warning, it can be reprimand, withholding of promotion, withhold of pay rise or increments, termination from service, undergoing counseling session, or carrying out of community service. There are no fixed rules as to what punishment is to be awarded in what circumstance. The nature of punishment has been left to the discretion and wisdom of the internal committee. Now, I will be only covering one case, which has been quite highlighted. It was before the Delhi High Court. It is called Anita Suresh versus Union of India. Now, in this case, the internal committee rejected the complaint of the woman on the ground that she could not produce any witnesses. And also in the complaint, she had alleged that the accused made certain remarks against me while many people were around. Now, during the investigation process, she could not name who were the employees, who were the people present. So the committee rejected the complaint. Now, against that complaint, that lady came to the Delhi High Court in a writ jurisdiction. Now, very interestingly, the writ court reversed the decision of the internal committee. It said that because the lady was unable to tell the names of the witnesses or the names of the people who were present during that situation, therefore it's a clear case of motive. It's a false complaint, and the learned single judge imposed a fine of rupees 50,000 on that lady. That lady went in appeal before the LPA division bench. Now, the division bench took a very strong view against this decision, and it examined the principles of the POSH Act. And it said that merely because a woman complaining of harassment is unable to provide details of witnesses to corroborate her allegation, the same does not mean it's a false complaint. The division bench set aside the order of the writ court and held that internal complaint committee is not to doubt veracity of the complaint or view the complainant with a suspicion. Complainant cannot be compelled to name witnesses to seek corroboration. The absence of eyewitness to the incident cannot create a doubt on the credibility of the complainant. Now, there is a very interesting observation of the learned DB which says, usually the real preparators seek their target without putting themselves in danger of being caught, instead of sexual harassment occurring closed door in the absence of any witnesses. It must be borne in mind that a woman who is perturbed by any action of a male colleague, either through words, gestures, or action, cannot be expected to have such clarity of thought to know who all were present at the time of the incident and who all may have witnessed the incident and remembered their names and faces. The mere inability of a woman to name such witnesses cannot suffice to falsify her complaint. Therefore, in the end, I would just like to say that when we are faced with a situation, whether a complaint is false or not, there cannot be a straight jacket formula. It has to be on the facts and circumstances of each case. We have to have a very balanced approach if we are in the inquiry committee. We cannot treat a respondent to be guilty until he is proven to be guilty. Similarly, we cannot judge every woman who's coming to the committee that she has a personal vendetta, or as you know, in the earlier session, one of my learned colleagues mentioned that because she wants to settle scores, or that because she is not getting the right work. And therefore, it is essential that a balanced approach be maintained by the committee and a fair inquiry is conducted. Thank you.
Thank you, Kaveri. In fact, malicious complaints is again a very, very important thing to deliberate. And as Mr. Agarwal said, that around 60 to 65% complaints are malicious. So it needs a lot of deep dive in order to understand the modalities and nuances to understand whether the complaint is genuine or a frivolous complaint or malicious complaint. Thank you very much indeed. Now the house is open for questions. I request to kindly pose the question to our learned domain experts and be very, very precise in asking your question. It should be apt and to the point.
I have two questions from Namita ma'am. Ma'am, as you have told about Saksham guidelines. So my question is that whether these guidelines are applicable up to only colleges or private institutes also?
See, if you are affiliated with the UGC, under UGC Act, your institution is formed, then Saksham guidelines are applicable. But if you are under AICTE, Regulation 16 will be applied.
My next question is that, as you stated, that if the victim is outsider, even then Saksham guidelines will be applicable. Now my question is that, if the respondent is outsider, in that case, what will happen?
Respondent, this is what, then also the POSH guideline, this will be applied.
Thank
The
you.
working relationship is there.
Thank you.
I not posted. Yeah, hi, this is the advocate Neha Rastogi from Delhi High Court itself. Actually, I don't have any question, but I have suggestion for you. What we are talking today, that is the second step of our thing, right? So actually in our society, there is stigma. Like everybody is not comfortable, especially women don't encourage other women to come up with complaints and everything. We need to give that help and we need to conduct that seminar regarding this direction, because this topic is nothing new in our society. This is happening from so long, and we need to work in this direction where women are comfortable to come and speak up. Right?
Well said, very well said. It's true.
Start from
Yeah, true. True. Exactly. Yeah. Huh. And make sure that our workplace or environment place should be not that difficult. After speaking of this topic, we women should deprive of any upgradation or any work opportunity. So we have to make this thing very comfortable in our society. I really believe so. So we are looking forward in next session. You will conduct this topic too. Thank you.
Question. I just wanted to check, like, if there is an employee in the organization and if there is a intent to take a case, or this is not a component of the work. So whenever there's a complaint by a woman against a man, whether it's between employees, co-employees, senior, junior, outsider, contract labor, visitor, customer, anybody, if the premises belong to the employer, definitely it would come under POSH Act. Anything, even if it is beyond the premises, is a judgment you may note of Honorable Supreme Court, Mulchandani Radio, and Rajasthan High Court judgment on POSH Act recently. Even if it is not within the premises, it's through an e-mode like a WhatsApp, email, that could also be covered. Only one condition has to be satisfied, that the male belongs to organization. It's not that the male is in a marketplace, the woman is in a marketplace, they have some scuffle that is not connected to organization. If the misconduct is connected to organization, the male is connected to organization, yes. A very pragmatic, broad view is to be taken.
I'll just add a prime example of this is anyone coming to your company for giving an interview. Now that person is neither an employee and person who's an outsider. If that person faces any kind of a sexual harassment incident from the person who's under your employment, that definitely would be covered. And that employee or that female can definitely file a sexual harassment case against.
In fact, not just under the POSH committee. If the movement asks for help for a criminal case also, even there as per the act, the company has to assist her.
My question,
Then of course the employer can be
Yes, yes. If the person, no, just one point. So private organizations, I understand with the government organization service rules and all, private organizations can also implement sexual harassment act as to cover their male employees and the female. So they can actually make it as a gender neutral policy in their organization.
Question is, I think, different.
Actually, employer has got the power to take a disciplinary action of dismissal. So when that person is not the employee, definitely employer cannot.
my question is to Mr. Kanishk Agrawal. You listed out 6 type of witnesses. My question is, and suppose a complainant had shared some incident with her friend in the past, and she now produces that friend as a witness. So what is the weightage of, and what, in which category it comes?
So definitely, if she has shared that incident with that person, so if she corroborates her story, but then that the person is neither an eyewitness to the whole situation, so it would fall under the category 2 of the witnesses. So there are certain category weightage which is given to the witnesses when inquiry is being conducted. But then her story, definitely she would be a witness because she orated the whole incident to that person and how it impacted. But definitely she's just orating what she said to her. But then her testimony would be taken, but it would not be given as much weightage as an eyewitness or other kind of witness would be taken.
And in second, can IC can ask both complainant and respondent sit together and do cross-examination or verify each other?
Sorry, I could not hear the question.
Can IC, the committee, ask both complainant and respondent to sit together and cross-question each other?
Cross-question, no. Cross-questioning can only happen through the internal committee. They can definitely give their own questions which they want, the committee to do the cross examination, but they cannot do the cross examination on their own.
Okay, thank you.
They can have that conciliation.
Dr. Vandana Raghav, and we know each other. I am heading the ICC college. My question is कि many of the time I receive complaint from the girls student, they come along with their parents, but they are not ready to give the complaint in writing. So is it mandatory to take the complaint in writing?
Yes.
My first question. Okay. The second thing is कि in many of the thing I came to know कि both the girl and the boy, they were in the relationship according to them. कि मैम हम तो relationship में थे, but at one point of time, girl they said that no, we are apart. I am not in the relationship, but the boy, he is not ready to take this thing. वो क्या करने लगता है? He start making some 10 comments and he is demanding something. So at that point of time, what we need to do? The first thing is we need to send the girl and the boy to the counseling session. But it comes under the POSH Act. If they were in the relationship earlier.
Nothing is in writing, you cannot take it.
Okay.
Even consensual doesn't come, and recently 2 weeks back, Honorable Delhi High Court has passed a very, interesting judgment that adolescent love cannot be controlled by force.
Oh, that is the thing I am saying. Like, yeah, the first thing which we need to do now, we just send them to the counseling. Yeah. Yeah.
Happen, but it's not posh. Consensual is not posh.
Yeah.
So you
Okay.
can for the counseling session.
Yeah, that we were doing. But again, I'm just asking, is this come under the, thank you very much for your enlightenment.
Excuse me, can I ask something?
Can I ask?
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, sure.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Satya Saxena, and by profession, I'm a chartered accountant, lawyer, and company secretary. And I have few suggestions and a opinion regarding this all happening. And I must start with a quote of the Honorable Chief Justice, current Chief Justice, that we still live in a patriarchal society where the mindset of the rape victim is not that her dignity has been violated, but her family honor has been compromised. So taking this ahead, what I have seen in my practical experiences and everything, कि जिस पैट्रियार्कल सोसाइटी में हम रह रहे हैं, जिस पितृसत्तात्मक सोसाइटी में हम हैं, पुरुषों का जितना योगदान इसको बढ़ावे में है, उतना ही महिलाओं का भी है. मैंने फैमिलीज में ये बात पाई हमेशा कि महिलाएं भी उतनी भागीदार हैं. यही चीज मैं देखता हूँ इंटरनल आईसीसी के अंदर भी, कि जब कोई फीमेल जाती है वहां पे, तो सबसे पहले जो उसको रेजिस्ट करना चाहता है वो उसकी प्रेसिडेंट है जो बैठी हुई है, क्योंकि उसको ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की चिंता ज्यादा है वहां पे कि आप रहन दो, ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की गुडविल खराब हो जाएगी, ये बात बाहर जाएगी. एंड आई हैव ऑलवेज फाउंड कि आईसीसी पेपर्स पे शायद एग्जिस्ट कर रहा हो, बट सैद्धांतिक स्तर पर ये नहीं हो रहा है. आईसीसी शायद बना दी गई हो, लॉ हो, सुप्रीम कोर्ट का 141 एवरीथिंग, विशाखा गाइडलाइन, बट सैद्धांतिक स्तर पे ये नहीं हो रही है. फर्स्ट थिंग. सेकेंड थिंग कि सर हम महिलाओं की बात करते रहेंगे और ट्रांसजेंडर को इसमें नहीं लेके आएंगे तो ये डिबेट बाइंड्री रह जाएगी और हम उन ट्रांसजेंडर्स के साथ इंसाफ नहीं कर पाएंगे, तो महिलाओं के साथ भी इंसाफ अधूरा रह जाएगा. थर्ड पॉइंट है सर, जो मेरा मैम आपसे क्वेश्चन था कि क्या अगर एक बार आईसीसी, दिस इज अ सजेशन इफ आई एम आस्किंग, कि क्या एक बार आईसीसी में प्रूव हो जाने के बाद कि अब एक पर्सन बियॉन्ड एनी डाउट, बिकॉज दिस इज अ सिविल लॉ, दैट व्हाट आई अंडरस्टैंड, एक बार प्रूव होने के बाद क्या ऐसा हो सकता है कि ऑटोमेटिकली मुट्टेटिस मुट्टांडिस 354 की प्रोसीडिंग उस बंदे पे इनिशिएट की जाए जिसने सेक्सुअल हैरेसमेंट किया है? शुड देयर एनी प्रोविजन रिगार्डिंग दैट? And my last question to ma'am is, I was intending to ask this from the Rekha ma'am, but now I just want to ask ma'am, when this National Commission for Women is getting the constitutional status? Thank you very much, ma'am.
मैम मेरा क्वेश्चन भी इन्हीं के साथ ही है, तो अगर आप दोनों ही ले ले तो आपको आंसर इजी हो जाएगा. आईसीसी इम्पार्शियल हो ये जरूरी नहीं है. नंबर 1, आईसीसी बनाने वाली टॉप मैनेजमेंट की है
क्लास का है, ये भी पॉसिबल है। तो जो ICC बने हैं, जनरल कैटेगरी, अपर कैटेगरी कास्ट जो एक्यूज का है, आई मीन उसमें कंप्लेनेंट की भी होनी चाहिए।
First of all, coming from your question, let me tell you, I've seen some interesting cases where the female is alleging sexual harassment, and then the male as a counterblast says, I have been harassed in the SC/ST. So I have seen a case where SC commission दोनों साथ आती हैं, so that happens. But there is no caste biasness, and in fact, when the committees are framed, we do not really look into the caste of a person. Act only mandates that 50% has to be women, the chairperson has to be woman, but caste is not really seen. And as far as theo motor proceeding, if a woman wants, then yes, there has to be a criminal complaint also, and the company, the act says the company has to assist the woman in pursuing the criminal case. But if a woman does not want, then a criminal case cannot be done suo moto, and it's a woman's choice, because if we make it forceful, then women may not want to come out with a civil action or a disciplinary action also, as you rightly said. So it's the woman's choice. She cannot be forced for it.
We will also connect
But
to
if
answer
it's
to that.
if offense is like really serious, absolutely physical, or something like a molestation, rape, or something like that, then it becomes an act against the state. Then of course, but if it's not that serious, it's verbal, it's a slightly physical, or it's visual, or it's like showing pornography, it's the woman's choice. If it's really serious, then of course police will come, FIR will be registered. It has to be against the state.
Ma'am, just a point of difference, I guess, that to me, civil liberties are absolutely non-negotiable. When a woman says no, it has to mean no,
Absolutely.
and
Absolutely.
it means no. And 354 says outraging a woman's modesty. Anything which you are doing against her choice, you are doing against her will, is outraging the woman's modesty with a sexual intent, of course.
Absolutely.
So this case is small, this case is big, because we have seen that हम लोग जब इस तरह की कंप्लेन होती है, जो हमारे साथ के काउंटर पार्ट्स हैं, सबसे ज्यादा रेजिस्ट करते हैं कि हम जाएंगे तो लोग मेरे बारे में क्या कहेंगे, और फिर कमेटी उनको बढ़ावा नहीं देती है, कमेटी उस चीज को छुपाना चाहती है. ये हो रहा है, ये गलत नहीं है.
While you're spot on
No,
what you're
we-
saying, but you cannot force the woman to go in for a criminal action against it's too aggressive, because she may not want to go and face the court.
And sir, just one, just yes.
Before, because then I'll forget the answer. So many questions, very similar in nature.
Yes,
Or more than questions, their opinions, I guess.
yes, right.
Anyhow, you asked two questions. One was whether the woman transgenders की बात कर रही थी. So actually 2016 का एक केस है, Independent Thought versus Independent Thought is an organization versus the Union of India, जिसमें the Supreme Court had held that a woman's sexual orientation, marital status does not matter, could as well be a transgender, could be anything. So that is covered. See, an act is an act. The interpretations by the court, obviously, when you look at all that, then then the act, obviously, the scope of the act also. So that is included. That is one. Secondly, statutory. So what did you say? Constitutional. We are already a statutory body.
No,
We are
I am
only
talking about the
Parliament.
no, that I know, ma'am. I want constitutional commission. Constitutional commission, that this should get a place in the constitution, because everybody, if you see SC, ST and OBC, why 104th constitutional amendment has been put under the 338B, if I am not wrong. Okay, that I understand.
We are not open to interference by anybody in government or outside government. So that way we are very independent, and because we are covered under this set up by a statutory body.
That I understand. I mean, that this is a Vedic Nikaya, this is not a Samvidhanik Nikaya. मैं समझ रहा हूँ ये बात, but I want it to be Samvidhanik Nikaya.
One request to everybody from the National Commission of Women, to the panelists and the organizers and the audiences, if you could give me, like, if you have some gaps in the act, you feel that these are where the gaps are, please forward it to us. We can take it up with the appropriate authorities to get it examined. Right? So, like, for example, you mentioned about that monetary compensation, or whichever else, wherever. That would be a very helpful. That would be really a very good outcome for the national commission.
Ma'am, just a small clarification from what sir has said. Just I want, sir, you have told us the rule regarding hearsay evidence, circumstantial eyewitness. To my understanding, limited understanding, that this ICC is a quasi-judicial body, and these are not bound by the strict rules of Criminal Procedure Code, Civil Procedure Code, and Indian Evidence Act. Because hearsay evidence, circumstantial, I know there are more profound lawyers sitting on the dais. They know better that these are the very strict rules. When you say about the hearsay evidence, this is not very relevant. It is a collaborative evidence under Indian Evidence Act, Section 4, if I'm not wrong. So does this apply to a woman who is going very unreluctantly that there has been something wrong held with me? Now she has to explain and prove beyond the doubt. I don't think that this is a very strict rule that applies to all these committees.
You got the point wrong.
Okay.
When I meant to tell you about all these kind of evidences, it is just to enable the internal committee to conduct the inquiry in a more elaborate manner. They are not bound by the rules कि भाई यही वाले evidences लेने हैं या आपको इस चीज को consider नहीं करना है. The whole point is they should have that understanding that what all they can do, what all are the mechanism under the law, and what all they can actually conduct the inquiry with, so that the inquiry can be a very foolproof inquiry and they are able to turn all the kind of stones. They do not leave any stones unturned, whether when they are conducting that inquiry, and that's the whole purpose of the whole thing.
Great. In fact, we can have rest of the questions in technical
Just
session too.
one follow-up question. Can a person be convicted only on the basis of hearsay evidence?
No, it should not be.
It should not be, right?
It should not
Only on the circumstantial evidence? No. It should be collaborative with some other thing, right?
It has to be a
Okay,
collaboration.
fair enough, fair.
So thank you very much indeed.
Only one last 15 seconds, sir, 15 seconds. लॉ एम्पैथी के बारे में काफी बोलता है जब महिलाएं उनके केसेस लेकर आती हैं. आई थिंक लॉ के अंदर एक और वर्ड भी ऐड होना चाहिए, क्योंकि अगर हम जेंट्स या मेन की तरफ से भी नहीं सोचेंगे तो वो दिन दूर नहीं जब हम बेटा बचाओ बेटा पढ़ाओ. सो आई थिंक दैट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू बी वेरी इक्वल नाउ.
Great comment.
Great. So thank you very much indeed. I'll request Mr. Vic to kindly felicitate our domain experts with a memento from PhD chambers.
नहीं सर, ये
So kindly be on time. By 2:30, you should be back on your seats. Thank you very much. So ladies and gentlemen, we request everyone to kindly settle down. We are starting this very important session. Please come inside. We are starting this session. So in first session, we had a detailed discussion on domestic inquiry and awarding of punishment. Also in terms of frivolous complaints or malicious complaints. Now in this session, we'll be talking of practical case studies. So we have the people who walk the talk. It's not about theory, but practicality in terms of what is happening at the institution level when case comes or when any matter happens and what is the conclusion and how all those things are tackled. So in order to understand the nuances of this session, we have our expert panel. We have Mr. Kirit Javali from Jaffa and Javali Advocates. We have Sub-Inspector Ms. Kajal Singh from Sexual Offences Wing, Delhi Police. Ms. Rishika Dhawan is not there. Then we have Mrs. Meena Dral, who is the HOD from Hindi Samagra Shiksha Education Department, Government of Delhi. And we have Sub-Inspector Ms. Deepa, who is from Delhi Police. So may I request everyone to kindly calm down, please. We are starting this session. So let us, in fact, welcome this very, very great panel with a big round of applause. So I'll request my colleague Jitendra Rana to kindly take the proceedings forward.
Yeah, hi everyone. I think we had a very intriguing session today, and we all had a very good learning. The experts were very good. They shared their thoughts, and we will have something to take with us to our organizations to implement the policies and to better implement the POSH Act in our organizations. So I think we are at the next session now, POSH at the workplace, case studies and strategies for implementing policies. So I would request Mr. Kirit Javali from Jaffa and Javali Advocates to start with his speech. Over to now, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much for inviting me. Thank you for the opportunity. Happy to address everybody on the case study aspect. I'm sure we've had a very interesting deliberations in the morning on the POSH Act.
May I request to kindly please settle down. We are starting. Already these experts are here. So let us maintain peace for a while. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. It's very happy to see so many people in the room, and I'm sure it's been a very interesting deliberation which we had in the morning. I could not make it in the morning. I was held up on work. I will not repeat something which already have been discussed, though there may have been some overlap which will happen, I'm sure, because the topic is such that it covers different aspects and different angles. The afternoon topic is more on case studies. I'm a practicing advocate, and I have seen this subject closely in different forms, in different shapes, and from a corporate perspective, as well as from an educational institute, because I'm associated with some institutes where I'm on the management body. So I will just give a little brief background. I'm sure this has already been discussed, but just to touch upon that and then discuss a few case study perspectives. Traditionally, as everybody knows, and historically, it was a man who was the breadwinner of the family. Now, of course, the whole workforce has changed in the last 30 years, and more women are coming, and that is a very welcome sign. And I think it's more about education and awareness, which is very important at an early stage rather than at a later stage. I think this should be a subject which should be introduced right at the school level, because that is where the mindset starts changing. It's all about mindset and awareness. We might have as many laws, as many guidelines, but I don't think that's enough. That, of course, is also a necessary requirement, but the mindset and the adaptation and the awareness programs at a grassroots level, right from the school stage, is where in times to come, there will be a perspective which will change for the future generation. We are all experienced in different ways, and I'm sure a lot of women in this room have had their own challenges, and it's not an easy one. From my own example, when I was working in Bombay 20 years ago, I kind of understood what the meaning of stalking was. Because Bombay being such a crowded place, I used to go on trains those days in the workplace, and I had not exactly an incident, but a gentleman wanted to be friendly and it just went a little bit overboard. And then I realized what stalking means in a very microscopic view, and I'm sure women face it more on a regular basis. So that made me aware of a real life experience, how situations and what women experience. I don't think so most men really understand beyond a point because it is a perspective which most men see it very differently. Unless you experience like in anything else in life, it's a very different approach. So what really amounts to sexual harassment? Sexual harassment has different forms. I think mainly in the corporates, it's more to do with dominance, power structure, and the social equations, promotions in a job. So these are perspectives which really bring out these elements, and hence these situations of harassment take precedence. So what are the acts of behavior which may amount to sexual harassment? There are very fine subtle differences here. You have implied or explicit promise of preferential treatment in employment. That's always been the case. Implied or explicit threat of detrimental treatment in employment. Implied or explicit threat about present or future employment status. Interference with work or creating an intimidating or offensive or hostile work environment, or humiliating a treatment likely to affect the lady's health or safety. And finally, all these things also happen primarily because a lot of companies do not have an effective internal complaints committee policy in place. Though I would say things have changed ever since the POSH Act came into being, but a lot more needs to be done. And as I again go back, it's awareness which is very, very critical, and the proper constitution of a committee. I'm sure that's been discussed in the morning session. I won't go in depth on that, but constitution of a fair committee, timely effectiveness and resolution of these complaints is what really will take things a long way. I think it's the deterrences which I see across in our society on various laws. It's not just about sexual harassment laws. There needs to be a strong deterrence. Too much punishment or too much penalty also has its own challenges. Then we call it draconian. But I think there has to be a balance where which will probably make it as a deterrent, and people will start understanding the importance of respecting. I think the respecting women is the first and foremost, and understanding that in today's workforce, women are equal and are probably better, and the better taskmasters. And we see global heads today, a lot of Indian companies and overseas, there are a lot of women who are now climbing up and doing extremely well. I don't mean to be saying because the room is filled with women, no, but it is the reality and it is what it is. So I think that is a separate aspect in terms of getting opportunity and ability, but also in terms of how one must learn how to be within the framework and carry out your responsibilities. Now, what is not sexual harassment? I'll also point out that because I'm sure the entire morning must have been deliberated on what is sexual harassment. So following up on work absences, requiring performance to job standards, normal exercise of management rights, work-related stress, meeting deadlines or quality standards, conditions of work, or giving a constructive feedback about the work and not the person as such, which will enhance the growth of the company. It's at the end of the day a team effort. So it's not about gender, it's an effort, growth of a company. So there has to be delivery, there has to be performance, accountability. So these are situations which again do not necessarily mean that you're pulled up that it's sexual harassment. So again, it's a person's broad-mindedness, approach, sensitivity, and adaptation, which obviously there is a line not to be crossed, but that is where again awareness is to be brought about. Now, a couple of case studies which I will touch upon, which has been historically in 2005 and 2011. Some of the sources which I got from the Times of India, just to recap on that. This involved no offense or disrespect to anybody, but this involved an IAS officer, the late KPS Gill, who had slapped on the posterior of a lady police officer, which I'm sure my learned friends would be aware of this famous case. In 1988, this incident happened. Rupan Bajaj had filed a suit against KPS Gill, despite the public opinion that she was blowing it out of proportion. And obviously in those days, men dominated and everything was to be brushed under the carpet. But eventually he was convicted and with a fine and penalty and threat of imprisonment of three years of probation, 3 months of imprisonment and 3 years of probation. But after final appeals for the Supreme Court in July 2005, the conviction was upheld and the jail sentences were reduced to probation. The victim had declined to accept the monetary compensation, and the court ordered that it be donated to a women's organization. I think it was not about the penalty or the compensation which the respected lady officer was seeking. It's probably the dignity and what she was seeking, and to set the course right. Otherwise, it was going to go on forever. In I'm sure this happens even today in a lot of the institutions. But that is what probably the step which she took at that point in time. Then we also have a case of a lady constable of the crime branch in Goa. This happened in 2011, where she alleged sexual harassment by her senior official. The victim claimed that the officer kept sending her repeated SMSs when she was on leave to meet him. Despite telling him that she was busy with the family, he repeatedly sent SMSs. On her arrival at the next day at work, the officer wanted her to go for a drive with him, which she again put off. The officer, offended by this behavior from the junior officer, hit her physically when encountering her on the corridor, oblivious to others. The lady constable in question filed a complaint against the said official for misbehavior. However, the issue was not taken up immediately as the complaint was against a senior official. So what these two cases drive is primarily on the aspect of how a superior officer is basically harassing sexually a lower ranked officer. These are two instances, two case studies of previously which have happened in the past. I'm sure many more have happened. I'm just highlighting these two. Then I will also try and give you an example of what is the type of sexual harassment. This for that, promote a favor at the sexual harassment at the workplace. This is more common and which happens repeatedly at corporate offices. And also I'll give you an example on the hostile work environment. Again, a type of sexual harassment at the workplace. This could be in a company, it could be an NGO, it could be in an educational institution. I have some friends who are from the educational panel, who are on the panel from the educational institute, so I won't really go in depth on that. So talking of what is the scenario in terms of this for that, I'll give an example. A lady named Kamini is a bright young team leader working in a call center. Known to be forthright, she is dedicated, hardworking, and a perfectionist. Kamini stays back at work late one evening with her colleague, Ravi, to complete work on an important presentation. Ravi offers to buy Kamini dinner and later drop her home since it's been a long day. After dinner, Ravi proposes to Kamini that he would like her to spend the night with him. Kamini refuses politely but firmly and goes home. Next evening, Ravi repeats his request on Kamini's refusal, threatens her that if she doesn't give in, he will tell everyone that she made a pass at him. So what is this workplace? This for that sexual harassment. In the above example, Ravi's threat to Kamini that if she does not agree to his request for a sexual favor, he will in return smear her reputation at the workplace, who wants to use sexual favors for her advantage. So Ravi's behavior is unwelcome, sexual, and has a negative impact on Kamini. Now I'll give an example of a hostile work environment. This is about a lady called Jayanti as a factory worker in Bangalore. Varghese, Jayanti's supervisor, often tries to touch her on one or the other pretext. For example, he adjusts a dupatta while she is serving the workstation on the pretext of covering her back. Very uncomfortable with his behavior. Her colleagues at the workplace ridicule Jayanti and mock her for the special treatment by her supervisor. They often gossip about her and Varghese. In the above example, the physical touching by Varghese is unwelcome and sexual in nature. The gossip, which is based on Varghese's behavior towards Jayanti at the workplace, creating a hostile work environment for Jayanti. So these kind of scenarios are quite happening today, and I'm sure it happens on a day-to-day basis. The question then arises is why these things still continue to happen? There are numerous examples, be it in a company, be it in even a laborer, when they build houses, they're exposed because a lot of ladies help in when you construct new buildings, houses. So these challenges continue. So question that I've always often wondered is, We have the guidelines, we have the laws. Where is the challenge? I think it's the mindset and imposing strict liability on the institution and some accountability. We also have the wrestlers case, which I will not touch upon because it's all in FIR and it's a sensitive matter. But yes, that's a unfair situation which is happening. But the most recent case, which is been decided by the Supreme Court as recent as 12th May, is the case of Oralia Fernandez versus State of Goa, which is involving University of Goa and the professor. So certain observations which have been decided in this case is primarily on the principle of natural justice and a fair hearing. I'll just read out a few portions of this because it's a very voluminous case, but I'll just highlight a few aspects of this. So essentially what the court is saying that since we celebrate a decade of the posh being legislated, it's time to look back and take stock of the manner in which the mandate of the act has been given effect to. The working of the act is centered on the constitution of the Internal Complaints Committee by every employer at the workplace and constitution of local committees and internal committees by the appropriate government. The Internal Complaints Committee would be an impediment in conducting an inquiry into a complaint of sexual harassment at the workplace as envisaged under the statute and the rules. It will be equally counterproductive to have an ill-prepared committee conduct a half-baked inquiry that can lead to a serious consequence, namely imposition of major penalties on the delinquent employee to the point of termination of service. It is disquieting to note that there are serious lapses in the enforcement of the act even after such a long passage of time. This glaring lacuna has been brought to the fore by a national daily newspaper that has conducted and published a survey of 30 national sports federations in the country and reported that 16 out of them do not have an internal complaints committee till date. Where the ICC have been found to be in place, they do not have the stipulated number of members or lack the mandatory external member. This is indeed a story state of affairs and reflects poorly on all state functionaries, public authorities, private undertakings, institutions that are duty bound to implement the POSH Act in letter and spirit. So the judgment has gone on to say and highlight a few other things which they have suggested. Steps should be brought out, or some certain directions have been issued. Some of them are to fulfill the promise that POSH Act holds out to working women all over the country. It is deemed appropriate to issue directions to the Union of India, all state governments and territories to undertake a time-bound exercise to verify as to whether all ministry, departments, government organizations, public sector institutions, bodies have constituted the ICC as the case may be, and that the composition of the committee are strictly in terms of the provision of the POSH Act. It shall be ensured that necessary information regarding constitution, details of the email IDs and contact numbers of designated persons, procedure prescribed, all should be made available on the website. So this is an important observation. Justice Hima Kohli, who's delivered this judgment as being part of the bench, and I think it's a good time to take stock after a decade. But most of the sectors still today, where maximum sexual harassment takes place, is in the fields of banking, fintech, educational institutions. That those things are still going on largely. So what steps should we be taking, should employers be taking to mitigate these risks? I think an annual report should be filed every year, have workshops and awareness campaigns against sexual harassment carried out in the first year, provide a statement to the board of directors report in its report that the company has complied with the provisions, disclose in the corporate governance report of listed companies the number of complaints filed during the financial year. So essentially, I think it's a continuous process of awareness, education, and being brought up to speed on a regular basis. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Dheeraj Jawali ji. Yeah, you said rightly that the awareness of this act is very important, and also what comes under the sexual harassment, that is very important, that everyone should know. So with this, and the case study shared by you is also very good. With this, I request our next speaker, Ms. Kajal Singh, who is from Sexual Offences Wing, Delhi Police. Over to you, Kajal ji.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry, I have a sore throat, so please bear with me on that. And also, I hope nobody's feeling sleepy at this stage after the delicious lunch that we've had. Everybody has by far shared what is POSH Act and what happens in the ICC, how the complaint, whenever you approach with a complaint and how it is dealt with, the procedure has been covered so far. But then there's this another aspect, which is how does a police deals with a complaint? And that is a completely strange area for a common person. I mean, if I were to ask all of you, आप में से कितने लोग एक पुलिस स्टेशन गए हैं with a complaint? Only like 3 or 4 people have in this room. So you can understand कि हम लोगों को नहीं पता कि अगर हम एक पुलिस स्टेशन जा रहे हैं तो वहां पर क्या होगा. There's also this fear that will the police understand our concern? Will they be able to deal with what we are going through? Kahin, there's also this stigma which women go through. Whenever something happens with us as a woman, also I'm speaking, the first thing that we start doing is we start self-analyzing कि हमने ही तो कुछ ऐसा नहीं कर दिया जिसकी वजह से maybe the other person took it in the wrong way, and we start analyzing our actions before getting in the aggressive mode कि नहीं हमारे साथ गलत हुआ है and we have to take action on that. So this is the one major problem, and I think ये हमारे अंदर बचपन से ही सिखाया जाता है, you know, that you have to behave in a proper way. As mothers also, they try to control their daughters कि you know वो अंकल के पास मत जाओ या ऐसे कपड़े मत पहनो, you're going there तो थोड़ा ठीक से बैठो, ऐसे करो. तो बहुत जगह पर we try to control our women only. तो इसलिए as we grow हम उसी thinking के साथ बड़े होते हैं, and we somewhere unconsciously try to impose that on our children also. हम at times boys को तो बोल देंगे कि अच्छा ठीक है, you want to go, you go, तुम्हें जहां जाना है with your friends go. लेकिन जहां पर हमारी बेटियों का question आता है तो हम extra possessive, extra protective we feel ki nahi, we have to protect them. There's also biologically, because isko to koi change nahi, biologically women are not as strong as men. It is, we can't change that, and we're not even questioning that. There's a reason why in sports also there's separate section for women, and for men there's a separate section. Okay, and there are cases in which women are more stronger, but then for that they've taken special exercise they do, or special treatments they've taken, so they've trained for that. So today we are here to discuss the POSH Act. Now the POSH Act has come into being in 2013. We've already gone through that. Before that we had Vishakha guidelines. Now why did Vishakha guidelines came into existence? There was this reason that a woman who was working with an NGO, she was gang raped, she was sexually assaulted in Rajasthan. And when she approached the police and the doctors in 1997, Vishakha guidelines came into existence. So the police and the doctors also, they didn't treat her the kind of treatment that she deserved. Nobody was concerned or bothered enough कि अच्छा उसका statement तक नहीं लिखा गया properly. Doctors ने उसका medical examination, if there's a latest case that has happened, recent incident, it is very important कि उसके biological exhibits को collect करा जाए जो कि हमारे case को strong बनाते हैं. तो even that didn't happen with her. So what happened that a couple of NGOs, they came together and filed a petition in Supreme Court, and Supreme Court gave us the Vishakha guidelines. So after Vishakha guidelines, it became a sensation in itself, because from there it came into notice of common people कि women are also being subjected for sexual harassment at the workplace. So we need to protect them there also. And then in 2013, Vishakha guidelines became the POSH Act. Now, guidelines and act made it more mandatory. It has strengthened the guidelines. you see, there's a difference. If there's an act and there are guidelines. So if there is an act, so it is more mandatory for everybody to follow. So under the POSH Act, everything has, I guess, already been covered. There's procedure, the way to complain, the timeline. I'm not going to repeat that. Though I am when you approach with a complaint to the ICC, then police ka role comes into place, into the picture, that now ICC has an option whether to conduct the inquiry on their own or they want to send the complaint to the police station. If they're conducting the inquiry, there is a separate procedure for that, which has already been covered. But what happens when they send it for the police to take an action? Now, whenever we receive such complaints are of two types. There are oral complaints and there are written complaints. In police station, it is a little different from what we have discussed so far. So when you let's say for example that a lady has come to police station with her complaint, and it is not a written complaint. She has come orally that something has happened to her. It may be sexual assault or sexual harassment, or it is a dowry related matter, or it is a POXO related matter. See, in IPC there are women related offences are covered majoritarily in four umbrellas. There are sexual assault cases, that is 375 and 376. There is sexual harassment, which is 354. There are dowry, demand for dowry when women are subjected to torture, 498A. And then there is a separate act, which is POXO Act, Protection of Children Against Sexual Offences, which is for children under 18 years of age, minor children. So POXO Act is gender neutral act. So it covers both boys and girls who are minors. Now, considering the 354 matrimonial, 498 and 376 offences, for example, let's say a woman has come with a sexual harassment case complaint, and it's an oral complaint. So what happens when she comes to a police station? Now she has gathered all her courage, she has talked to her friends, she has done her research, and because even to come to a police station takes a lot of courage. First step you have to take yourself. You only have to give yourself the strength ki nahi mere saath galat hua hai and I have to get my justice. Police and advocates and then the judiciary is only going to help you to fight for yourself. So when you come to a police station, you meet with our duty officer, and then you tell them whatever the concern is. For example, it is a sexual assault case. Somebody has been raped. So she goes to a duty officer, and then the duty officer will assign a police officer to you. Now, there are police officers on emergency duties, which are available on 12-hour shift. And then there are women police officers also available 24/7. So if you're comfortable in sharing your problem with a male, it's okay. But if you want a female police officer, it is you can ask for them. We are always available there. So you go to the lady officer and you tell them your problem, and so we ask everything, like from the very beginning, when you join. For example, something has happened with a person, तो उनको आप कब से जानते हो, कहाँ से जानते हो, आप कहाँ रहते हो, किसके साथ रहते हो, every little detail is asked. जैसे last session में कनिष्क sir ने बोला cross questioning. It's not cross questioning, but it is better if you know each and every detail of the person that we are going to help. So everything is asked and we write it down. Then we write your statement, and on that statement, whatever the complaint is, जो भी आपके साथ offense हुआ है, उसके accordingly section we put, and FIR is registered. Now, in some case, this is a case where you want an FIR to be registered, but then there are matrimonial cases also. जिसमें women, they don't want to go for an FIR. They want कि mediation, एक बारी थोड़ा बातचीत हम कर ले, because then there's also कि घर ना खराब हो हमारा. So they want a mediation. So we send their complaint to CAW cell, Crime Against Women cell, जहाँ पे दोनों parties को they call and counseling provide करते हैं. So now coming back to the FIR, so when an FIR has been registered, we work with DCW, Delhi Commission for Women. We call them and counseling उनको provide करवाई जाती है. lady को, and after the counseling उनका medical examination हम करवाते हैं. Now medical examination भी there are of two types, internal, or if you don't want, it is choice of the victim whether she wants to go for an internal examination or not. So they can refuse for it also. After the examination, internal examination, the next important step is statement in front of a magistrate. So this is a statement recorded under section 164 CRPC, where you are alone with the magistrate and you give your statement. Now, the statement that is given in front of the magistrate has more evidentiary value. जब आपका केस ट्रायल पर जाएगा तो उसकी वैल्यू ज्यादा होती है rather than what statement you have given to the police. So it is important कि statement जो है वो same रहे, उसमें ज्यादा changes ना आए. After that statement, we collect all the possible evidences that are available, CDR location, CCTV footages, if you have any eyewitnesses of the incident. So जो भी possible हम लोग evidence collect करके we prepare a charge sheet and file it in the court within 60 days. So we have अपना time limit कि within 60 days you have to file the charge sheet. So after charge sheet is filed by the police, then the trial goes on and you are called by the court for the evidence for your cross examination. That is another part. So this is what happens in a police station when you go for registering an FIR. There are few cases because I am in Delhi police, obviously. So I have dealt with few sexual and sexual assault cases, which included women and also children. Women को ही ज्यादातर हम ये cases deal करने के लिए बोलते हैं because women are more sympathetic and they understand सामने the other person's psyche also. We understand कि what the other person might be going through because there's a lot of trauma behind a person. So there was this one case where a mother was sexually assaulted by her own son. Yeah, so even my reaction was like that, and I was rather new at that time when she came up to me, and she was 65, 70-year-old lady. She was so fragile, and her son was an alcoholic. So under the influence of alcohol, he committed the offense. Later, when we went to arrest him, at that time also, he was sitting with his friends. I mean, he had no idea what he had done. He was so drunk at that time. So when she came up to us, we did all of our procedure. We provided her with counseling, and DCW also provides a support person that even in future, if you feel kahin par problem hai, and if you are unable to reach your concerned IO investigating officer, you can reach the counselor provided by DCW. So when we arrested him, he was arrested, and when we asked him कि भाई आपने ऐसा क्यों करा, तो he was quite apologetic about it. But then law is law, and he is behind bars. And the currently case is under trial. At present, the woman has passed away, so we could not record her testimony. But then there were other witnesses like her daughter-in-law, her other son, and there were also evidences which we collected. For example, when the woman was medically examined, we took samples from her private parts and we got them matched with the samples of the accused, and luckily they matched. So it proved that the incident had happened. Second, now the case is under trial, so we are waiting for the final conviction or whatever the judge passes the order. So waiting for that. Secondly, there was this case when a deaf and dumb lady was also sexually assaulted by her chemist. So she used to visit him for frequent medicines and checkups. She was not entirely deaf and dumb, but she has a deformity in tongue, so she could not speak properly. But if you were to spend time with her, you would understand what she's trying to make. So that incident happened. In that case also, we arrested the accused, and he's behind bars currently. We're waiting for the trial to start. There was another case. Okay, we've also discussed parts where complaints are false. So that happens with us also. It's not like every woman who's coming to police station uske साथ गलत हुआ ही है. At times there are personal vendetta, personal कुछ ना कुछ reason that सामने वाले को ego issue है, उनको मजा चखाना है, या whatever उनका concern है, that also happens. So there was this case of a girl child. We received a PCR call जिसमें कि छोटी बच्ची के साथ molestation हुआ है and हाथ पर चोट लगी है. So there was this big cut on her left hand. So when I reached the hospital, I examined her. I asked her all the questions, because what she was saying कि दिन में on a very busy road she was molested, and she this came in the newspaper also. She was molested, and then she fainted and she was taken to another place where she was beaten and then thrown, and she was beaten and they just threw her on the ground and left. So even I was a little shocked that how is it possible that in a crowded area like Northeast district, such incident has happened and there have been no eyewitnesses, no complaints. Because वहां पे तो ऐसा है कि छोटा सा कुछ मैटर होगा तो लोग बहुत जल्दी इकट्ठा हो जाते हैं. इंडिया में लोग बहुत जल्दी इकट्ठा हो जाते हैं. कुछ भी चल रहा होगा तो आप रास्ते से जा भी रहे होंगे तो रुक रुक कर देखते हैं कि अच्छा क्या हो गया. इवन इफ इट डज नॉट कंसर्न देम, इवन इफ दे आर नॉट इंटरेस्टेड टू हेल्प, वो बस देखना चाहते हैं, दे वांट द गॉसिप. तो ऐसे सिचुएशन में, ऐसी सोसाइटी में, हाउ इज इट पॉसिबल? सो वी चेक्ड एंटायर सीसीटीवी फुटेज ऑफ द एरिया दैट शी सेड कि जहां पर इंसिडेंट हुआ, फ्रॉम अ स्कूल, उसने कब एग्जिट करा, उसके बाद उस प्लेस ऑफ अकरेंस का. तो व्हेन आई शोड हर द सीसीटीवी फुटेज, वी वर चेकिंग इट विद हर एंड हर फादर आल्सो. When I showed her the CCTV footage, she again changed her statement. And she said कि मैं डर गई थी पुलिस को स्टेटमेंट बताने पहले बताने में. Everything had happened, but place of occurrence अलग है. So now she is a child, तो हम उसको ज्यादा कुछ बोल नहीं सकते. We can't be strict with them also. We have to keep them very प्यार से कि अच्छा ठीक है कोई बात नहीं बताओ, because you never know वो कब क्या बोल दें. इवेंचुअली आफ्टर 3 days, जब हमने सारा सीसीटीवी फुटेज उसके साथ चेक करा, उसके फादर को दिखाया, लास्ट में उसने बताया कि ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं हुआ था, मैं खुद ही सब जगह गई थी, मैंने खुद ही अपने आप को चोट मारी बिकॉज मेरा एग्जाम अच्छा नहीं हुआ था, बट लेटर मैं डर गई और मैंने वो सारी स्टोरी बनाई. तो दैट वेस्ट, I mean, in a way, it wasted our 3 days, which we could have utilized in helping somebody जिसको actually उसकी need थी. But because she was a minor, तो obviously priority minor के पास साथ जाती है. तो हमने सारा लास्ट में जब उसने बताया, फिर हमने दोबारा सीसीटीवी फुटेज जहां उसने नया जगह बताया, सारा सीसीटीवी फुटेज चेक करा, एंड इट कॉरबोरेटेड विद हर स्टोरी. जो उसने चोट लगाई वो भी उसने खुद लगाई. देयर वर नो masked boys. उसका डिस्क्रिप्शन ही इतना डिटेल था. आई मीन इफ यू आर सीइंग somebody for 4-5 seconds, how can you remember their hair color, what clothes they were wearing, उनका complexion कैसा था? I mean, it's not humanly possible, that too for a 14-year-old child. So eventually वो केस झूठा निकला एंड हमने कैंसिलेशन फाइल करी कोर्ट में. नाउ बिकॉज शी वाज अ माइनर, तो हम उसके अगेंस्ट कोई एक्शन नहीं ले सकते. ऐसे ही और भी हमारे पास कंप्लेंट्स आती हैं, जैसे सर ने डिस्कस करा था कि एट टाइम्स देयर आर नो एविडेंसेस ऑन रिकॉर्ड. इतना पुराना इंसिडेंट है, सीडीआर भी मैक्सिमम 2 साल तक आप कलेक्ट कर सकते हो. सीसीटीवी फुटेज भी सब जगह लोग अपने कैमराज हैं तो वो अपने टाइम के अकॉर्डिंगली रखते हैं, जो जितना वो अफोर्ड कर सकते हैं उस हिसाब से अपना ड्राइव रखते हैं. तो एट टाइम्स कोई भी हमारे पास एविडेंस नहीं है, हियर से कि इतनी एविडेंशियरी वैल्यू नहीं है कोर्ट में. तो ऐसे केसेस में क्या होता है? ऐसे केसेस में अगर विमेन जो है वो अपने सारे टेस्टिमनी में वही बोल रही है जो उसके साथ हुआ है फ्रॉम डे 1, इफ नथिंग हैज चेंज्ड, और स्लाइट चेंजेस हो जाते हैं, इट्स ह्यूमन मेमोरी ओनली, तो भी कन्विक्शन इज पॉसिबल. ऐसा नहीं है कि आपके पास कोई एविडेंस नहीं है कॉरबोरेट करने के लिए, सर्कमस्टेंशियल भी नहीं है, कुछ भी नहीं है, बट आपका टेस्टिमनी, आपका स्टेटमेंट ही सफिशिएंट है कन्विक्शन के लिए इन केसेस ऑफ विमेन रिलेटेड मैटर्स. तो बाकी केसेस में तो सर्कमस्टेंशियल एविडेंसेस का मर्डर के केसेस में सर्कमस्टेंशियल एविडेंसेस मिल जाते हैं, लेकिन सेक्सुअल असॉल्ट या सेक्सुअल हैरेसमेंट के केसेस में सर्कमस्टेंशियल एविडेंसेस कई बार नहीं मिल पाते। एंड सेकेंडली एक चीज और इम्पोर्टेंट है कि जैसे पॉश के अंदर अगर आपको आईसीसी में कंप्लेन करना है तो देयर इज अ टाइम लिमिट, बट इफ यू वांट टू गो टू अ पुलिस स्टेशन तो कोई टाइम लिमिट नहीं है। आई हैव हैड केसेस जिसमें इंसिडेंट 10 साल पुराना बताया था कि in 2013 I was sexually assaulted, in 2012 I was sexually assaulted। तो हम किसी को मना नहीं करते कि आपके पास कोई एविडेंस नहीं है टू सपोर्ट योर क्लेम्स, तो हम आपका केस रजिस्टर नहीं कर सकते। वी आर बाउंड बाय ललिता कुमारी गाइडलाइंस कि अगर कोई कॉग्निजेबल ऑफेंस की इंफॉर्मेशन हमारे पास आई है तो वी हैव टू रजिस्टर अ केस। वो सच्चा है या झूठा है दैट इज पार्ट ऑफ इन्वेस्टिगेशन, बट एफआईआर हैज टू बी रजिस्टर्ड। ऐसे ही बहुत सारे केसेस in my short time period of abhi I'm rather new only, but काफी सारे cases because I'm in Northeast district I have dealt with। अभी जो wrestlers वाला case है that has brought this posh act into more limelight because ICC wrestlers जो federation है वहां पर ICC ही नहीं था। जो मैरी कॉम की हेडेड देयर वाज अ कमिटी हेडेड बाय मैरी कॉम द बॉक्सर, तो वहां उन्होंने बताया कि आईसीसी ही नहीं है वहां फेडरेशन में, बॉक्सिंग फेडरेशन के पास। तो ये इसलिए अभी थोड़ा ज्यादा हाईलाइटेड है कि women at workplace should feel safe because majority of our time we spend there only। Now women are becoming independent, empowered and everything। Women have been provided with good education, in fact they're more, I believe they're smarter in some ways from men because they understand human value also। So they don't go only by logic of brains, but they also understand emotions, or at times they are better at decision making। इसलिए women are coming into the mainstream workplaces and I hope सब लोग इतना डरे नहीं पुलिस को देखकर एंड रादर फील करें कि हाँ ये भी हम लोगों के जैसे ही है, और अगर हम अपनी कोई कंसर्न कोई प्रॉब्लम लेकर जाते हैं तो वी ट्राई अ लेवल बेस्ट कि उसका बेस्ट हम सोल्यूशन प्रोवाइड कर सके। तो थैंक यू विद दैट।
मैम एक क्वेश्चन पूछना चाहूंगी, डिड यू कम अक्रॉस एनी वर्कप्लेस सेक्सुअल हैरेसमेंट केस in your tenure?
Sorry ma'am, I can't see you।
It is, I'm
Okay,
here.
yeah. Yeah, we did, but it was an independent complaint that she came up with. Government officer, I won't go into the details, but we did come up with such complaint, but she had come up to us independently rather than the complaint coming from an ICC committee। So we dealt with it according to the procedure that has been led for us। Yes, ma'am, you can always come directly to the police. You don't. Yes, ma'am, you can of course come to the police directly। We inform your organization. In fact, intimation jata hai whenever a case is registered against, especially if it's a government sector. So intimation bheja jata hai ki case has been registered against so and so employee।
You always have the opportunity to go irrespective of posh. Just that it was never enforced properly and the awareness was not there.
No, you can call our helpline number and police will come in there। Yeah.
Can the complainant go to both ICC member as well as police and run the complaint simultaneously?
Yes, ma'am.
Different legislation.
Yes, they can.
And also, I'd like to add, if you're not feeling comfortable in coming to the police station, you can ask for that also. Police in civil uniform, like in civil clothes, will come to your house or place of wherever you feel comfortable. We have pink booths also nowadays. So there are separate booths installed आपके area maybe if I don't know if you've noticed, but there are separate chambers that have been installed. आप वहां पर जाकर भी अपनी complaint दे सकते हैं और आपको assist करा जाएगा.
मैडम एक ही सजेशन था कि अपने मूवीज जो है ना, इन्होंने दो लोगों का बहुत इमेज खराब किया, एक तो विमेन का और दूसरा पुलिस का. पुलिस हमेशा लास्ट में पहुंची है और जिसके पास भी पुलिस गई है उसकी हुई है, राइट, ले लो इसको. तो उसकी वजह से मतलब हम बोलते हैं कि अच्छे लोगों ने तो पुलिस की तरफ देखना ही नहीं चाहिए. After training more than 30,000 people on POSH, I'm meeting police for the first time and feeling so thankful to PhD chambers, right? And you know, first time we get to hear you. It's a suggestion. आपको एक यहाँ पे एक क्या बोलते हैं कैंपेन चलाना पड़ेगा अवेयरनेस क्रिएट करने के लिए, पुलिस पे ट्रस्ट डेवलप करने के लिए, क्योंकि ये हमारे जैसे बोलना नहीं चाहिए, हमारे जैसे पढ़े लिखे लोगों को भी नहीं पता है, तो कौन से समाज को ये पता होगा कि आप इतना कुछ अच्छा काम कर रहे हो, राइट? सो absolutely, yes. So I said police. I did not say police women or police men. So it is police. So I used a very inclusive language. So madam, please, you need to have some campaign to create this trust.
Ma'am, I'll take up this matter with my senior. I want to say one point. So much. I want to say one thing about police. I want to say one thing. Only one thing. Real life is totally different from real life. And through my personal experience, police officials, I'm not stating male or female, police officials remain always cooperative to me. And that is a commendable. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we'll now continue with the session.
Thank you, Kajal ji.
Definitely,
Let us carry on with the session, I think.
Excuse me. Yeah. Thank you, Kajal ji. And we'll have a Q&A session after that. So our next speaker is Mrs. Meena Dhal, who is HOD Hindi in Samagra Shiksha from Education Department. She is also a member of Internal Complaints Committee regarding sexual harassment at workplace. And she has been instrumental in dealing with and resolving of complaints reported against sexual harassment at school education level. So over to you, Meena Dhal ji.
नमस्ते सभी को. जैसा कि मेरा विषय बताया गया है कि मैं हिंदी डिपार्टमेंट से अनुबंधित हूँ और उसी के अनुसार हिंदी को प्रमोट भी करती हूँ और हिंदी में ही बोलना पसंद करती हूँ और अपने साथ सभी को लेकर चलती हूँ कि वो हिंदी में मेरे साथ आए. तो पहली बात ये, आईसीसी बोर्ड से संबंधित हूँ 2017 से और 23 साल से मैं एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट के साथ संबंधित हूँ. और एक शब्द जो इतनी बातें चली हैं और बहुत ही हमारा पढ़ाई का माहौल रहा है अब तक कि हम सीख रहे थे कानून और सारी चीजें, अभी तक काफी अच्छे विधि वक्ता कानून के जानकार हमारे बीच में रहे हैं और बहुत जानकारियां हमें बताई, बहुत कानून की बातें भी हमें बताई कि हमें इस एक्ट के थ्रू क्या करना चाहिए और कैसे इसका लाभ उठा सकते हैं. तो एक बात और कहना चाहूंगी, 4 पंक्तियां आपके सामने हैं. नेत्र हमें केवल दृष्टि प्रदान करते हैं, नेत्र हमें केवल दृष्टि प्रदान करते हैं, परंतु हम कब किस में क्या देखते हैं ये हमारी भावनाओं पर निर्भर करता है. और इसी बात को लेकर मैं एक केस है जिसको आपके सामने प्रस्तुत करना चाह रही हूँ, क्योंकि वो बात आप सब लोगों ने कभी कभी अपने वर्क प्लेस पर महसूस की होगी और जो एक अध्यापिका ने अपने स्टार्टिंग के दिनों में इसको झेला और जब तक ये आईसीसी बोर्ड नहीं आया था या 2013 का या 12 का ये कानून नहीं बना था और कुछ भी नहीं था और उस महिला को अपनी नौकरी से कुछ दिनों के लिए घर में बैठना पड़ा और वो अपनी स्थिति को किसी को कह भी नहीं सकती थी। और एक अच्छा जेस्चर सबको पसंद आता है। आपको कोई नमस्ते कर रहा है, आप हंसकर नमस्ते करेंगे, आपको अच्छा लगेगा। कोई आपको पानी ऑफर कर रहा है, आपको अच्छा लगेगा कि हाँ मुझे पानी ऑफर किया गया है। और कुछ अच्छा आपको कहा जाए तो आपको अच्छा ही लगेगा कि भी हाँ मेरी प्रशंसा की जा रही है या मुझे कोई एडमायर कर रहा है, कोई मुझे देख रहा है, कोई नोटिस कर रहा है। तो एक जर्नल था उसके लिए, जब वो स्कूल में आती थी उसके लिए ये बिल्कुल नॉर्मल बात थी। जिस तरह से दूसरे बच्चे जो उसको नमस्ते करते थे, विश करते थे, आप अच्छी लग रही हो, आप इसी तरह से, उसका भी यही रोज का चलन था अप्रोच करना। और हाँ मैडम जी आप आ गए, नमस्ते मैडम जी कैसे हो, बहुत अच्छी, ठीक है, क्लास में जा रही है पीछे पीछे। तो बहुत दिन तक तो उसको लगा नहीं कि ठीक है वो पसंद कर रहा है, कोई बात नहीं, अच्छा है, भी अच्छा पीएन है, अच्छी बातचीत है, अच्छा उसका नेचर है, व्यवहार अच्छा है, तो बहुत अच्छा लगा उसे। और ठीक है उसने भी इग्नोर किया, उसने भी नॉर्मल तरीके से ये बात की। लेकिन कई चीजें जब आपके हेड से ऊपर जाने लग जाती हैं तो आपको उसको नोटिस करवाने वाले दूसरे लोग भी होते हैं कि आपका स्पेशली सिर्फ आपको ही पानी ला कर देना, सभी के सामने, सभी के बीच में ही आपका ही हालचाल पूछ लेना। और फिर उसके बाद आप अच्छे से बात कर रहे हो, उन बातचीत को भी उसको पर्सनल ले जाना कि मुझसे ही बात करें, किसी और को ना कहें काम के लिए। क्या मैं नहीं था वहां, आपने मुझे क्यों नहीं बुलाया? और ये चीजें बढ़ती चली गई। फिर क्या, जहां पीरियड है उसी के आसपास घूमना। तो बच्चे छोटे छोटे नोटिस करने लगे, प्राइमरी सेक्शन के बच्चे तो बहुत चीजें नोटिस करते हैं। और वो नोटिस करने लगे कि मैडम भैया बुला रहे हैं आपको, भैया खड़े हैं, भैया पानी लेकर आ गए हैं, भैया और कुछ नहीं तो कोई बुक ही लेकर आ जाते। तो बहुत परेशान हो गई, कुछ दिन छुट्टी ले ली। कोई कंप्लेंट नहीं हो सकती थी, कोई कंप्लेंट किसी को कर नहीं सकती थी। यही असमंजस में रही कई दिनों तक कि क्या करूं क्या करूं। कुछ दिनों की छुट्टी के बाद में सोचा कि चलो नॉर्मल हो जाएगा। फिर क्या था, ये कपड़े क्यों पहने तुमने, मैडम आप ये कपड़े पहनकर आ गई स्कूल में, क्यों भाई तुझे क्या दिक्कत है? नहीं अच्छे नहीं लगते। उसने इग्नोर किया कि ऐसे ही बोल दिया है, चलो छोड़ो। बहुत सारी चीजें जो उनकी प्राइमरी लेवल पर जो उन्होंने इग्नोर की, उनको हम आज सोचते हैं कि इग्नोर नहीं करना चाहिए था, लेकिन क्या था, उसको बढ़ावा मिलता चला गया और वो बिल्कुल नॉर्मल ही ले रही थी, एक आम जेस्चर की तरह। उनको बिल्कुल भी इस चीज का एहसास नहीं हुआ कि ये तेरे साथ हरेसमेंट हो रही है। जब वो ज्यादा होने लगा तो वो परेशान रहने लगी, स्ट्रेस में रहने लगी और जब तब छुट्टियां लेने लगी। तो हेड ने बोलना ही है कि भी आप इतनी छुट्टियां क्यों ले रहे हो, किस लिए इतनी छुट्टियां। तो अब वो उनको भी क्या बताए। अब आफ्टर सम टाइम कुछ स्कूल में प्रोग्राम था, खाना वाना हुआ, जैसे भी हम खा कर निकले, तो दैट पर्सन उसने प्लेट बनाई उनके लिए और वो लेकर आया। उससे पहले वो अपनी प्लेट ले चुके थे और अपना खाना अपने फ्रेंड्स के बीच में जाकर खाना खा रही। उसके सामने उसने प्लेट को फेंक कर मारा। मैं लेकर तो आ रहा था, खाओ इसे। और वो लास्ट दिन था उसके लिए। अब वो उसके लिए सहन करना मुश्किल था और वो उसी टाइम रो पड़ी और बुरा उसकी स्थिति थी। प्रिंसिपल के पास गई और देखो विडंबना कि जरूर मैडम ने इसको कुछ ल्यू पॉइंट्स दिए। एक महिला की ये विडंबना देखो। और फिर अथॉरिटीज के पास गई, नहीं मतलब कि इतना ज्यादा, जैसे वो कहते महिला की दुश्मन, ये कहावत कहीं पर भी कई बार चिरतार्थ हो जाती है, नहीं चाहते हुए भी, कि नहीं मैडम कुछ दिन के लिए छुट्टी लेकर घर बैठ जाओ और वो ये लड़का भी दिमाग ठीक हो जाएगा, चला जाएगा, इसको हम भेज। नहीं हुआ। मैडम 3-4 महीने की छुट्टी फिर लेकर बैठ गई। लेकिन उसने क्या हुआ, एट लास्ट घर में बताए तो घर में बैठ जाओ, वो परिस्थिति थी कि नौकरी छोड़ दो। और बाहर बताए तो बदनामी का डर था कि ये स्टिग्मा ही लग जाता है आपके नाम के पीछे, मैडम ही ऐसी रही होगी। आप कई कई सारे, एक सिर्फ ये स्कूल लेवल की ही बात नहीं है, ये एक वर्क प्लेस की बात है। आप सब महिलाएं इन चीजों को फेस करती हैं कहीं ना कहीं, कि आप ही में कोई दिक्कत होगी। आप यही नहीं देखते कि आप किस स्थिति से निकल रहे हैं, कौन सी असमंजस की स्थिति में आप जी रहे हैं, कौन से स्ट्रेस को आप देख रहे हैं, और वो आपके साथ किस तरह से जी रही हैं आप। तो कुछ समय के बाद वो एक कितनी सुंदर महिला थी, इतनी एजुकेटेड थी, इतनी अच्छी जॉब में वो कंपटीशन के बाद आई, नौकरी छोड़नी पड़ी। और ये विडंबना थी उस समय की कि कोई सुनने वाला नहीं था, कोई कोऑपरेट करने वाला नहीं था, सिर्फ बातों को क्या करना था, दबाने वाली बात थी। जब से बोर्ड आया है, आईसीसीआई कंप्लेंट की हमारे पास ये सिचुएशन आई है, जब से हम इसके मेंबर बने हैं, हम अवेयर करना चाहते हैं और करते भी हैं समय समय पर कि आप आओ हमारे सामने और अपने बारे में बताओ। और लेकिन कहीं कहीं पर इसके अंदर त्रुटियां भी हैं, इसके अंदर जो पोस्ट के अंदर कुछ त्रुटियां हैं। स्कूल लेवल पर हमें इन चीजों को देखना चाहिए, और स्कूल के जो लेवल पर है, ये स्कूल के स्तरों पर ही शुरू हो जानी चाहिए। जो हम पोस्को की बात करते हैं और पोस्ट, दोनों ही साथ पैरेलल चलते हैं। आज के दिन बच्चा इतनी जल्दी बड़ा हो रहा है, आप सब समझ रहे हैं कि किस तरह से वो जो एनवायरनमेंट उसको मिल रहा है। तो वो एक डिफरेंस जो 18 और उसके बीच का जो रह गया ना, 14, 15 और 16, 17, 18 तक, वो समझ ही नहीं पा रहा है। और वो कब जानकारी में और अनजाने में उन हरकतों को कर बैठता है जो आपकी किस में आती है, हरेसमेंट में आती है। वो सारी चीजें वो प्रयुक्त करता है, यूज करता है स्कूल लेवल पर ही। आप 9वीं 10वीं 11वीं 12वीं के बच्चों को जब देखते हो, उनका जो है स्टैंडर्ड, उनका जो सोच है, या उनकी अपब्रिंगिंग जिस तरह से भी रही है, जैसे सर ने भी अभी पिछले हमारी उसमें कहा था कि समाज में मानसिकता बदलने की आवश्यकता है। हमें उसी घर से, उसी जगह से मानसिकता को बदल देना चाहिए। जो हम अपने छोटे बच्चों को, जैसे हमारे पास बहुत सारे लोग बैठे हैं जिनके छोटे बच्चे भी रहे होंगे, वो बच्चों को क्या सिखाते हैं आज के दिन, हम नर्सरी कक्षाओं में भी ये बातें कह के आते हैं और सुनाते हैं उन्हें, गुड टच बैड टच, ये वहीं से स्टार्ट होती है। और जब हम ये शिक्षा अपने लड़कों को और अपनी लड़कियों को ये देने वहां से शुरू करेंगे ना, तो वो स्कूल लेवल से जब यहाँ ऊपर तक कार्यस्थल तक आते हैं, तो इन चीजों का डिफरेंस समझ में आना आता है उन्हें, और उन्हें क्या करना है और क्या नहीं करना है, ये चीज समझ में आती है। और ये चीजें वो अपने पीछे जब हम छोड़ चुके हैं इन चीजों को, तो अपने परिवेश में शामिल करें। और हम बीइंग अ मदर और बीइंग अ ह्यूमन बीइंग, बीइंग अ फादर, बीइंग अ पेरेंट, आप ये सारी चीजें अपने बच्चों में घर से स्टार्ट करें, तब पोस्ट तक नहीं पहुंच पाएंगे हम। और देखो, अब स्कूल लेवल पर, अब पोस्ट पर आ जाती हूँ मैं, हम जहाँ स्कूल समितियां हैं हमारी, मैं स्कूलों में जाती हूँ, स्कूलों को देखती हूँ, उनमें जो समितियां बनी हुई हैं उनका गठन कर दिया गया है। 4 मेंबर होते हैं स्कूल लेवल पर, ठीक है, 3 मेंबर आपके वर्क प्लेस से जो भी मिलते हैं वो, और एक उसका एचओडी। तो बन गई हैं समितियां, आपकी मीटिंग्स हो गई हैं, लेकिन कंप्लेंट करने के लिए कोई आगे नहीं आता, कोई कंप्लेंट नहीं करता, उसको आराम से ले लिया जाता है, जैसे उस महिला ने कंप्लेंट नहीं की थी और वो झेलती रही, उसे सोचती रही कि कोई बात नहीं, थोड़े से दिन बाद में सही हो जाएगा, मैं ट्रांसफर ले जाऊंगी। आज ट्रांसफर का प्रावधान है, आप ट्रांसफर ले जाओगे, घर बैठ जाओगे, छुट्टियां ले लोगे, 1 साल की ले ली, 2 साल की ले ली, तो शायद माइंड स्टेटस चेंज हो जाएगा। लेकिन आप नौकरी बदलने का प्रावधान इतना ज्यादा आ गया कि मैं एक संस्था को छोड़कर दूसरी संस्था को ज्वाइन कर लूंगी, लेकिन उस चीज को लेकर मैं आगे आती ही नहीं। जागरूकता नहीं है हमारे पास आईसीसी की, सबसे बड़ी कमी ये है कि हम उनको समय समय पर जागरूक नहीं करते, जागरूकता ही नहीं है हमारे बीच में कि हम वहां तक जाएं और अपनी कंप्लेंट को दें। दूसरा, उसका ट्रस्टवर्दी होना आवश्यक है। आईसीसी बोर्ड का जो भी मेंबर्स हैं वो ट्रस्टवर्दी हो, और वो हमारी बात को, हमारी जानकारी को बिल्कुल भी लीक ना करें, यानी हमारा नाम किसी के सामने भी ना आए। जैसा कि अभी पीछे हमारे पैनल में कहा गया था कि क्यों हमारी सिर्फ सारी केसेस किसके नाम से जाने जा रहे हैं, निर्भया के नाम से जाना है, विशाखा के नाम से जाना है, भंवरी देवी के नाम से जाना है, क्यों महिलाओं के नाम से जाने जाते हैं? जिन्होंने कसूर किया उनके नाम से क्यों नहीं जाने जाते? उनके नाम से जाना जाए कि वो थे, वो तो विक्टिम थे। क्यों मशहूर हुए उनके नाम से? महिला के नाम से क्यों मशहूर हुए? कि सारे केसेस उनके नाम से इसीलिए महिलाएं आगे नहीं आती हैं। कई बार वो अंदर घुटती रहती हैं और उस घुटन का कई बार नतीजा उनके परिवारों पर जाता है। कितने सारी फैमिली प्रॉब्लम्स जो है इसी नतीजे के कारण सामने आती हैं। शी वॉक्स की बात हुई थी अभी, सभी ने सुना, लेकिन जानकारी कितनों को थी हमारे बीच में से? किसी को थी? नहीं थी। इस तरह की जागरूकताओं को हमारे समाज के बीच में लाना चाहिए। ये जागरूकताओं की कमी है। हम यहाँ इतने बड़े इसमें सेमिनार में बैठे हैं, लेकिन हमें कितने लोगों को कितने सारी बातों की जानकारी नहीं थी। इसी तरह की हर छोटे लेवल पर भी वर्कशॉप होने चाहिए। ये एक बड़ा स्टेज है, बड़ा मंच है जहां पर ये वर्कशॉप ऑर्गेनाइज की जा रही है, लेकिन छोटे छोटे लेवल पर भी, मोहल्लों में, गलियों में और अनेक स्कूलों में, छोटे छोटे स्थानों पर भी इस तरह की जानकारी देने के लिए वर्कशॉप होनी चाहिए। अलग अलग गठन किए जाएं जिले वाइज, उन जिलों में जा जाकर लोगों को जागरूक भी करना चाहिए कि आप और पुलिस पर इन चीजों को ना झेलें। और मानसिकता की बात तो मैंने आप सभी को कही ही है कि वो बहुत आवश्यक है। और जो है महिला सदस्य होनी चाहिए हमारी, जैसा कि आज हमारे पहलवानों को जो बात महसूस हो रही है, जिसकी कमी उनके पास रही, महिला सदस्य जरूर होनी चाहिए और समय समय पर वर्कशॉप होनी चाहिए। सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि शिकायतकर्ता इन तक पहुंचे। बोर्ड बन गए हैं, कमेटियां बन गई हैं, लेकिन शिकायतकर्ता पहुंचता नहीं है वहां तक। वो उस अपने अंदर इतनी हिम्मत लेकर आए, उसके अंदर ये करेज हो कि मैं अपनी शिकायत वहां तक पहुंचाऊं। मैं क्यों झेलूं? ये उसके अंदर ये भावना आनी चाहिए। सामने वाला झेले, मैं क्यों झेलूं? ये बुरी हरकत मेरे साथ उसने की है तो वो झेले। कितनी छोटी छोटी बातें हैं, वो आपको बिल्कुल भी, कितना छोटा सा एक जेस्चर है जो आपको बुरा लगता है, लेकिन आप डेली उस चीज को महसूस करती हैं और डेली झेलती हैं। क्यों झेलूं? या तो मैं सामने से ही उसको बोल दूं कि आगे से मुझे ऐसे नहीं करना, आगे से तुम मेरा हाथ नहीं पकड़ोगे, आगे से तुम मेरी कमर पर हाथ नहीं लगाओगे, या मुझे इस तरह की ये तुम्हारी नजर पसंद नहीं है। सामने से आकर बोलें या हिम्मत रखें कि इस तरह की बात कहें, क्योंकि ये इस तरह की बातें हैं जिनके साथ आप क्या करते हो कि इनकी कोई कंप्लेंट कौन सुनेगा, इनका कोई प्रूफ क्या देगा, और कई बार इन प्रूफ के तहत आपकी बात अधूरी रह जाती है कि कंप्लेंट आपने लिखित देनी है। लिखित कंप्लेंट के साथ आप जब आप बोलते हो, आईसीसी में आते हैं हमारे पास जो भी, तो हम उनको बोलते हैं भी लिख कर ले आओ, लिखित कंप्लेंट दो, मैडम आपकी ओरल कैसे सुन लूंगी? तो वहीं पर ही वो व्यक्ति क्या है, पीछे चढ़ जाता है। तो ये चीजें होनी चाहिए कि वो अगर ओरली भी आपकी कंप्लेंट दे रहा है तो वो भी मान्य हो। और एक सजेशन आया था कि जहां से स्टार्ट हो, कि ये तो जैसे पोस्ट तक पहुंचे ही ना हम, ये स्कूल लेवल से ही स्टार्ट हो जाए और स्कूलों में भी इसका जागरूकता हम देते हैं, लेकिन उतनी जागरूकता नहीं दी जाती जितनी की होना चाहिए। और घर से ही शुरू हो जाए। सबसे पहली बात तो जैसे हम अपने बच्चों को एजुकेट करते हैं, उस घटना का क्यों इंतजार करें कि घटना घटे और फिर हम उसके ऊपर एक्शन लें? तो घटना घटने का इंतजार ना किया जाए। और जागरूकता होनी चाहिए, यही कहना चाहूंगी। जैसा सर ने कहा कि स्कूल लेवल से स्टार्ट होना चाहिए, सर की स्पीच में भी यही बात थी कि स्कूल लेवल पर ही ये चीजें स्टार्ट हो जानी चाहिए। और आप सभी यहाँ जितने भी बैठे हैं, सभी जो यहाँ पर अभी आप सेमिनार को अटेंड करने आए हैं, और सभी से आज ये जागरूकता के लिए ही आपसे इसकी कामना चाहते हैं कि आप जागरूक बने और अपनी बात को कहने के लिए आगे आए, और साथ ही अपने परिवार के बच्चों को आज से ही जागरूक करना शुरू करें कि वो जागरूक बने और अपनी बात को कहना सीखें, सुदृढ़ बने सारे के सारे। ठीक है। और एक 4 कोट के साथ, 4 लाइनों के साथ अपनी बात को यहीं पर खत्म करूंगी। बाधाएं आए तो विश्वास का उपयोग करें, बाधाएं आए तो विश्वास का उपयोग करें, कमियां क्षति पहुंचाएं तो हिम्मत का उपयोग करें, सीमाएं रोकें तो अनुभव का उपयोग करें, लक्ष्य डराए तो संकल्प का उपयोग करें। धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू मीना जी। I would like to request our next speaker, Sub Inspector Mrs. Deepa Halthia ji from Delhi Police. She is currently serving as a sub inspector in Delhi Police. She is also a member of an NGO naming Dishanjali, which is active in Bhopal. It is primarily regarding the education of children of the slum areas who aspires to be the shining stars of the future. Over to you, Deepa ji.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving this opportunity to speak. I think Kajal ma'am has covered many aspects regarding policing, so I wouldn't be giving a long speech on this. I think first of all, I would like to have a discussion with you all, not the speech session. Okay. So first of all, tell me that how many of you, I'm asking frankly, very frankly, don't get objected about it. How many of you have ever faced sexual harassment? Yeah, I was expecting a very less number. We all know the reason, right? कि यही वो प्रॉब्लम है कि आप मेरे ख्याल से जैसा मुझे लगता है कि बिकॉज ये मेरे साथ भी हुआ है सो मुझे ये लगता है कि मैक्सिमम लेडीज के साथ ये हुआ होगा और इवन कुछ मेल्स के साथ ठीक है लेकिन हाथ कितने ने उठाया सिर्फ 4 या 5 है ना तो इसका यही तो मेन प्रॉब्लम है कि जो कंप्लेनेंट है जिसको इंसाफ चाहिए वो ही कभी सामने नहीं आता और गलती उसकी भी नहीं है बिकॉज बहुत सारे फैक्टर्स हमारे होते हैं कुछ तो डर होता है कि पता नहीं क्या होगा ये सारी चीजें एकदम स्ट्रेंज हो जाती है हमारे लिए फैमिली सपोर्ट नहीं होता कि अगर ये चीज मैं शेयर करूं तो फैमिली बोलेगी यार क्या है ये सब मतलब मत बताओ साइड वाले क्या कहेंगे नेबर क्या कहेंगे रिश्तेदार क्या कहेंगे और एक स्टिग्मा वाली बात आ ही जाती है दूसरी बात अगर अगर लेडी जॉब में है ठीक है तो फिर क्या होता है उसे लगता है मेरी जॉब चली जाएगी हाउ विल आई अर्न और सारी चीजें उसके बाद एक और फैक्टर होता है जो बहुत ही मतलब बहुत ज्यादा प्रिविलेंट यही फैक्टर है कि हमने उन चीजों को बहुत नॉर्मल ले लिया है क्योंकि मूवीज में सीरियल्स बहुत सारी वेब सीरीज में सारी चीजें इतना ज्यादा एक्सपोज किया जाता है कि ह्यूमन माइंड ने इसे नॉर्मल ले लिया है हम कहते हैं ना जो चीज हम बार बार करते हैं वो एकदम नॉर्मल हो जाती है हमारे लिए या बार बार जो देखते हैं तो ह्यूमन माइंड ने इस चीज को एक्सेप्ट कर लिया जैसे किसी ने किसी को देख के सीटी ही मार दी तो लोग उस पर कोई भी एक्शन नहीं लेंगे क्योंकि इट्स जस्ट नॉर्मल लोग बोलेंगे यार ये तो होता रहता है इसमें क्या ही कंप्लेंट करना तो यहाँ गलती हो जाती है हमसे और इवन एक इंसान ये गलती करता है तो देख के दूसरा भी वही गलती करता है तो इस तरीके से क्राइम्स बढ़ते जाते हैं हम एक आज छोटा क्राइम इग्नोर करते हैं कल वो ही एक बड़ा क्राइम हो जाता है दिस इज द मेन प्रॉब्लम तो जैसे कि आपने मैं एक्सपेक्ट कर रही थी कि अगर ऑब्वियसली सबके साथ ये हुआ होगा तो ज्यादा हाथ उठाए जाने चाहिए थे क्योंकि अगर हम पढ़े लिखे लोग और जो हम खुद चाह रहे हैं हम कि हम दूसरों को मोटिवेट करें कि वो इन चीजों में आगे आए वो खुद भी अगर आगे नहीं आएंगे तो कैसे काम चलेगा और ऐसा नहीं है कि पुलिस में कभी भी मतलब सपोर्ट नहीं होगा या कुछ ऐसा पुलिस हमेशा सपोर्ट करती है आप में से मिली मूवी कितने लोगों ने देखी है मिली जानवी कपूर की मूवी है रिसेंट या तो उसमें आपने देखा होगा कि पुलिस का वो क्या रोल उसमें बताया गया है ही वाजंट कोऑपरेटिंग एंड ऑल तो बहुत रेयर होता है आई थिंक मतलब हंड्रेड्स में सिर्फ एक होता होगा कोई ऐसा पुलिसमैन या पुलिस वुमेन जो इस तरह से बिहेव करे है ना इस अभी क्या है कि सारी चीजों में जैसे आप बोल रहे हैं आईसीसी के लोग ट्रेंड हैं उन्हें ट्रेनिंग दी जाती है सब कुछ हमें भी ट्रेनिंग दी जाती है नॉट इवन इन दी ट्रेनिंग पीरियड बट थॉरोली थ्रू आउट दी लाइफ ट्रेनिंग भी चलती है काम भी चलता है सारी चीजें और हम केसेस देख देख के हमें पता चल जाता है कि कौन सच बोल रहा है कौन झूठ बोल रहा है किसके साथ कैसा ट्रीटमेंट करना है एंड ऑल सारी चीजें अब हम ये कह रहे हैं कि बच्चे बताते नहीं हैं कई बार लेकिन आपने नोटिस किया होगा बच्चे इनडायरेक्टली अपने फैमिली मेंबर को कभी ना किसी को कुछ बताएंगे लेकिन सपोर्ट फैमिली मेंबर की तरफ से नहीं आता है या फादर से ओह यही होता है एग्जैक्टली या हम्म या वही एक बात है कि अब हम हर जगह परफेक्ट, कोई भी जगह परफेक्ट नहीं है, इवन स्कूल्स आर नॉट परफेक्ट मैम, क्योंकि कई बार स्कूल्स में जो चीजें होती हैं स्कूल वाले सप्रेस करते हैं जस्ट बिकॉज कि उनके स्कूल की इमेज खराब ना हो, है ना। वैसे ही कई बार जो क्राइम होता है वो घर में होता है और हम एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे कि कोई इंसान अपने घर में बताए, अब क्राइम ही घर में होता है तो वो कहाँ जाए। तो उस टाइम कई बार वो स्कूल में बताते हैं ये सारी चीजें, मतलब अगर कोई किसी को भी हिंट दे रहा है तो ये हमारी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बनती है कि हम उसकी हेल्प करें। ऐसा नहीं है कि हम उसके क्या लगते हैं जो हमें उसकी हेल्प करनी है या हमें उस मैटर में पढ़ना ही नहीं है। आपने सीसीटीवी फुटेजेस देखे होंगे कई बार कि जब किसी के साथ कोई क्राइम होता है सारी पब्लिक दूर खड़ी रहती है, देखा होगा ना। तो ये प्रॉब्लम है। उसके बाद लोग बोलेंगे कि पुलिस वाले कुछ नहीं करते, या लोग बोलेंगे कि जस्टिस नहीं होता, लोग ऐसे दिन दहाड़े ये चीज हो रही है, आपकी वजह से हो रही है दिन दहाड़े सारी चीजें, आप भी तो उसमें एक हिस्सा है कहीं ना कहीं। हाँ हम्म मैम मैम आई एम गेटिंग योर पॉइंट, बट द थिंग इज कि वही है कि मैंने कहा हर जगह हर चीज परफेक्ट नहीं होती, तो है उनमें फ्लॉज है। और अब क्या हो रहा है कि जो भी न्यूली अपॉइंटेड लोग हैं वो काफी पढ़े लिखे और मतलब वेल सोफिस्टिकेटेड लोग भी हैं, तो वो अच्छे से ही ट्रीट करते हैं। इवन मैं एक केस में जब डील कर रही थी तो द फीमेल साइड की मैम मैंने आज तक इतने प्यार से बात करने वाली ऑफिसर नहीं देखी। I was also surprised कि यार why did he मतलब उसने ऐसा क्यों कहा मुझसे कि आज तक उसने नहीं देखी, क्योंकि मैं नहीं हूँ। मैम अपने आप को नहीं कह रही हैं, वो इवन उनको शायद 4 years हो गए हैं इस डिपार्टमेंट में, तो मैं सिर्फ 4 months से हूँ। तो इवन मुझे भी मतलब बहुत सारी चीजें अभी समझने में टाइम लग रहा है, बट हाँ जितना मैंने देखा है कि बहुत सारे फ्लॉज हैं, वो पर्टिकुलरली एक जगह पर नहीं है, वो कई जगह पर है, और उसे ठीक भी हम सभी मिलके कर सकते हैं। या या मतलब कि हैरेसमेंट, आई मीन टू से दैट द हैरेसमेंट हम क्या सुनते हैं, जब हम सेक्सुअल हैरेसमेंट वर्ड सुनते हैं तो हमारे दिमाग में सिर्फ एक चीज आती है, बट सेक्सुअल हैरेसमेंट इज ऑफ डिफरेंट टाइप्स, राइट। वो बहुत टाइप्स के हैरेसमेंट होते हैं, तो अगर किसी ने मुझे नॉर्मल समवन इज स्टेयरिंग एट मी कंटिन्यूअसली, दैट इज ऑल्सो अ हैरेसमेंट। तो ये तो सबके साथ हुआ होगा, बट वी शुड टेक ए स्टैंड। या सेशन जो हम देखते हैं और हम आज आपसे सुन रहे हैं जी बिल्कुल डिफरेंट है। या ओके ओके। तो जो बात कर रहे हैं हम भी बोलते हैं पुलिस को बहुत अच्छी चीज बताने सेल्फ डिफेंस है, जो आप लोगों ने स्कूल में प्रोग्राम आपका है बिल्कुल। लेकिन तो बहुत डिफरेंट, क्योंकि मालूम है कि जैसे कॉलेज की गेट से बाहर ही बूथ है, तो वहां पे गेट से बाहर निकलते लड़की को नहीं छेड़ पाते। तो आई सजेशन टू यू बना देते हैं ना, आप बिठाते नहीं किसी। हाँ, फियर इज वेरी एक खाली बेटी बना रहे आप टीचर को साइड करके निकल के हमने दूर तक बस स्टैंड तक या मेट्रो स्टेशन छोड़ दी। बट माय सजेशन द पॉइंट आई हैव मेक हियर just like you have a self-defense exercise being done in colleges and schools now. उससे क्या दो चीजें सॉल्व होती हैं, ऐसे ही आप इन चीजों पे you can also conduct a fear exercise in school now. उससे दो पर्पस सॉल्व होते हैं, एक तो मैं पुलिस की छवि इंप्रूव हो जाए, पुलिस में बहुत खराब सीरियसली पोस्टमैन उनको क्लास में बुलाया जाता है, बच्चों से इंटरैक्ट कराया जाता है, तो दे आर मेंटोर when they come to class बच्चे जाते हैं किसकी तरफ, जैसे ये पोस्टमैन दैट विल मेक अ
And of course, at least some students, जैसे मैम बता रही थी, मीना जी ने बोला कि आजकल टीनेज को बस 1-1.5 साल की रह गई है, सब बच्चे से एडल्ट बन जाते हैं, समझ तो छोड़नी चाहिए। तो उनको एक समझ है, समझ में आएगा जब आप हमारे लगी कोई ऐसी एक्सरसाइज करेंगे in combination with the school authorities, maybe seriously board or something, I don't know, whatever level you can take it up to, it should happen in school. घर में हम लोग क्या करते हैं, हम सब गिनती वो फॉर्म में कोई कम कोई ज्यादा, हम सब गिनती।
मैम पीएचडी ने आज यही किया ना आपके लिए। पहले आपको तो दे ये।
पुलिस का बात कर रहे हैं, किसी भी डिपार्टमेंट, बिजली डिपार्टमेंट, फायर डिपार्टमेंट, कोई भी गवर्नमेंट डिपार्टमेंट,
ये अपनी स्पीच कर लेते।
मैम थैंक यू सो मच फॉर योर सजेशन। नहीं एक्चुअली मैम इज क्वाइट राइट कि मतलब सारी चीजें स्कूल से स्टार्ट इसलिए ही होनी चाहिए बिकॉज जो बच्चा है वही हम कहते हैं ना, एक छोटा सा माटी का एक कच्चा घड़ा होता है, तो वो धीरे धीरे पकता है और वो क्या सीख रहा है, वही वो क्या सीख रहा है इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट ना, क्योंकि सारी चीजें जो आपके माइंड में सबकॉन्शियस माइंड में चली गई हैं वो आप अल्टीमेटली करोगे, ना चाहते हुए भी आप करोगे। और मैंने कई केसेस ऐसे भी सुने हुए हैं कि जहाँ पे अगर देयर इज अ ग्रुप ऑफ 4 फ्रेंड्स जहाँ पे 3 बुली करते हैं लोगों को या परेशान करते हैं, तो वो 4th वाले को चिढ़ाते हैं कि तू हमारे जैसा नहीं है, यू आर नॉट कूल। तो ऐसी थिंकिंग हो गई है लोगों की। तो दिस इज द रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ऑफ पेरेंट्स कि वो देखें अपना बच्चा जो है वो किसके साथ रहता है, उसकी कंपनी कैसी है, ये इंपॉर्टेंट होता है, क्योंकि मोस्टली मैंने गलत कंपनी में रहने वाले बच्चों को ही बिगड़ते देखा है, तो ये प्रॉब्लम हो जाती है। बाकी एक और प्रॉब्लम ये है कि कभी जैसे आप में से किसी ने भी अपनी बेटी को कुछ मतलब जैसे कपड़े, किसी भी टाइप के कपड़े पहनने से कभी रोका हो घर में, ऐसा कभी हुआ है? नहीं, मतलब वो इस वजह से क्योंकि कई फैमिलीज में ऐसा होता है कि अपने बाहर तो ठीक है चलो, बट अपने घर में भी वो ऐसे मतलब इवन फॉर वेयरिंग शॉर्ट्स नॉर्मल अप नाइट सूट या जो भी हो वो पहनने से मना करते हैं। सो माय क्वेश्चन इज व्हाट काइंड ऑफ मेल्स आर लिविंग इन योर फैमिली दैट यू आर टीचिंग योर डॉटर टू बी इन नॉर्मल क्लोथ्स। सो ये भी एक सोचने वाली बात है कि आपके घर में कैसे मेल्स हैं जो आपको अपनी बेटी को टोकना पड़ रहा है। ठीक है, बाकी जेंडर इनइक्वालिटी ये बहुत ज्यादा प्रिवेलिंग है। ये जेंडर इनइक्वालिटी की वजह से भी सेक्सुअल हैरेसमेंट्स होते हैं कि लोग नहीं चाहते कि कोई अपोजिट जेंडर उससे बेटर करे या आगे बढ़े, कई बार ऐसा होता है, नॉट फॉर एवरीवन। ठीक है, एक एग्जांपल मेरे पास और है कि फॉर स्कूल्स है मैम ये एग्जांपल कि जब हमारे पास कोई केस रजिस्टर होता है तो हम उसकी इन्वेस्टिगेशन करते हैं। ठीक है, और इन्वेस्टिगेशन के बाद ही पता चलता है कि दैट केस वाज व्हाट एवर द केस कि वो ट्रू है या फॉल्स है। अब एक केस था हमारे पास जिसमें एक बच्चे के ऊपर एलिगेशंस थे, तो स्कूल वालों ने विदाउट एनी मतलब विदाउट एनी कांटेक्ट विद द पुलिस और कोई भी रीजन के उसे एग्जाम देने से मना कर दिया। अब हमें क्या पता कि वो केस एक्चुअल था भी या नहीं। सो ऐसा स्कूल वाले करते हैं बिकॉज ऑफ देयर इमेज। सो दिस इज ऑल्सो द रीजन कि बच्चे बोलते नहीं है कि हमारे साथ क्या हो रहा है। स्कूल्स में भी आजकल बहुत ज्यादा हैरेसमेंट देखने को मिलती है। इवन अ केस केम अक्रॉस जिसमें एक लेडी थी जो काम करती थी, उसके साथ एक हैरेसमेंट हुआ था। सो शी वाज कमिंग एंड क्राइंग बट शी हैड नो एविडेंस ऑफ इट। सो दैट द प्रॉब्लम। उसके अलावा आई वुड लाइक टू yeah basically
ma'am I would schools problem नहीं है। I can't take it anymore. Ma'am, I am also very good evening. I know that's now it's got over. Very good evening, ma'am. I'm also from a school sector. Ma'am and myself are only 2 school representative here. There has been a lot talked about here today, how schools should take an initiative. I'm really proud to share with you from the grassroots level, starting from good touch to bad touch, to converting into gender sensitivity, to converting into personal boundary spaces, POXO trainings. We are doing a lot. We are doing a lot at the school level. But trust me, the media influence and the impact on the minds of the children is endless.
Truly.
OTT platform without zero censorship, rubbish is going into their mind. They think
Sexual
appreciable.
abuse is normal, committing suicide is normal, everything is normal because media has normalized it and government is not even talking about it. We are talking about making changes. I'm sure each and every person sitting here in this room is here to make some change in their organization, in the education sector, wherever they're hailing from. But when it comes to the government policy, if the POSH has to be really implemented in the letter and spirit, media needs to be controlled somewhere. These images,
Definitely.
and even more so after the OTT, there was once upon a time the movie had an A certificate, a UA certificate. There was some moderation. Now it's all free flowing. You catch hold of any person, they feel, everything is normal. Even touching the same gender at any point in time is just normal because that's how it happens on the OTT. And if you're not doing it, we are probably losers or uncool people who does like that. So I think the onus is collective at school level. All of us, I mean, all the school professionals, we are doing a lot. Like I shared, only a few lists, from bullying to gender sensitivity to all of those. We are doing extensive programs, ma'am, but their mass mentality is coming from the media platform.
Definitely.
For them, sexual pornography sharing is so normal. It's as normal as having a cup of tea. I mean, it's not even, something that you can question that why. That's what it happens, right? That's how people do it on OTT. So what about the government onus of the OTT platform? I really strongly feel about it. And
We
because
too strongly feel about it.
yes. So if anywhere this is being documented and it has some consequences in the government and impact, I will really want the media to be taken into
Yes,
account.
आप
Thank you, ma'am.
बिल्कुल सही कह रही हैं, मीडिया को लेना चाहिए। ये बिल्कुल सत्य है कि मीडिया को बिल्कुल मीडिया का रोल थोड़ा रिस्ट्रिक्ट कर देना चाहिए, क्योंकि उसी का ही इम्पैक्ट जो हमारे बच्चों पे आ रहा है और स्कूल अथॉरिटीज और स्कूल लेवल पर जो हम ये चीजें झेल रहे हैं और ये अनसक्सेसफुल हो रहा है।
So thank you very much. If anyone has any question still left.
लेकिन उसके बाद भी मतलब वो अपना रोल उस तरह से
So thank you very much.
मैं Jitendra, I would like to say something. My views, मैं अपना views इसमें as we are rounding up. पहली चीज तो ये है कि हम सब इसमें मिलकर आगे चलेंगे तो ही होगा। अगर हम सिर्फ पुलिस को देखें या हम स्कूल को देखें या हम पीएचडी को देखें और अपने आप को ना देखें तो होगा नहीं। So we are seeing, in fact, if I were to see within there where we have gone wrong, मैंने सुबेरे जैसे कहा कि हमारा कल्चर वैल्यू तो कुछ और था, हम लोग कहीं और पहुंच गए। बल्कि मैं लंच में शेयर कर रहा था किसी से, आपसे शेयर करता हूं। हमारे यहाँ जब हम होमम करते हैं, हवन करते हैं, तो हवन करते हैं तो उसमें स्वाहा बोलते हैं। तो स्वाहा का मतलब क्या हुआ? तो काहे को बोलते हैं? हवन अग्निदेव के लिए होता है, अग्निदेव की पत्नी है, तो जो कुछ उनको ऑफर होना है वो पत्नी के थ्रू ही होना है। दैट इज द स्टेटस ऑफ द लेडीज दैट वी गेव। वहां पर हम तब भी यही कहते थे और आज भी यही कहते हैं, लेकिन वही बात है, हम आज समझते नहीं है क्यों कहते हैं। सो अ लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स दैट वी हैव गॉन थ्रू टुडे बिकॉज ऑफ आवर great panelists is because probably we did not, most of us did not know implications क्या है, तरीके क्या है, कैसे करना है, कहाँ जाना है। PhD chamber indebted to our police officers, and believe me, I echo the same what you have said कि इतने होशियार, इतने sophisticated, खास तौर से इंग्लिश में बोलने वाले हमने नहीं देखे अब तक, और ये तारीफ के काबिल है, बहुत बहुत तारीफ के काबिल है। और अगर ये जनरेशन आ रही है तो आई थिंक वी आर ऑल वेरी सेफ।
सर यही जनरेशन आ रही है, यही जनरेशन आपके सामने होगी अभी।
दूसरा, अभी मैडम ने कोई स्कूल से हैं, उन्होंने बोला कि बच्चों के बारे में, किरित मेरे साथ बैठे हैं और अभी हमने exchange किया that he is also from a boarding school and I am also from a boarding school. He is from Mayo College Ajmer, I am from Scindia School Gwalior. Ma'am, even today these are good branded schools, right? हमको डर होता था हमारे हाउस मास्टर, आज बच्चों को आपसे डर नहीं है। यही मैं कह रहा हूं कि ये होना चाहिए। हमारी कई लेजिस्लेशन, कई एक्ट्स, जो भी कहीं हमने गलती करी है, आज डर नहीं है हमको। बच्चों को पेरेंट्स का डर नहीं है, उनको टीचर्स का डर नहीं है, तो फिर बेचारे उनकी भी गलती नहीं है।
Sir, we are raising a very delicate generation now. Parents
Yes,
तो कुछ कम बच्चों
absolutely.
कुछ कर लेंगे. You know, do something.
Absolutely. I mean, my daughter goes to Shri Ram, नहीं कुछ कह सकते हैं। अब वो पेरेंट्स चाहे जो मर्जी कहे, वो कहते हैं जी हम कुछ बोलेंगे तो हमारे अगेंस्ट केस हो जाएगा। अब उनकी ये प्रॉब्लम, एक बच्चे को भी नहीं संभाल पा रहे। तो मैं कह रहा हूँ we are all I've seen since morning 4 बज गए, हम सब इसी बात से कंसर्न है कि आप लोग खैर हो ही। जैसे इन्होंने बोला कि harassment does not only mean what we think, there are various types of harassment and खैर मुझे तो किसी ने वैसे नहीं देखा, but definitely सब लोग कहीं ना कहीं उस दौर में से निकले हैं और हम कंसर्न हैं, और लेडीज के साथ साथ जेंट्स भी कंसर्न हैं। एंड हम लोग एफर्ट करेंगे कि पीएचडी के प्लेटफॉर्म हम आप लोगों को दें, और जैसे कई सजेशंस आए, दो हम we will, it will be a two-pronged approach. Number one is we will take your suggestions and give it to the concerned departments, and number two, PhD chamber will take you to different states and smaller areas within Delhi and different states within India. Because ये सिर्फ यहाँ की नहीं है, ये अगर भोपाल में है तो ये वहाँ की भी प्रॉब्लम है, लेकिन वहाँ ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म नहीं है, तो वहाँ ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म हम देंगे। ये पीएचडी चेंबर की तरफ से मैं आपको अश्योर करता हूँ, और कोई आपकी और सजेशन हो हमारे लिए, तो जैसे पुलिस वाले कहते हैं, हम तत्पर है, हाजिर हैं। थैंक यू सो मच। हाँ, विद यू, फॉर यू ऑलवेज।
सर, आपकी बात पर एक दो लाइनें कहना चाहूंगी मैं इसमें। क्या क्या खोया है इस पर विचार करने से अच्छा है क्या क्या पाना है, इस पर विचार करें।
अब मैं भी दो लाइनें बोलूं। ये एक बड़ी अच्छी पिक्चर आई थी बहुत साल पहले, और आप हम सब ने देखी होगी, हम उम्र है। तेरा हाथ में हो अगर तो सफर ही असले हयात है। तेरा हाथ में हो अगर, ये अब हाथ ऐसे नहीं है कि हम लोग पॉश में बैठे हुए ना फिर वो चक्कर हो जाएगा। ये बेसिकली दिस इज you can take it as the victim and the posh, ICC and the posh, I mean and the victim. तेरा हाथ में हो अगर तो सफर ही असले हयात है। हमारे हर कदम पे है मंजिलें, तेरा साथ जो मेरे साथ है। मेरे बात का मेरे हम सफर, तू जवाब दे के न दे मुझे। तेरी एक चुप में जो है छुपी हजार बात की वो बात। थैंक यू।
रास्ता पूछने में शर्म नहीं करनी।
अब दो लाइन नहीं,
रास्ता पूछने में शर्म नहीं करनी चाहिए यारों।
अच्छा,
रास्ता पूछने में शर्म नहीं करनी चाहिए यारों। क्या पता जहां आप खड़े हैं मंजिल का रास्ता वहीं से जाता हूँ।
ये
धन्यवाद सर।
ये बहुत डर लगता है, पौष की महफिल है ये। तो बाहर की होगी वो अलग।
So thank you very much all attendees. Now I would request to kindly hand over the mementos to our eminent speakers. Thank you.
Refreshing change to. very representative. Yes, I stay in Delhi.
अरे वाह, ये लीजिए ये भोपाल कनेक्शन है हमारा। आप भोपाल के हैं?
I would request the participants, hello, I would request the participants to kindly collect their certificates from us. Yeah, it's here.
Definitely आऊंगा।
We'll announce the name, just wait for 2 minutes. We'll announce the name. आपने चेंज कराया था कोई नाम नहीं होगा तो फिर चेंज
तो तेरी वोट यही होगा। अच्छा अच्छा, अरे हाँ तो वो गाड़ी से
किसी की गाड़ी है 6391 6391 गाड़ी है किसी की प्लीज अपना पार्किंग से थोड़ा मूव कर लें
इंस्पेक्टर आप अवेलेबल है सर बीएन सभी
बहुत इंस्पायर किया आपने, बहुत। आज से के 4 महीने में आपने इतना इंस्पायर किया है, 4 साल में क्या इतना इंस्पायर करोगे? प्लीज, थैंक यू।
सक्सेना ढूंढना मुश्किल हो जाएगा आप ढूंढिए अपना एक साथ ही
Inspiring. We need more. There.